I seek the finest and the bravest knights in the land to join me in my court at Camelot.
Alrighty then.
All right, I guess he's talking to us. Sir Hoagland of Hoagland. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody. Hello, traders, friends, family, everybody. Well, welcome to TopstepTV. And yes, you are at the right place at the right time. It is Wednesday here, and here at TopstepTV, if you are new, we'd like to welcome you in open arms. But since we can't really hug you, we'll give you that virtual hug and say, you know what, have a seat. Enjoy what we got to offer. There's Johnny's virtual hug. I felt that. That went deep. I felt that pretty good.
Awesome.
This is opening call.
It was meant to.
God love you, Johnny. God love you. This is opening call. Welcome aboard. He's Holmes. I'm Watson. And it is elementary that you are here today. We have some informative educational information and lots of good stuff for you today. So sit back, relax. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, biggest fan, and yes, even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you. One way to keep momentum going is to constantly have higher goals. Always have something to look forward to, something beyond what you actually want. And you'll keep moving forward. There you go. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how with that handsome gentleman next to me. Good old boy. He's a good old boy, I reckon. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, our trading mentor, the man with the plan. John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie. I'm glad to have you back. I hope you're feeling a lot better. I know everybody missed you yesterday. Glad that you felt that hug, and I hope you all did. And welcome to the opening call, Wednesday, August the 21st. As always, our focus is on seeking accurate context in these markets, always thinking about risk management and remaining patient in our trading. Good morning to everybody. Top of the list, I'm Frizzo, Marv Daly, Dan Trader, Yabbersmack, Jenny, Toby, John Jones, Carlos, Frizzu, Nick Nichols, my friend, good to see you. V-Man, Paul, and Fess. Good morning to all of you. Love to say good morning to each and every one of you. Just going for the top 10, but as always, welcome to you all.
You mean, John, there's more than 10 watching right now?
I'm thinking probably. I'm hoping.
Oh, okay, let's do our best then. What do you think?
We should,
all right.
Yes.
You 10 plus, if you're interested, I got some news here. The Main Wall Street looks to start the day with some minor gains. Okay, of course, this is all about the Feds. Okay, also gold. Boy, I'm out one day and gold just goes nutty. Continues to hit record high. I mean, but that's been gold forever. It's your uncle. What was your uncle on the trading floor that would buy something and just leave it for a while?
Uncle Julius.
Julius. Yeah, he's probably still letting that gold run, baby, run. So anyway, investors are looking for the release of the minutes. Federal Reserve later on today. We've had Fed Reserve Governor Michelle Bowman yesterday. She was talking about remaining cautious on the interest rates and warned against overreacting to recent data showing easing inflation and the upside risk remaining a threat. Well, I hate a threat. However, Bowman, known as a hawk, not a black hawk, just a regular hawk, added it'd be appropriate to gradually lower the Fed funds rate to prevent monetary policy from becoming overly restricted on economic activity and employment. Yes, I'm reading it right from there because I don't remember what she did say. But if there is any further progress on inflation, this is a possibility. U.S. stock futures edged higher today ahead of the release of the Fed meeting as well. We are looking at, actually, it's like 22222, I think, right? Pretty much. Dow was up 0.2%. We did see that the S&P was up 2%, and the NASDAQ was up 2%, 222. So let's keep an eye open here for some of this movement here. We have to remember that the benchmark indices closed with small losses yesterday, and we had that winning streak going. It looked like a very nice winning streak, but it got snapped yesterday. S&P dipped 0.2, NASDAQ 0.3, and the Dow Industrial Average fell 0.2% also. Here's a real quick story here. JD sort of got a hold of me this morning, and he said, this just hit the wire. And JD believes this is a great story because it will reflect a lot of what's going on. But thank you, JD. Canada's freight rail network could come to a grinding halt this week as the country's two leading railroad operators plan an unprecedented, simultaneous, and indefinite work stoppage as talks over labor contracts remain in a deadlock. Both the Canadian National Railway, Canadian National Pacific, Kansas City plan to lock out workers from Thursday after the Teamster Union and companies failed to reach an agreement over labor contracts. Now, remember, Canada is the world's second largest country by area and relies heavily on trains to transport grain, beans, automobiles, coal, hockey equipment, and other goods.
Lumber. Lumber.
And what?
That's going to be a big issue.
Well, yes. Yes. And I'd like to thank JD for sort of slipping that right on my desk. Another thing we're going to talk about, boy, there's a lot. I'm sorry, John, here. I'm trying to go as fast as I can.
Not at all.
Gold prices. Well, we did see them pull back a little bit here, but still remaining near the record highs as the prospect of the lower U.S. interest rates battered the dollar and spurred more flows into the yellow metal. Spot gold fell 0.2. We also had gold futures December also down 0.1. Now, gold has that significant price increase, which gains over 20% so far this year and 30% over the last 12 months. And we do see that climbing to a new high. So that's Johnny. That's what I've got so far. Wow, lots of news here. Just watching crude moving north here. But otherwise, without further ado, let's get to them charts for our traders, Johnny.
Well, we've got some.
We got some news still. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we still got some
news.
A little bit of news left here. 6 o'clock. Right. 6 o'clock this morning. Mortgage rates and applications came out. Mortgage rates fell by 4 basis points from 6.54 to 6.5. That did not help applications at all, which dropped by 10% in the last week. 9 o'clock today. This could be an unusual, a rare, but a big number. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics has a preliminary annual payroll revision. Now, this comes out, the preliminary comes out in August, the final comes out in February, but this is an estimate of the annual benchmark revision to the establishment survey data. We may get a look at how wrong maybe some of the establishment surveys have been as far as the unemployment and employment numbers have been. That's at 9 o'clock Central this morning. It could be nothing. It could be something really big. We just don't know. Be aware at 9 o'clock that number is coming out. 9:30, the EIA Petroleum Stats Report is due out. The API announced a 347,000 barrel increase in stocks in the U.S. Not a big jump. Noon, there is a 20-year bond auction. 1 o'clock today, of course, the FOMC meeting minutes come out. This is just the meeting minutes. This is not a release. This just tells us a little bit more about what they were talking and thinking about during the last meeting 2 weeks ago. As far as earnings are concerned, a lot of retail, TJ Maxx, Target, Macy's, all beating expectations. I have not seen any forward guidance yet into those stocks. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's up about 1%. 1603. It was 1507 at this time yesterday. The dollar index 101.42. It was 101.74 at this time yesterday, and the yield on the 10-year continuing to leak to the downside, 3.81%, where it was 3.85% yesterday. And that is what we've got as far as economic numbers coming out today. Eddie, thank you very much. What else you got going on?
Crude. Yes, oil prices steadied Wednesday here with the benchmark Brent holding above 77 a barrel. Right now, taking a look at what we've got going on here, we've got a nice little run here north with our crude trading around 73.74, 74.38, topping out 72.54 at the bottom. So we did see that the 77 a barrel, that was after steady sell-offs driven by the expectations of reduced Chinese demand and diminishing concerns on the conflict in the Middle East. But we can't have diminishing concerns. They are trying to talk peace. That's been one of the bigger topics here in the last few days. Gosh, we all hope that happens. It's a good way to at least start maybe a domino effect here. But Brent crude futures were up 77.34 a barrel a little earlier today on our WTI, up about 10 cents at 73.27. Since speaking above the $82 mark on Monday last week, remember that we hit 82 bucks. Brent has shed 66.2% of its value by the end of trading yesterday, closing at a 2-week low of 77.20. WTI fell 7.5% in that same area. So we'll keep our eyes open here. As Johnny mentioned, government inventory estimates to be released today here at 9:30 Central Time, and I will have the eyes on the prize. All right. Let's do. How about the tip of the week? Let's do the tip of the week. We'll get that in here. And what is our tip of the week? And stay informed. My goodness, how do we do that? Stay updated. Market news, developments. Be aware of economic indicators, earning reports. You know, a lot of people, I don't understand, John, are like, no, I don't watch the news. I trade. How could you not watch the news or the economic numbers with a market that could fluctuate, wipe you out in a matter of nanoseconds? But to each his own. To each his own. Market trends and news. I really feel this is really important. Financial markets, they are influenced by a wide range of factors, including economic data, political events, global developments. We see that. We talk about it all day long. So I believe staying informed will help you anticipate market movements and adjust your strategy accordingly. John, that's my take on it. What's your take?
Even yesterday, Dr. Steenberger was like, he was in a room full of traders. The market had a very swift movement, and all these traders sat around wondering what happened. They didn't even know that there was an important economic release. You have to know this. It's just part of the bigger picture that you have to keep track of while you are trading. So know when these economic numbers are coming out. Don't be surprised. There's going to be enough surprise things that are going to happen in the markets. Mm-hmm. Don't let something you know about surprise you. So definitely stay informed.
There you go. All right. Without further ado, now we can.
I think we may have lost Eddie. We may have
Johnny,
lost Eddie.
what do we got for our contestants today?
Yeah, chart time.
Thanks, James. Hello,
Eddie's,
Jack. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
He's been thrown into space on one of those flat discs like Superman. We'll get him back. Go ahead, Hoag.
All right. Hey, the streak is broken. The streak is broken at 8 for the equities to this big move to the upside. The pressure is off. Yesterday, we did see the first down day, but what happened was we still had a higher high and a higher low. The weekly kickoff low was pretty supportive yesterday. It did take one look down below it and then took a look back to it and found at least a degree of buyers there. We're starting to see the market kind of push to the upside here. We lost 16,000 in open interest yesterday. And when we look at the profile, it's a B-shaped profile that is supported as some long liquidation. Probably got some profit taking into the market yesterday. But again, the market, I think, performed very well. Taking a look at the 30-minute chart, let's scale this so we can see what the heck we're talking about here. All right. We lost this again. Well, I don't know what's going on with that, but I will figure that out. I think I know what it is. So this was the profile from Monday. If you remember, we had a late spike to the upside on Monday. Now that suggests acceptance of higher pricing. We opened in the late spike, not above it, but in the late spike, and that would mean that the base of the late spike would end up being supportive at some point. Now, remember yesterday I said we can't just close our eyes and buy it. We have to be smart about it. What we were looking for and what proved to be true by the end of the day yesterday was we had an overlapping to higher range and overlapping to higher value. So the late spike did prove to be true, as we did see a higher range and higher value throughout the day. And again, another indicator that it's saying that the market is accepting higher pricing. Does it do it directly? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Here's that weekly kickoff low, 56.12. We took one look below it. That next move down to that level was pretty decent opportunity for an upside for a long opportunity. Today, where are we? Well, we're opening with a little bit of overnight inventory to the long side. We've seen some of that reconcile before the open here. We're going to be opening in range, looking like right about the top of value. So this is going to be an interesting day. Knowing what we have at 9 o'clock with that U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics and what that is may or may not do to the markets, I'm going to suggest trying to stay patient. We're in the middle of the range from yesterday. So, again, we're going to try and stay patient, see what those numbers come out like, see what the market kind of opens up, leaves the initial balance, and focus on the initial balance for possible opportunities. That's just in my time frame. Many of the people on screen trade a much shorter time frame, and we're going to see if we can't find some decent opportunities with them and for them. The profile again was a B-shaped profile. We had the push to the upside, the push back to the downside, and then range bound in the lower half of the profile. That is indicative of long liquidation. That again is supported by a $16,000 or 16,000 contract loss in open interest. Settlement 56.1975. Most of the overnight activity has been above that, so we're looking at some probably shorter time frame, weaker hands, longs in this market. Try and stay patient, as I always do suggest, and patience usually does end up paying in the markets. Here's the NASDAQ. We're going to kind of rip through these so we can get on to fast markets. The NASDAQ pulled back a lot further. It's got a lot further to go to get to the upside. It still hasn't taken out that weekly kickoff high as the S&Ps have done and has started to use as support. And again, the streak has broken. 8 straight up days. The pressure is off. Higher highs and higher lows again yesterday. Higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. The one time framing has not ceased yet in these equities markets. That 5% off the all-time high, 19,935, ended up being somewhat resistant yesterday. We got within 4 points of it before turning back to the downside. I'll be looking for another opportunity at that level, as well as the weekly kickoff high, 19,974, for a potential opportunity to see the market fail and fall below those levels, or finally break out and bring in some new business to the upside. That's what it's going to take, ladies and gentlemen, for this to continue, is new business. New business. Is anybody thinking maybe we've gotten a little bit too long up here? I'm sure a lot of people are thinking that, but that's the way these equities, as long as there's no bad news, have been grinding shorts for 40 years. So be careful with that. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, I know what happened. So we had the late spike again on Monday. The expectation was acceptance of higher pricing. We got what we expected, not in a straight line. The market came back, had to test below that base of the late spike to scare everybody out, but eventually the market did trade above the range from Monday, and value was overlapping to higher range on Monday. So the market and the late spike did prove to be right, just in a roundabout way. The market never wants to make things easy for us, does it? Well, in the daily, we have the market overnight inventory to the long side, opening in range and in value, trying to suggest we stay patient. We do have a number at 9 o'clock that is rare and might be highly impactful to the markets. I don't want to scare anybody about it, But if that number comes out, severely different than what the establishment has been telling us about employment and unemployment, that could jar things around a little bit. Just saying, it could, as Deanna says, it could be a storm in a teacup. But if it comes out wildly different, or there's a big difference in in this revision, it could shake things up a little bit. Just again, be aware of it. Stay informed is the weekly tip of the week. So again, range, value, profile, normal variation, a little bit of a weak high here, a little bit of excess on the low here. We may, maybe a while before we see either of those. Let's just take a nice deep breath before we get into the markets today, and just be reasonable with your expectations. And again, be patient. Patience pays. Crude oil. Short time frame trend to the downside is intact. Weekly kickoff lows 72.60 has remained as potential support. It was supportive the night before last, and we might have another look at it at some point coming here. But it seems we've been active so it seems like sellers have been active as far as sellers are, as far as open interest is concerned yesterday, but we've been losing open interest all the way down. We added about 2,800 in overall open interest, but the October and November contracts added 17,000. We're still dealing with a little bit of rollover blur. There's still a few contracts that need to expire in the September contract. So as soon as those are gone, then we'll be able to depend a little bit more on volume and open interest. Volume yesterday wasn't all that great to the downside on that test of the weekly kickoff low. Let's check out the 30-minute chart. All right. I lost my profile again yesterday, but that's all right. We're looking at what we're doing today. The market had a pretty good move to the upside yesterday. Overnight inventory was maybe a little bit long, and we're seeing buyers coming back into this. This level down here, I would be viewing as too cheap. It was supportive. We were unable to get to it in the session from yesterday. We were unable to get to it on overnight. It seems as though we're getting a little bit too cheap here. And if there is any news involved in this push to the upside, I haven't had the opportunity to check it out. So just be careful. There may be a lot of news that can affect crude oil in the coming session here and in the coming sessions. We did have a failed upside auction to the upside yesterday. So this might be a little bit of a tough area for price to get through if we do continue to rally. We had a bit of a B-shaped profile again, indicating long liquidation, which is not supported by the increase in open interest. It'll be an interesting trading day, thinking we got a little bit too cheap down here near that weekly kickoff low, and we're seeing buyers coming back into the market right now. And again, I don't know if there's any news involved in that. We will check that out. Gold. So we've got the upside structure intact. Open interest indicates and continues to climb that buyers are still coming into this market. We added another estimated 8,200 contracts yesterday in an overlapping to higher day with negative delta, negative 1,400 in delta. So we're seeing price increase, open interest increase, and delta negative every day. This market is continuing to attract shorter time frame shorts that just turn into buyers and continue to push this market higher. Let's take a look at the 30-minute real quick.
Real quick.
Hey, there's Eddie. He's back. He's yelling at me. All right. Yesterday, a double distribution trend day to the downside. Does that mean that open interest came in on the short side? Well, that I think might actually kind of end up being a good thing. We don't know what's going to happen in this market. Well, there was really not a lot of overnight inventory when this market opened. We're starting to see some sellers pushing into the downside here. I was looking at 25.48.30, which was last week's high, as somewhat of a pivotal area today. The double distribution trend day yesterday indicated a possible repair or rest day if the market kind of came into the area between the two distributions in the double distribution trend day yesterday. Seems to be rejecting that. Look out for the downside. Watch out for the overnight low. Watch out for yesterday's low. Those might offer opportunities. But in the meantime, We are going to take our deep breath. We are going to remember to remain humble, grateful, creative, and
yeah.
centered in our trading today. And we're always going to remember to pray for peace. And we are going to have a good, challenging, and profitable trading day for everybody. Let's work for that.
Huzzah! Huzzah! Hey, real quick here, we're going to take a break here. Fast Market coming up next. Next guests are Nick for a Tick and Deanna. Nick for a Tick, star of the Market Kickoff, every Sunday at 4:45 p.m. Central, trying to bounce back from hitting the DLL in his live funded account yesterday. And Deanna, star of the London Open, Monday through Thursday at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, trying to snap her losing streak in the live funded account. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Fast Market's coming up next. All right, let's get our opportunities today in the gate.
Oh.
There should be a lot. Back to you, Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Good morning, Eddie. Opportunities in the gate. I like the sound of that. Welcome, everybody, to Fast Markets. This is TopstepTV. Here on this Wednesday, you guys, Michael Pataka, upper left-hand corner, Nick for a Tick, upper right-hand corner, lower left corner, Deanna. How are we doing? Deanna, how are we doing?
Doing okay. Did some teaching for the London session today, and then right after that, I managed to catch a little run in one of the combines on crude oil. So that was about 20-something ticks. So that's 433 in that particular combine. I'm probably going to stay on combines for August, just to see whether crude oil can start behaving itself like it has done for the last sort of week or so. So yeah, it should be an interesting day. We have the inventories, my favorite day of the week.
Deanna, nickname that account. You can nickname them. So you can nickname it the crude oil.
Yeah.
Crude behaving. Crude as best
behaving account.
Yeah, crude behaving.
Naughty crude. No.
No, not crude.
Naughty
Go stand in the
crude,
corner.
Yes.
Go stand in the corner.
Counseling
No crude.
session.
Yes. All right. I think we are open here on Fast Markets. This is Wednesday for most of us. Some of us it is already Thursday in parts of the world. Let's go to my man Hoag. Talk to us about this open.
All right, then. So Well, this is the entire range for the session yesterday in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
The market, we looked higher, we looked lower, we ranged, we balanced for the better part of the day, and we're still in that balance. Knowing what we've got at 9 o'clock, which could be, a market mover, or as Deanna calls it, a storm in a teacup, I'm going to stay really patient today. We're right in the middle of the range from yesterday. Opening range has now established itself to the upside. It looked a little bit higher. It looks like it's about a 16 handle range, opening range in the NASDAQ. So that's not very big, but I'm not going to do anything. Why? The market is opening in range and in value. There's very little change in the perception of value. Therefore, I need to look for something to change before I really try and get involved in this. And this is just talking in my time frame. Nick for a tick. Everybody has their time frame. You're all looking at different things. You guys may find some good opportunities in this kind of smaller balancing range. It's just not something that I would be looking for. I'm not going to take the opening range trade. We did open kind of the high of value in the S&Ps, but again, right in the middle of the range. Overnight inventory a little bit long. Just not a lot to look at or to be really excited about for me in this open right now.
Okay.
Here's the profile in the NASDAQ. So here's value. Here's us. We're in the middle of the range, which the point of control from yesterday is 822. We just traded down to the point of control. We've traded both sides of the opening range already, so I'm glad I didn't try and take it. We're right in the middle of value, and that tells me, I got to stay patient. One thing though, the late spike from Monday did prove that the market is trying to accept higher pricing. We have value and range overlapping to higher. As a matter of fact, TPO value in the NASDAQ is outright higher than Monday. So the late spike did prove to be correct, just went a really roundabout way to do it. And that happens sometimes. So I'm still thinking that this market has more legs to the upside. When we're looking at the NASDAQ, we've got weekly kickoff high up at 19,974. We've got the 5% off the all-time high, 19,935, which put in our high yesterday. And we're right in the middle of the range. I don't see any reason to really be all that excited or getting into anything really quickly this morning. That's my suggestion. I know it ain't fun. I know it ain't sexy, but it's what I think.
Amen. That's what you said. That's how you save money. Is how you make money. Oh, great stuff. Nick for a tick, talk to us. We did break we have 8 green days in a row. And we finally got the red day yesterday. We broke the streak. You see more room to the upside? What are you thinking here today, Nick?
Definitely could. We are, like Hoag was saying, we are opening in kind of balance from yesterday and from kind of the early parts of this week. So kind of a wait and see, where we are still kind of magneting around SPX 5600, which has been the big option strike since we kind of rolled into, I guess, the September monthly options expiration. So I'm kind of waiting and seeing. We also have the FOMC minutes today. I think that's more of a non-event personally. I mean, it could move the market. I'm sure it will at least provide some aspect of a spasm, but my guess is we're still going to be waiting, since all of kind of FOMC, I feel like, was just everyone asking Powell when cuts. So I think we may get more clarity on that on Friday rather than, last month's minutes. So I don't think it's really going to be a massive market mover the way it may have been in the past FOMC minutes releases.
Yes, excellent. All right. Well, thank you for that opening here. We just see a bit of a sell-off in ES and NQ. NQ sitting at VWAP right now. Last trade, 19,827. That same price as VWAP. Taking a look at the Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat right now. Take a look. Last trade, 19,829 in the NASDAQ. 829 takes us into zone 7. We're right around the pivot. 826 is a pivot right now. And people will be pulling levels for our team. Team Higher Highs, Team E-Money, Hoag's Heroes, and Team Bulldozer. Here we go. Coach Paul already. Team Higher Highs has 823 as a buy. 823. 823. We are trading
823. We have an 823. We have an 832. We have an 826, an 816, an 809. Zone 7. That's where we're at. Zone 7.
Sir, we got 823 as a buy. Well, that's just nice and straightforward, Coach Paul. Still early. Let's see how this plays. 823s. He got check mark for a buy for Coach Paul. 823.
Okay, let me know what we have around here. Deanna, Nick, in Hoagland. And everybody in chat, share what your thoughts are right around here. 19,829 is what it's trading right now.
Well, I don't have much for NASDAQ, but I can see ES is trying to go higher from yesterday's value high, and that could be a reference that we can maybe use for NQ as well. Because that's the way I like to look at it. Just look at both charts, find confluence in ES, and then sort of express your position in NQ. That's the only way that I've traded NQ in the past. Not that I traded that much this summer day, but ES, looks pretty strong for an attempted move higher. So I would, was it Coach Paul who had a level?
Yes.
The 23s right there were great.
Just said?
23s are 15 handles in the money as we speak. Or as we were speaking.
Nice Paul call. Nice call, Paul.
Nice Paul call.
Nice Paul call.
That came out with a nice call. Quick 20-point winner. We've seen some buyers out the gate here. Dow spiked, but Dow did doing what Dow does. Last trade in crude, $73.59.
Yeah. Taking a look at the tilt here. Crude, 69 long here. S&P 62. That S&P level, if you've got our levels up here, it's 56.38 resistance from Coach Vince, and it looks like it's holding pretty much 56.33 high. Keep an eye on that for our ES.
So crude oil
like what Dee was saying.
On the daily chart.
Like what you were saying with the confluence with yesterday's value area high and VWAP is 56.27 half right now, and it is kind of leaning to the upside. So it's indicating that buyers are likely in control as we open here. If we don't give up that VWAP at 56.27 and a half, I like the longs and the S&Ps as well.
Okay.
Yep.
SSS.
Crude oil, just for those who trade crude oil, we are hitting, I've got the daily chart right here. So if you look on the very large time frame, like let's go up to the weekly. There is an area of demand that we spent a considerable time last year, sort of towards the end of the year, and then we broke out of it. So that could be an interesting area for longs. And we already tested it a while back, like about 3 weeks ago, and bounced off of it. And now price is kind of sitting around there and attempting to do these pops up. But so far, we didn't have a sustained momentum away from it. So that's the level that I'm going to be looking at. So 72.61. But it's a big zone, so it actually goes all the way up to about 73.55 because we had a pop inside the zone. So all of that becomes an area of interest. So we'll see what the inventories bring. We've seen some trends coming out of the last 2 weeks after the inventories. Messy. Very messy. But yesterday I was trading some combines and managed to catch a failed auction that Hoag was talking about because it looked like it was doing what it should be doing rather than doing these anomalous overnight moves that exhaust the daily range and then sort of just hang for NYMEX, which has been the theme of the year so far. So we'll see whether crude oil kind of bounces into a trend after the inventories. Until then, I'm just going to be sitting on my hands. But there are some interesting levels down here. So we'll see how price behaves.
Wow.
10 handles.
Did give the longs one more shot to get back in there. You didn't catch the first
10
time.
handles to pick up 30.
It's a nice call, Paul.
Nice call, Paul. Risk 10 handles.
Yep.
Risk 10 to pick up almost 30.
We'll keep an eye on this. We do have SSS in the chat. Short 56.39. Failed auction began there yesterday.
Who?
SSS.
Who's the leader? You know, another thing, Andre, we like to do. Who's the leader? Who's the laggard of the day? So far, S&Ps would be leading with the strength, right?
You think so?
It's the one pull. It's the one. I mean, Nasdaq's following. Nasdaq tried to make it move to the downside while it was firm, and then now it's.
Hey, MP, let me ask you: can that change throughout the day? Can the leader and laggard change throughout the day, or is it always going to be?
No, everything stays completely the same in trading. There's nothing that ever changes.
I can sense the sarcasm through the
screen.
It's so
right easy,
now. Man.
Shame on you!
Wow.
Yeah, this is like a pot clay making thing where it's always
What did
molding
you
or
just
something.
say? What was
That's a
that?
stupid analogy.
That
I
was
don't even know
awful.
where I was going. Eddie made like a Patrick Swayze, Demi Moore, like clay
dancing?
making thing. I don't know. It flows like water. There you go.
Wow.
Go back to
Man.
yeah, no.
Like
Wake
making
up,
a pot
wake
on
up,
a
Mike.
potter's wheel with clay.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you.
Everything changes.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Hoag. God, you bail him out on that.
Like baling hay and I'll go back to my country terms.
When in doubt.
Well, that's where I get my idea of sort of remaining centered. If you're going to make anything on a potter's wheel, the first thing you have to do is center the clay. If it's not centered, you ain't making nothing.
Yeah, Andre,
it's
we
gonna
can keep
wobble
going
off
with this.
It's gonna wobble off the wheel.
There you go. Johnny is the
100%,
pot
Andre.
maker.
I'm proud
I'm
of
the
you.
pot smoker.
Thank you, Hoag. At least someone's proud of me around here. Gosh. All right, let's get back to these markets. Sellers did step back in. We topped out at 19,860. And the S&P's. Nice call, Paul. That worked out nicely.
So there is a statistical thing that happens on a lot of the days, and it happened yesterday too, where the first half an hour kind of goes one way, then the next half an hour goes the other way. And if that's the case, if we can hold, like Hoag said, if we can hold the value high on VWAP area on ES around 56.28 half, that could be another opportunity long. So we'll see whether that happens today. Of course, you get days where it just kind of goes up in one direction, but they don't happen nearly as often as the days where first half hour goes one way, second half hour goes the other way. I think we do need to stay patient a little bit.
Hey, Nick, what's the options chain telling you, if anything, right now?
Yeah, let me take a peek. Hang on.
I mean, yesterday in Power Hour, I think you pretty much nailed it in terms of that 5,600 level in SPY, right? I believe.
Yeah, in SPX, and we pretty much just
SPX.
pinned it, which makes perfect sense. And it also, even if you were trying to think, hey, we might just barely close red just to kind of check the box, that fit almost perfectly. Where we were kind of like whatever a 0.1% down
100%.
to the red, and it basically matched right around 5,600. So no surprise. I mean, it was a pretty uneventful close. We just pretty much magneted right there. But yeah, let me check on the chain.
Absolutely, just to check the box, because it wasn't really sell off. It was just we got the red day out of the way. Now we can carry on. Yes,
I got a great poem.
Yeah, that wasn't a sell-off. It was a...
You know what?
Phil M. Some traders are short, some traders are long. One thing is for certain: all of you all are wrong. Y'all suck.
Oh man,
that's how
we
you started off
again.
the trading day.
Yeah, love it. Hey, if you guys want to start off with a poem during the day or whatever,
that would be cool.
Because we got to get the y'all suck line in there. And those that don't know, y'all suck is actually a positive word here at Topstep.
I wrote that poem for team long distance relationship that one time, MP, when Deanna and Hoag beat us in the team trading competition.
Wrote
Oh,
in
yes.
quotations.
Wrote. I did wrote it. I wrote it, Jack. Yes. I edited it properly, but yes.
Team long-term relationship.
Yep. Long distance
That's
relationship.
right. Yeah.
Yep. That was
long distance. Yeah.
they laid a whooping on us, as they say. All right. Keep it volatile right now.
Hey,
trading.
Go ahead.
If you got levels, jump on in, Eddie. I was just going to quote
Team E Money, our all-star Brooksy here. I'm watching the ES here, and it's sort of playing out what he's talking about. Yesterday's point of control, session VWAP, and the value high all sit between the 56.27, 56.24.75. He's talking about highly congested areas which traded around and throughout the Asian London sessions. If the bear fails to hold that area, next zone would be yesterday's high, 56.43.50, looking at that top side. So just want to share that. Thank you, Brooksy. And I'm watching that right now. We're right there.
If you guys are watching levels, please let me know. I'm finding out as the executor, I cannot get all these levels. So it's however you guys call out the levels. If it comes close or up to or on its way to there, please jump back in. It does help the executor know what area you were talking about prior.
Hey, Captain Short from 845 MP, stop 860, target 790.
Target 790, huh? You guys like the markets short or long from here? This goes out to everybody.
Well, to me, it depends how we finish around the value areas. So for now, we're still above it. So to me, that's bullish.
I'm long. I mean, I'm thinking long as long as we stay above the base of the late spike from Monday, which is 56.20 quarter.
56.20 quarter. Okay, that's 15 handles away on the S&P. It's trading on our highs on both markets. 19,860, high is 63. Nasdaq.
Yeah. Above VWAP, buyers are in control.
To an extent. Keep them coming, Dolby.
Okay.
Team higher highs is hitting right now.
Sold 845.
I got SSS in the chat. Talk about short from 56.39 in the ES. Coming up to 36s. Still pushing higher here. Will we see 20,000 today in the NQ if the Bulls do take control? Will we see 20,000?
Was this a range bound day?
It's not that far.
Might be zombie rally. Well, we do have numbers. Speaking of numbers, I saw one today. It caught my eye. I can't recall actually seeing that one again. Eddie, what do we have on the calendar for today? Because I'm looking, I'm saying, I've never seen that one before. Eddie, what do we got?
Well, in about 8 minutes, I'll give you a 5-minute warning on that payrolls benchmark coming up here. Mention that it might be something we should be watching. Also, in about 42 minutes, crude oil inventories are looking at negative 1.3 million. Also, today we do have the 1 o'clock FOMC minutes. So it's just going to be the minutes. Going to add on just a little bit more of what we have not seen or read. So we'll watch that. That's for sure. Right now, that's about it. Right now, Andre. I'm watching it. Eyes on the prize. Back to you.
Yeah.
All right. Hoag's long. Captain's short. Trading 53s. Long, very long, sort of long, very sort of long. 70% long on the tilt. Long bias. Average price is 850. 850. So it's not really.
Well,
yeah. So they're in the money barely.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So options data is starting to populate for the session. Still the big magnet's going to be 5,600. And then I am seeing call buying all the way up to 5,630 as well. So 2 strikes to watch, and these are on SPX. So roughly 18 points higher on ES. Yeah, 18 points higher roughly, and about 12 points lower would take us 5,600. So those are kind of the 2 strikes I would say I'd watch for this morning. As resistance.
Get the captain short NASDAQ at 845. His stop is at 860. His target is down below at 790.
I don't have.
Looks like you probably
do
got
we have any checks anywhere?
Well, we got one long, one short right now, so we're kind of pulling.
Let's do a poll in the chat. Let's do a poll in the chat. You guys like it long or short from around here?
Tilt likes it long. 68%, 69% long ES, 69% long NQ.
Tilt likes it long, yeah.
Hey, if you look at the upper left-hand corner of the screen, we got hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Twitter, at X. Share pretty much anything you think is cool that you'd like for us to show our sweet audience here on TopstepTV. Swag, performance dashboard, analytics, Trader Station, cool beams, anything you want to share. Trader wins. Turn that around to you guys in a couple hours again at Topstep, hashtag Fast Markets. Yeah, MP, we got 71% now long in the ES and NQ. 71% long in the crude.
I really want to be careful before this 9 o'clock number.
Yeah.
If this thing comes out whack, it could really knock things around.
What is this number, Hoag? I can't recall seeing this one. What the hell is this number?
I think it comes out quarterly or actually biannually. It's the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's their preliminary annual payroll revision. This is an estimate of annual benchmark revisions to the establishment survey data. All of the other data from all the other establishments, there's usually revisions every time there's a release. This is a different look at things to say how wrong has the establishment survey data been.
Boy. Oh,
yes.
boy.
Okay, so
they're going hands up.
Revision? estimate.
Right. And
Some
this
people
is,
say
Really
big-
good.
and this
Not
is
an
an
actual
estimate
number,
of the
is it?
final revision, which will come in
Yeah.
February.
Yeah, lovely.
And
So
if I
what-
recall,
what-
this is where some of those part-time government jobs that have been kind of floated out there
Yeah,
as
right.
a lot of the growth may get tossed out.
Buckle
So that
up.
could be
what
interesting.
data set is that? Hoag, what data set is being revised?
Well,
Non-farm.
it's non-farm payrolls, farm,
Non-farm just got revised.
private,
There's
private
a million
payrolls.
less.
It's the what?
This is the revision to the revision.
Non-farms last.
It's the revision,
Non-farms
yes.
last 8.5,
5
whatever it
minutes
was.
remaining.
All were under, not over. Everyone was under estimate, not over, even though everyone said it was over. Every estimate was above. Every estimate above. Yet the revised comes out, and every the actuals every time non-farm came out, it was below, to the tune of 1 million people just out of work.
Oh boy.
Consider
this is
this
a
the
revision to the
teacher with
revision.
the red corrective pen.
Oh no.
That's what this is.
MP
Like,
saw a lot of
yes.
that in his term papers. MP saw
Yeah.
a lot of those red on his term papers.
So,
Come see
yeah.
me after,
Oh
after
yeah,
class.
still got a degree. Caesar degrees.
C's get degrees.
See, you
It's all
That's
about
a good way to put it.
errors.
It's a revision to the revisions.
Oh boy.
You
All
can
right, so we'll
join
go
crude oil inventories as well.
This is all right. We got buyers still coming in here in the S&Ps.
How wrong will we be today?
This is going to be wild.
Well, you know what? We let the dust settle and see what happens. It's the safest thing we can do.
Hey, Hoag, would it be worth working like a one lot on the extreme somewhere, upper bound or lower bound? See if we get what you call a wishing order. I mean, just like a
Stink order, a stink bid. Is
Ask
it called?
Randall about the last time you did that.
Uh-oh, no good. MP,
No.
what's up, MP? You got your hotkeys firing?
I'm blank on what I'm blank on any area that we're talking about. Hoag's Heroes. Is there anything there, Eddie? You were talking about what area again? Just really, really quickly.
We're talking about the area that we're in right now. Here, let me pull this up here real quick. Give me a second.
Of what market?
The ES. We're talking the ES here.
Let's trade
I
56.
would,
Hoag.
I would look for average session or average daily ranges for possible extremes to try and catch something on a big move. But this could end up being a storm in a teacup. It could be, wildly impactful. We just have no idea how this is going to go. And I'm looking at the domes right now. They're not excessively thin. It doesn't seem at this moment that people are very worried about this. But I saw people talking about this on broadcast news. There's a lot of eyes on this.
Folks.
The only thing we have right now is a range in ES. Let's ignore the pop above and just take the candle bodies. So 56.33 all the way down to 56.28 and a quarter. So
33s.
that's the range that we're working inside. And if we break out of that, then we have something. But we don't know which side. So for now, I just say stay patient.
Yeah, Brooksy says if that bear fails, we're looking at 56.43 top side. But right now, I mean, it's sort of just floating right there.
You guys put a poll in there? Long, short
MP,
poll?
we got yes, long, short. We'll get that. We got people searching levels right now. Dolby Man is on it.
If we get the sellers here, we're watching 56.14s, 56.02s. First downside targets here from Brooksy. Thanks, Brooks.
639 would be average say. Yeah. By this pullback.
I like the base of the late spike at 56.20. I also like weekly kickoff high, which is 56.12, which ended up really supporting price yesterday.
612 downside. Okay.
And, from life support itself, the VIX is continuing to see a little bit of a bid here into this number.
5 minutes
Some
remaining.
last minute hedging here just in case.
5 minutes on the number.
Thank you. All right, 56.
NASDAQ.
MP. Still buyers.
NASDAQ 56% long on tilt, 62% long on pull.
What did we just see it up at? 71%?
Yeah, we saw it 71% right around here.
All right. CL.
We have a lot of folks saying it's going long. To the tune of, not really. 60-40, 60-40.
Yeah, that SPX call strike to watch on ES is going to be roughly 56.51 and change, if my rough math is correct.
We got someone, Stefan, saying, this is so wild and fast, markets. It is wonderful. I'm having an Irish coffee. The shaking in the hand stops. That's a slippery slope there, mate.
Man.
I told you.
Getting after it.
Told you. 5 o'clock somewhere.
It is 5 o'clock somewhere. Well, good luck to you.
Happy hour starts anytime on TopstepTV.
I never, if I'm at my command station, I've never done alcohol. Well, I've never done anything, but I'm just saying.
I've done alcohol, but if I'm not going to trade actively, it's like the end of the week or something.
If I'm doing this and I'm watching the markets, and it's Friday, I'll go like this, just kind of watch the markets that are right here, and then I'll have a drink.
You've never executed a trade with a beer in your hand, Michael?
We're seeing headlines even on like Market Watch that this job creation data may rattle markets.
Ooh, I like it. All right, well, make sure you're
They're just grasping at straws these days, aren't they?
Yes,
let's find some random release that we can move the markets.
We're pushing
from our coaches. Coach Hoop, stay patient. Coach Jay, stay patient.
Get the number.
Coming up here in 3.
Who got it? Will we see 20,000 today in the NQ?
It's rocket.
I hope so. I'm a bull by
because you're that college fund that you nailed the timing on.
My entry on that, was the dead freaking low and trip Qs and spiders.
Really? Wow.
Thank you.
I did dollar cost average all the way down. Now, I'm sure my Merrill Lynch guy has no problem paying me out if I'd like to take that payout on that trade.
Thank you for nailing the lows on that pullback 2 weeks ago.
That's where I got blood in the street. I was okay, Michael.
19,000.
And I didn't have anything. I didn't really have anything in equities except Chewy.
Delta in the S&P is currently up 2,400 after ending the day negative 40,000 yesterday.
Oh, I was thinking about that trade all afternoon, all evening. Just like Nick said, Marty just wanted to kind of settle a couple ticks beneath in the red, just to check it off the box.
Yeah,
then minus 40,000. That minus 40,000 delta. That was a Friday, Hoag. We're up 15 points.
Yeah.
No doubt.
70% long. What do we have?
Nowhere.
What do we have levels up here?
Yeah.
Crude 80% long.
Yeah, we're getting longs.
We're in the zone.
83
in the zone 6.
Up to the low of the gap. The low of the gap on the
Let's see what this release does.
Coach Jeff.
Got about a minute here. Previous was negative 306,000. 306,000. So, might be a big number here.
56.12 MP. If we get a deep pullback in the ES, we got check marks down there. 56.12.
Mm-hmm.
I heard murmurings of 1 million.
Negative?
My goodness.
Yes.
It's a big swing in the miss.
56.12. 56.12 MP.
30 seconds here.
Murmurings.
Check marks down there.
Check your platform if you want that position on. If not, get flat. You got time.
I'll holler at you if we get there.
56.12 ES got it. 83s. This is what 19.883s is what Jay had pulled off that one. 70% long in the long buys. Thousands of open positions. These guys are all fools.
Sure
They have a position open.
Book map is clear.
Foolish.
Waiting for the number here.
Oh, they're buying it.
Moon it.
Moon it.
Yeah,
moon it.
Domes are thin.
We're pushing into the 19.
I would sell it right here.
19,000.
This is my personal. I'd be sure right now.
Resistance 910, 910.
Nothing yet here.
Then now.
MP, you're worse contrarian than I am. You're like, you see any pop in one direction, like, I'm going to go against it.
About everything. Everything, yeah.
Yesterday's session high in the NASDAQ was 925.
9.355%.
Still nothing.
Definitely higher in hopium, though.
Yes. And,
I'm checking a few sites here. Still nothing.
09s is the high. 19,909. 19,909 for all the big rig drivers, listeners. 19,909.
Yeah.
70% long tilt.
hey, also, MP, it's a
Everybody's
see
still
money,
long.
take money kind of day, too, for execution. So
Looks
far.
like it.
Yep.
Pullbacks have been very, very light.
Yep.
S&P's
Shallow.
been excuse me. S&P's been leading. Pullbacks have been small. Strength has been here.
We're a full minute late on this thing. 56, 137.
I took a short off that high in a combine.
Ooh.
So I'm up 2,800 in Topstep X combine. So I'm working to get XFAs in Topstep X right now.
There you go.
56.37.
There's a new version. Wow. Refresh on the bottom. A new version is available. Please refresh your browser.
Do it quick.
Yeah, bottom left corner. I don't think you guys can see it. It's where your picture's at, Andre.
Wow.
Refresh now.
Quick. Get in there. Boom. Look how easy that is.
What do you mean?
You have your ladders on the left side. You just realized
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah. You got your ladders on the left side. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
it
so
works
used
for
to
my
being on
screen
the
because
right
then I
because I started
can look
trading.
right here and see the ladder. If the ladder was over here, I'd always be looking over there. And I had it over there.
Oh,
so
so
it's
it's
right
how your
next to the
screens are
chat.
set up.
I got you.
Yeah, here's the camera. I have one monitor here, one monitor here. They're curved.
Where's this number?
So everything's important in the middle.
For those in
Well
chat,
thought out.
we're sort of waiting for the BLS prelim annual payroll revision. People are like, what number? What number? So we have not seen it yet. It should have been released. And as soon as it hits the wire here, we'll let you know.
3 minutes late now.
Yeah, even they forgot about it. It's like, oh, yeah. We should do that.
Yeah. Hold on. Did you only send
Sure,
those
we're
to Goldman?
supposed to
Oh,
do
yeah.
something.
I know, right?
I don't think they want to tell us.
Is that bad?
Yeah.
Any moment now. Come on. And we will have EIA crude oil inventories in about 27 minutes. Let's trade crude, $73.57, but we are waiting for this BLS revision number.
I mean, crude oil is just inside value. There's nothing much happening there yet. It just bounced off value high from yesterday.
And Q making a run at that newsprint wick.
Yeah. And again,
The non-existent newsprint. Yeah.
Exactly.
The imaginary.
I in chat
newsprint.
had something saying that gold is reacting to it already.
Yeah,
we've
gold
seen
is
that.
dropping out of bed. Look at it.
It's on that fallout, little bounce off the bottom right there. Yeah.
Gold's had a nice run up this week. Monday and Tuesday. Again, that 25. Hey, 25.35 last trade. Oh, do we still like those 25.33s in gold? You can do this after the number. The 25.33s level. Big winner earlier this week.
Well, let me look.
Well, gold's
Yep.
behaving like we've got something out, but nothing else is. So.
A little boost in the dollar, but that's all I'm seeing on that. I still think gold is a buy at some point.
The 10-year sold off on like it was something, and now it's retraced it.
Huh. Here come the sellers.
Sellers stepping back in.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Okay.
SSS took that short from 39 halves in the ES.
39.5 in the ES, looking good.
Okay.
07s
What
were
is
our
this?
high. 09s, 07s. 19,900. Sure, why not? These pullbacks are so damn small.
Yeah.
If that's a pullback, sellers are getting faced.
Andre, I'm seeing some iceberg buys down at that 25.33 level in gold at 25.36, 25.37.
Oh,
It did take a good look down below that, but if we leave this as excess,
it's a level.
yeah, gold did leave the opening range at the high of the day, has been driving lower, but it's been a pretty decent run to the upside here, so a little pullback won't hurt.
Okay, some iceberg, daddy iceberg all over it. 72% long in the crude, 63% long, 64% long ES, 65% long in the NQ. What's going on? No one's late by 6 minutes on a number.
Well, I've seen this before.
It's like Twilight Zone.
Have you?
Yeah.
Like this? Okay.
It's
It's
not like a
long.
number
Usually
in the
it's
traditional
seconds.
sense.
Right.
We've been counting this number for 6 months now. So what I mean,
Yeah, they're still counting.
we're still counting in the back office.
We need another abacus.
I mean, I'm on the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics website. It's still not up there.
Here we go.
See, we go the
1,000
extra
votes.
mile here at Topstep.
1,100 votes in the chat. Long or short here? 63% say long, Michael.
60?
63% say long in the chat.
Interesting, because 62% of them are of open positions in the tilt.
In the tilt?
These are actual longs. Actual longs are long. Nasdaq.
That is interesting.
Very interesting.
Funny how that data set, that Topstep tilt, Topstep X, within Topstep X, the tilt data set, real time. It's not even their opinions. It's actually their actions. I don't know why you wouldn't want to get Topstep X. Look at that all day long and try to study human behavior more than, and then overlay it with your technicals, overlay it with your price action, and just become a better trader, much more well-rounded and understanding participants in the marketplace and what they're doing. Just an idea.
Well, got some tinfoil hats there. The numbers are so bad that if they were to release it, it would crash the market. That's why they're not releasing it.
They're hoping
that's why.
They're hoping we just like pass it up. They won't look at it. No.
Yeah, they'll forget.
Hey Andre, how's Chicago been set ablaze yet?
No, the inevitable riots in the street have not taken place. Was up in Wrigleyville yesterday, and it was just another normal Tuesday night in the summer.
So what are you guys rioting about? Because we had some riots in sort of north of England. Luckily not too
Andre,
London.
What are we rioting? We have the Democratic National Convention going on right here, but not too far from my house. At the United Center and McCormick Place. It's been hard to get a table at all the steakhouses, though, I'll tell you that. Chicago Cut had some book solid all week.
Oh, they sort of walk off and they've got like an army of police. So they looked ahead.
I would imagine.
You guys got the we could share the picture of the army of police if we have it. They always do in Chicago. They raise up the bridges and they put the.
No, they don't always do that. They don't always do that. What do you mean? They do
it They do it almost every day because of the Chiracness there.
Chicago
it's a joke
guy.
that we call
my guy.
It's a very safe. It is very safe. It is very safe.
My guy has 3 properties in the city.
Escape Chicago.
Property taxes don't go down though, but hey, yeah, they do, Andre. When stuff happens, they raise the bridge.
About 4 summers ago, I'd say you're right.
Yeah, then they put.
They did
don't
it
have
one time.
yearly property taxes over here. That's pretty cool.
We have
But
yearly
instead,
too.
you have to
No, we
you have to pay
don't.
the Lord?
We don't.
The Lord of your Shire or something?
No, no, there is a council tax which kind of accounts for like street services and like rubbish collection and all that. But there's no yearly property tax that's based on property value. We have it in Belgrade, but not London. Doesn't have it. I don't think anywhere in the UK. But we do have double dip inheritance taxes. So if somebody leaves you a house, they've obviously already paid tax on it, and then you get taxed on the inheritance amount again.
Well, yeah, a little double dip.
You can't set up. You can't set up
really
estates.
Up.
You can't set up estates, trust. You can't in the States. You can set up
a trust. You can, but not many people do unless it's like a significant amount. And, over here, I mean, I suppose in the recent 10 years, the property prices have gone absolutely bonkers, like completely insane. But like, 20, 30 years ago, no one was doing that and no one could predict what was going to happen with the property market. We had some property in Kensington when I was not even born. I think it was like before my mom and dad had me, and that was like £15,000, and if they had kept that would have been like 5 million today, and it's only like a 2-bedroom place.
That's big.
It's
like,
nothing.
Setting up a state, I don't know what the protection. I don't know what the protection you have, but I mean, anything over $1 million to me, net worth, is you would want to set up an estate and protect it, because the savings in taxes is worth the legal fees and setting it all up, hands down. Just when it passes on to your kid or whomever you're passing on to. How do you pass it on to your dog if you want to do? I know people have done that before.
Well, I'm kind of hoping that I'm going to outlive my dogs, but yeah. People have done it. You just do it in a will. So you just write a will and you say, I leave everything to my dogs. And then poor people who are left behind have to take care of your dogs.
I mean, how the dogs say, I want a super yacht. How do they say that?
Oh, yeah, because they need super yacht. Yeah. They would probably want like an equestrian property with several acres of land. That would be there in a pond, a pool with Roman steps. I know that my Lenny, the King Charles Cavalier, likes Roman steps into the pool.
Well, there you go. And I guess you'd have to leave a list of what they like and say, make sure it's the best of the best. All right, we're on our highest
number. What's up with this number? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know.
This is weird. Jack, I don't know what we're doing.
But there's nothing.
You were asking about gold. One of my guys, Spider-Man, took a long in gold at 25.3630, trying to get to 25.52. He's got to stop at 32.80, right below that 33 level.
Man.
All right. While we're waiting for this number, we can do a little bit of news.
Sure.
And as soon as that comes out, jump in right away.
You got it.
First off, MP was talking about the bridges. Andre, you'll be glad to know there's a large, this is taken by James Harden, large police presence outside of Tau last night.
Yeah, doing the Lord's work, protecting the important places in the city.
Making sure that bottle service continues.
Bottle service must go on.
Trying to keep Andre out.
Yeah. Oh, man. I went there for dinner the other day.
That's Tau? It used to be a Limelight.
An Excalibur.
It used to be an
Limelight before that.
Limelight
before that. That's how old I am.
Oh, really?
Yep. That's Tau now.
I played there a few times.
Here we go.
It gets
Seller stepping in.
Seller stepping in.
Looks.
Get it? All right, we got something here.
All right. That short worked.
We'll pause for a second.
Look at this pullback. Now it's pulling back pretty hard. 12s were our high.
Well, 56.12 MP.
That number had to come out now. There's no way.
Yeah.
Eddie, anything? I didn't see
I'm
anything.
not seeing it here. Johnny, anything on the website?
I'm looking at the website. I'm looking at 3 other information services. I don't see it here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Nice.
All right, give me levels.
All right.
Give the house levels.
Scheduled, not out yet. Just coming over the wire here. BLS payroll revisions. They're saying that it did not come out yet.
Oops, saying it came out.
Hoop, share a link. All those longs were long up there, or it was biased to the heavy long side. They just got back out of the money or at the money.
This is getting ridiculous. What is this?
It's trading, Andre.
Well, Brooksy's talking about this first side downside in the ES 5614 quarter. That's the overnight lows, unable to hold yesterday's trading range, 5602. Two levels downside here in the ES.
Check mark 5612, 5614 MP ES.
Yeah.
That's what we got right now. Deep pullback.
Thank you, Brooksy.
That was a 60 handle pullback.
On what?
There's your biggest pullback of the day thus far.
Yeah, all you bulls. Here's the pullback. I mean,
yeah, 45, 50.
We're seeing that the traders have added to the Fed's easing bets just before this jobs number comes out, seeing 100 basis points in 2024.
100 basis points this year.
A full percent.
I don't believe. Thank you. Who cares? Blah blah blah. To all those folks that did that. Didn't they say there was going to be like 5 cuts?
Yeah,
this year
6.
Who cares? Yeah.
Well, we go into that a little bit in some more news that we have because they're making actual monetary bets on it. So, real quick, and interrupt me as soon as we get more info on this. First off, these lines here are when Powell has spoken at Jackson Hole. So if you're looking for a signal to buy, historically, that has not been the best time to do it. Now, let's talk about those bonds real quick. Watching this in real time, we saw them rise on what I assumed was the BLS thing coming out. But we have a historic level of bond traders putting risk on rate cut bets. They are loaded up. And you see the next chart, the open interest of bond futures is hitting record levels to the point where a 1 basis point move in the underlying equates to about $1.5 billion changing hands. So big bets making there.
Yeah.
Something to think about if they have to unwind those if yields start rising for some reason. And lastly, one fun thing. What's up?
Where's flight to quality on that one?
Well, this would be flight to quality, but they're also betting. Like, for instance, the right now we got the 10-year yield is at 3.79, right?
Ooh.
It's under. I didn't know that.
Lower. Refi time.
You can flight the quality, but you might not get the yield you want. That, of course, would push it higher. But then if things don't seem like the Fed's going to cut as much, the people who are levered up speculating might have to unwind. So interesting stuff in bonds. And lastly, Hoag sent us the cake topper, which is pretty incredible from a wedding. You can tell us about that, Hoag. Although he might be in
I was at a friend's daughter's wedding, and she married obviously a serious golfer. So that was the cake topper. We thought that was very, very creative and very funny.
MP's a very serious golfer himself.
I hate flipping golf. I broke a 7-iron. Broke a 7-iron. At the driving range, and I didn't even know that was like something that a bunch of golfers all around. I go, guys, I'm doing so bad. I broke a 7-iron at the driving range. Like, what? I've never heard anybody break it at the driving range. I'm like, oh, I guess that is kind of weird. That
He's had enough.
I don't know.
So we got markets moving again.
Yeah.
There are people in the chat that say that it's already out, but it's
that too. Where?
Well, I think they're
saying that it's not out
we're
yet.
seeing in market movement.
Well, the BLS website should. This is.
If you say if you're in chat and you're saying it's out, what is it?
Yeah. I think
and share a link.
Yes. 10 minutes till EIA crude. Well, which one will come out first? EIA crude inventories or this BLS number? New game.
Okay, back at our highs.
My guess is that the Duke brothers just got hosed. Like it snapped down and back up. Maybe so we got the wrong report.
Duke's a Hazard or Mortimer.
The guys with the
Luke.
car.
You like that? This is weird. What is this?
Trading Markets says it's out and revised down by 450,000 jobs.
MP.
What?
Netflix in the chat. You don't have to give us your address on air, but Michael Patak, our family is a big Top Step fan, and we have a farm. We made whiskey that we distribute all over Canada. Would you mind if we send you some?
You send me some. Hold on.
We'll get you,
and you send me your return address. You send me your return address, and this is what I have for you behind showcase.
Celsius. Case of Celsius.
He's making booze too, huh?
Case of Celsius.
What's he gonna? All right, folks. What will he come back with? Yo, Cokes. What will he come back with? Throw it in the chat. What is Michael Patak coming back with in return? A journal.
Journal.
I like whiskey
Some
too.
socks.
And some socks. Yeah.
Behind door number 3 is a journal and some socks.
All right.
I will put them all in a nice backpack.
That's better.
Look at these North Faces, guys. Come on.
That's pretty cool.
Look at
These are nice.
Yeah. We'll get you that address, Netflix. It's very, very kind.
proactive stuff. I like it. Having your own company. I like it. It's a risk taker right there. That's proactive. A risk taker that's proactive. I like it. You will hit success someday.
Johnny, where'd you get that number? Off the site?
We got a number?
No, somebody in chat came up with it.
TopstepTV at TopstepTV at Topstep.com. Send it. Anybody else who has their own business, send it. I'll wear a hat, and plug it, and then maybe we work it into something else. Maybe it scrolls across the bottom or something. I would say
Michael,
super stoked.
I've had a couple people email us wondering what kind of swag you want. So hats is what we should be trying to go for, you think?
I'm a large, and a hat would be also large shirt, hat. I don't know.
You got it.
Got some other
We'll
stuff.
work it out. We'll get some stuff.
Those are the two things.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Is this it?
No.
I'm seeing U.S. unemployment rose 1.3% year through March 2024. Is that
Seeing
it?
that on
Coming from BLS,
Financial
right?
Juice, but there's no revision on the list out yet.
That's not a revision. Nick, what is this? What is going on right now? This is what. Get your tinfoil. Did you go?
Classic, government data release. Why would we expect anything less than it not to be a complete, shit show?
Yep. Did you run this morning, Nick?
I did a quick 4 miles.
Quick 4 miles. Are you a Hoag guy?
The sun doesn't get up quite as early now towards the end of the summer as it did. Like it used to be, like I had plenty of light at like 5:45. Now it's like 6:30. I'm getting that light, so I kind of have to shorten my run a little bit to come on with you guys.
Do you listen to music or podcast or nothing?
I usually do music.
What's on your playlist? I have to ask.
A little bit of everything, mostly like rock, country, a little bit of electronic stuff too. Just kind of depends on the vibe in the morning and the weather too.
Yep.
You ever listen to piano in the background?
I do on like a bike.
There you go.
Adam Balkin says Andre is so lame. LOL. Thank you, Adam Balkin.
Yes, he is. Thank you. Finally,
Mr. Price Action Outcast.
That's a good one.
Somebody was asking about a 10K club. We are building that out. Check this out. We got these embroidered. This is soft leather. Handmade. I was on a trip in Vietnam and they were doing it. And I go, hey, start doing it here. And so they did this. Very, very cool. Zipper on the inside, all that kind of stuff. Soft leather. Put it over your shoulder, go on the airplane, and everybody's going to think you own first class. There's that. Then there's this
Shop
one.
at home.
Toiletry bag.
Good Top Step.
Nice.
Toiletry bag.
Crew number 5 minutes. Look at this. A little show and tell.
So these are
And then a bag tag.
payout clubs.
in a bag tag. You can say in here, I'm the boss, and then put your phone number, and your bag's going to get back to you if you ever lose it.
That's cool.
It's where you put all your broken golf clubs.
Yeah, right.
Well, I've just been scalping this range like a maniac on NQ and have now hit max profit in 10 combines.
Have you really?
Yeah.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Not just trading 5 lots.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been trading
profit,
5 lots in the
profits.
house account. House account.
Well, this is not a strategy I would be rolling in the house account where you guys are looking for a bigger trade. This is me scalping 10 points with 5 lots to build a combine and build a little bit of cushion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We were doing 20. I mean, we've been doing 20 and 30. We call them scalps, I guess, too. So we're up $8,000 for the week, which is nice.
So far,
though,
so good.
Yeah, though there was some opportunities. There's some opportunities today that the 23s were just beautiful.
23s were nice.
Yeah, lost trader. We see that.
Selling 39s. SSS sold 39s up top there. And ES, that was a nice one.
Yeah. Hey, guys, grab Trent Evans' message and go talk to the folks that are doing the boxes for Payout Club. Got a 5K hat. He's almost at 20 grand. You got to take a payout though of 10 grand or 20 grand of total payouts. It's our incentive. It's how we incentivize you to take a payout, and then we're going to start dropping the forms in just on TopstepTV. It's really the benefit of those that take money out, pay themselves, and tune in. Is the lucky folks that will be getting cool stuff as they hit those big tiers.
What's the plan for the Century Club?
100K.
Yep.
We were actually going to give. I have a house in Chicago. Give that plus like tickets and a tour of the Chicago Board of Trade. We were thinking like in a flight up there. That's kind of what we were thinking. I don't know. Somebody said. Well, then also to meet like some of the folks that are in Chicago, the coaches.
Thank you, Dolby time. Emery takes a
The
short
rest
from
of they could have the rest of my golf clubs.
The ones that are not bent.
Ones that are not bent. Well, that's why you've been missing the ball because they're bent. I'm like, yeah, sure.
All right, Eddie, when EIA comes out, we'll do that one.
Hey, got about a minute and a half here. They're looking at negative 2.2 million. Prior was a positive 1.357. We shall see. We shall see.
This is
Nick, you do get a pin. I don't have my cowboy hat here, aka Aspen hat here, but I have pins on the back of it that they give you if you ski a certain amount of days here in Aspen. That the lift or the company, Aspen Ski Company, gives you. It's coveted. You know, if you see somebody with them, you're like, damn, he skied a lot of days. So we took the same type of their metal, their little pin. You know, you can see them putting on your lapel or whatever. And we have a 5K, 10K, all the way up to 50. 50 is like an all gold one. I don't know what the colors of the other ones are. Maybe it's 100K is all gold. But it's really cool. They're really cool. And it's a pin. It's a little so. Those are those come in the box.
The 100K one right there is sweet.
We got the 100K on the screen right now,
guys.
Michael. Yep.
Look at that, guys. If you walk around with that, I don't care where you're at. People will be like, whoa. Yeah. Like, you don't need to sit on a Lambo. You need to wear that around. That's the real validation.
Tell that to Lambo Raul.
Tell that to Lambo Raul.
That's Nick's boy. All right, we got EIA coming out here in about 20 seconds. Lambo Raul. It escaped inmate
right
arrest.
now, 7363.
I wonder if you go down to Miami, if you just start driving around, how many FX license plates there are down there.
Crypto Bros.
A ton of that.
They seem to be breeding down there.
Yeah, they do.
Here we go.
It's pretty much as expected. Far from it once again. Negative 4,649,000 for our crude oil inventories. They were looking at negative 2.2, coming in at negative 4.6. Gas inventories, they were looking at 1.8 negative, coming in at negative 1.6. And there you have it. Once again, skewed numbers for our crude oil inventories.
All right.
Wrong again.
Wrong again, D. Oil did pop a little bit, topped out at $73.98. We were trading about $73.60 before that number came out. As D said, wrong again. Again,
Now we wait for business to settle down a little bit after the number, and then we're going to see what we got.
Hey, pretty cool. We got 5,300 people watching right now. 5,300 people. Very cool. Click like, click subscribe. We did cross the 115,000 subscriber mark. He's continued to grow organically here. Pretty amazing, Michael.
I don't think we've been trolled today. So that means we have, hold on, how many people are in?
I have. A little bit.
5,312. Okay, 5,311 people are cool.
Cool.
Is that one person? They said you're lame. Come on, it's like you suck.
Isn't that trolling? What's trolling then, Michael?
I guess you're right.
Hey, MP, we're talking with our friend Mohammed from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Also put a check mark down for a brick and mortar trading shop where traders come and...
Yeah, well, that's what I have here, and that's what I have in Aspen, and that's what we have in Chicago. The one in Chicago isn't open to the public, or not to the public, to traders trading with Topstep, just for the internal team. Yeah, there's something there. I do think there's something there. Like, we have a lot of people in certain areas.
You used to have that apartment that you used to offer up back in the day. Do you remember?
1,200.
Yeah, well, no, we still have all that. We still have that. That's kind of what we're looking to see what we can give away. It's kind of been when Airbnb kind of first started in like 2008 or 2009. I started putting I had a few places I put on Airbnb.
Look for
those are the ones.
Here we go.
Is the number finally out?
I don't know. I'm looking for volume spike. The ladder definitely wiggled.
Crude oil, 79% long here in the tilt. The rest of these markets pretty much on the fence.
All right, just saying the number came out.
Sort of like around a 50-50.
I mean, this number of -4 is bullish technically, because it means that we have less stored crude oil, but so far it's still hanging inside the initial balance, so that needs to change. And again, we might have a possibility.
Numbers out. At least the chat saying numbers. Numbers saying minus 818,000. 800 minus. Seeing the chat on repeat.
I still haven't seen it in Financial Juice or anywhere.
No.
Yeah, where is the guy seeing that? Like, chat, where are you seeing this?
It's finally off.
You tell.
All right, MP, 56.12 downside long. We can catch it.
It's on investing.com right now. Minus 818,000. There was suspected that it might even be as much as 1 million. But that's pretty bad.
You were close.
Yeah.
And is bad news going to be good news?
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Well, this is so dumb.
Bad news is going to be good news. It means rates are probably going to start heading lower sooner and bigger.
All right, Michael. I don't know if the number's out. It sounds like some sites got the number, other sites didn't get the number. BLS hasn't really. What is going? What is this bleep show?
Whoa! What was that mean? What?
Biggest botched release of a number ever.
Here we go. Well, preliminary estimates and non-farm payroll benchmark revision would cut March 2024 levels employment by 818,000.
All right, sound
4.5%.
Okay.
Is bad news good news?
That was
okay. So the S&P still wants to stay strong. The Nasdaq got its first little glimmer of hope, fell off, and the S&P still stayed strong.
All right, it is out. Yeah.
It's still not on Financial Juice. I don't know what they're doing over there.
Yeah, they posted it on the news front.
So if we're going to range bound, or I mean, and Nasdaq is staying strong.
Yeah.
What do we got? What's the team say?
I'm with you there. I see a range in 15 minutes in ES, a new range. So that will put us at longs around 56.24 half roughly.
What's
And
JD?
potentially
JD,
shorts
what's your
around
team saying?
56.42 half.
All right, let's get back to trade.
Dolby, what's your team saying? Eddie, do you have any updates? Hoagland?
Yes, Coach Jay of Team E-Money says lean hogs up 2%. There you go.
Get my Stetson on.
Trading them piggies.
I pushing higher, 56.37.
Anne Marie just a few minutes ago said she's shorting 19,900, looking to go back to the support at 19,860. But that was a few minutes ago. So,
all right, 19,900 right here, right now. All right, we're pushing higher here and everything.
Buy
New highs. Yep. New highs, S&Ps. 56.42. Look at the Topstep daily levels. 56.42. Team Bulldozer, Hoax Heroes, higher highs. Keep them coming. E-Money, keep the levels coming. The ES and NQ are pushing higher. New highs.
I got 31s up here, Johns. What do you have? 31s. 19,931. You have it as a number. It's on Topstep levels.
and I'm frozen here for a second. Hang on.
56 or 56.
Yesterday's
46.
high.
35.
It was probably yesterday's high. Well, yesterday's high, regular trading hour session was 925.
Well, we ran yesterday's high.
5%, 935. That's that 935 number is 5% off the all-time high, Michael. It was pretty close to the high from yesterday as well.
A check mark for 935s.
Here in the ES, we are at yesterday's highs. 56.
We've broken out of the IB high in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. If we continue to hold up there, you know, this could either be a failed upside auction or an indication of further move to the upside.
All right, looking for a pullback here. Guess the longs would be 19,900. Take a long there. Support becomes, or resistance becomes support. Look at the floor. Here we go. Boom. Yeah, Mick, go ahead. Go ahead, Bulldozer.
Update from Team Bulldozer from the captain. He's looking at a floor from 900 to 910. Looking along from there, targeting 980 from along between 900 and 910 in the NQ.
All right, MP2 check marks 910, 900, 910. Pullback 5640, 5640 in ES. All right, cool.
Crude buyers on the run up, breaking the 74s here. Tilt 80% long.
910 resistance 1. All right, we got 2 check marks for long and 910 MP in the NQ risk.
All right.
Just to find that risk.
So Coach Jay is looking for a pullback. That's 5640 for a buy in the E-mini S&Ps. That takes us kind of back inside the initial balance, but that's what we're seeing here. Just a couple of minutes ago. That's Coach Jay.
Right.
Mickey, one of our guys is looking for long in that area as well.
Captain. Okay, cool.
5650s, Stallberg.
5640s.
2 check marks, 900, 910. NQ risk. Do about 20 points for now. Are you using your hotkeys to execute, Michael?
Yes, sir. In center. I got a one lot queued up so I can go filled.
Rapid fire. All right, cool. We have what's this?
Yeah, I think the entertainment value of that one's pretty high.
Yeah, you were itching to use it yesterday. I can tell you that. Your new toy. You got your new toy out. Got your new toy out of the box, like a kid on Christmas.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, my guy Hobbs is saying now that the E-mini S&Ps have cleared the prior day high, He's looking for a target, which is a zone up to 54.75, all the way up to possibly 56.68.75. Big range there for a potential target, but because we took out the high from yesterday, as long as we hold that, he's looking for a continuation move to the upside.
The captain moved his floor up to 922 in the NQ also. New floor, 922. That's a target long.
Sweet. Thank you.
It didn't hit that.
No, it did. I don't know.
Hold on, did it hit 22s? It did hit 22s.
Oh, we could have bought 22s, but we were looking for a pullback to 10. And like you said, MP, I think the pullbacks are going to be super shallow today. They have been so far. Yep.
The floor moved up after the pop.
Okay.
The team bulldozer coming at you, MP. Team bulldozer. Crude still rallying. Just popped above 74s. Last trade $74.02. High today $74.16. Yes, just hit 56.50. My goodness. World was ending about 2.5 weeks ago. Here we are, 56.50s in the ES. NQ powering higher here. We are targeting 20,000 in the NQ. Last trade 19,960. These are all highs on the day. 77% long crude, 69% long in the NQ, 64% long in the ES as we continue to power higher here. Where do we get our pullback? Where do you
weekly
get it
kickoff high in the NASDAQ at 19,974.
74s?
Yes, and that's in the NASDAQ. We're already above the weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps, which have been much stronger. The NASDAQ was much weaker on the way down. And here it is.
70s, wow. 70s.
There it is.
That's not to take long. My goodness.
We have a 970. Weekly kickoff high, 19,970.
To the tick.
Coach Jay's liking this right now. NQ finally closed the gap from July 23rd. So lines are looking good here.
974 is weekly kickoff high. We're breaking out above it now.
We're at it, I would say, if you're zoning it.
Every session range high, 20,000s. 20,000.
For sure.
Michael's personal account will be short right now.
Yeah, obviously, you think sellers would probably come in at 20,000 even, just for a quick scalp.
Mm-hmm. All right, what do we have?
You got check mark at 20,000, average session range high, MP. Have to be light and tight, though. Ain't gonna be a home run trade.
That's just the level on the daily levels, right?
76% long NQ. Yeah.
Did you just pick that because it's on the daily levels, or was somebody talking about 2,000?
Daily levels, average session range high. Average session range high.
I got that, but we ripped through other ones too. So I'm just wondering if you're putting a check mark on arbitrarily or on each one of them, or because somebody said it. I'm trying to understand.
Coach Ray.
It's a big fat round number too, at 20,000. Everybody's going to be looking at that number.
Okay, so you got that. You got it. We got it here on the high of zone 6. Does anybody else have it? Besides the fact it's a round number, your teams?
Psychological. Yeah.
Okay.
Still pushing here in ES. 56.55.
Yeah. I've got Coach Ray from Hoag's Heroes, 20,000 average session range high.
Yeah, that's on the daily levels.
Yes.
Stocks. We do have that, yeah. $19.9. 76%, 75% long. And then on a pullback, what backfill did we have? 22s? 922?
22s. Yeah.
I'm short 54s in ES.
Short 54 ES. How many times, Nick?
6 times.
Short 6 from 54 ES. Thank you.
Okay, weekly kickoff.
Not recommending anybody fade this yet, but I'm giving it a shot at the option wall that I talked about earlier. So tight stop.
I was wondering where you were getting that, but that's from the options wall.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
Eat one.
Might be a quick pop. Might be a quick pop in those 20,000s.
Average price of all the longs.
They're in the money right now, right? They got to be in the money.
887. Yeah.
That works. I'll buy that. I love 87s right now.
I'd take that.
Yeah, it'd be very nice.
Yeah. Got some positions up money.
We got some other top levels here in ES. Hoag's Heroes. James is looking at the 5683. Coach Paul Nasdaq, 20,014.
Cool. All right, so we got a couple check marks up there. Thank you, Paul. Got Paul, Ray, Big Fat Round Number, and Tilt. 2014. Thank you.
Brooksy's looking hands off right now. He doesn't like anything right now.
You know, 2014 short.
Coach Paul looking to take profit. Okay, Coach. Thank you for explaining that.
And that last trade, 19,976. Dow shot out of cannon, 41,085 last trade. Two highs there.
Just a little clarity. This 19,974 weekly kickoff high was based off a naked point of control from somewhere in the past. If I were long and I had multiples on, I would lighten up here just to see if we're going to see any continuation or if it's going to turn around. Because it's a target. Naked points of control are generally a target. Once in a while, they can be decent opportunities for executions. More of a target here. But, we're having a little bit of trouble holding above it.
All right, backfill to 22 MP. Check mark for a long if we get to 22s.
Right. That option wall and holding, rejecting. And I would look to take full profit probably around the initial balance high on ES.
Nice.
54.
Which is
nice.
Right around 44s.
Yeah, it'll be a classic auction fade.
I'll probably take off half there if we continue to get some downside momentum here.
We got 44s in the S&P. Help me out. Summarize, Dre.
22s, Michael. 22s.
Yeah, what's S&Ps?
Temporary
I
floor.
don't have S&P level. I'm focused on NQ right now.
Temporary floor in the NQ is rising. Give me a second to get an update.
Nick, did you say 45s?
Yeah, it'd be roughly 44, 45. 44s.
22
IB high.
Basically.
IB high would be a decent pullback because it can provide support.
Here we go. 23s trade.
S&P at yesterday's high.
Lets you limit risk too.
Here we go. Coming in the 10s, MP. Coming into the 10s. Nice trade at Nick.
I'm already long just 6 from 24.
All right.
One would say that's a little early, but we're going to get to 10.
Long 6. Risk these 19,900.
So I'm trailing.
Nice trade.
Okay, I took 3 out at 43s.
God,
great trade, Nick.
Thank you.
Almost ready to move out of zone 6 already. That was quick.
Floor moved up to 22. Long 6 from 24.
I'm long 9 from 24.
Right, I'm holding the rest of these. Stops the profit, but I'm going to hold these.
Back inside the initial balance now. That's not good.
Yep.
We got 97s as a stop. Tell me if that's going to be an issue.
I like it.
Long 10.
Long 10. What's our average price?
24's bad.
For 24.
I'm doing my hotkeys and I went to cancel all, but I hit flatten all, so I'm going to be moving that hotkey away from the cancel all button, and then I put it back on.
All right, my stop is basically in for like a $3,000 profit total on this trade, but I'm going to let these run as runners in case we do completely fold back into the range.
Captain on Team Bulldozer is long at 916 with a 900 stop. Target of 32.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Jesus criminally.
Wow. You have 19,865. 19,865. You like longs there? Check mark.
I'm flat.
Nice trade.
4,700 in my live.
Nice trade.
Emery,
oh yeah.
Emery likes 865, 885. Average view up.
This whip looks like it's setting up to be a range-bound day now.
So is this a pullback down to VWAP? There's a 70s, there's a 60s,
wow.
there's a 50s.
No, this is going to break. This is going to break out of the 30-minute opening range. Probably initial bounce low. This does not look great for buyers.
No. Brooksy didn't like it around that area either. Yeah, we're bumping here.
Oh, I paper handed this too.
Never.
Yeah. We played the pullback. Didn't work.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, so
it's probably going 5,600 SPX, so 8 points lower.
We like 12 still in S&Ps. I like the buy
if it firms up, if it wants to continue.
Yeah, they just ran through everything.
Crude back under the 74s here. Sellers intact. 73.69 last.
Boy, they just smoked it.
We still have levels around here. The market is moving. 850. Yesterday's value point of control.
850. Emery adding. Still bullish. 850.
832 is a point of control. Pivot.
850.
Back in the
when
zone
it comes down to
there.
these, yeah, if you guys are looking at the daily levels, do help me out on what it comes up to and just name it out.
Damn.
Doesn't mean we're
Coach Mint says VPOC right now. 850.
What does that mean? Oh, value point of
just
control.
ran right through the 850s.
Ran right through the 850s.
Smoking everything.
Ran right. 19,820 now.
You got smoked on that one.
Which Paul's pivot.
Emery.
826.
826 right here, right now.
It's a pivot.
At the S&Ps right at the base of the late spike from Monday. That was 56.20. It's the volume point of control from yesterday as well.
What a bulldozer.
It's cheap.
ES and NQ both bounced right off of settlement price. 09 in the NQ and 1975 in the ES. Almost to the tick.
Wow.
What
we
are
are
your
down
teams
100
saying?
points off those. We are down 100
We have a
points off
neutral
those.
day.
We bought those 20s. We got smoked.
So we have a neutral day now across the board. In equities.
The base of the
Look
late
at
spike.
S&Ps.
Basically settled.
526. Gap high. Coach Vince.
We got a Hoag and a Eddie. What Eddie, go ahead.
All right.
No, go ahead.
55.26 gap high, 814, 815 from Coach Vince. We're right there right now. ES 56.26. 55. I'm sorry.
Excuse me. What was that?
I don't know. We got to come on. We got to be concise here. We got to be quick.
Yeah, and then Hoagland, what
19,835 and 19,835 last trade in the NQ. Emery team higher highs like longs from 850 here in the
Do
longs.
we want to go to my screen so I can help the chat understand what I was seeing in that trade at the basically calling the highs? So I had talked about this like right when we came on air, right when the option data populated. So if you see this bigger line here at 5630 on SPX, that was the option wall, the gamma wall that I was describing that was going to act as resistance to the point where you're going to need a lot of force from buyers to push above that right now on the intraday. And then you see the larger gamma wall down 5,600 here across the board. So it made sense that we would kind of rotate back down if we couldn't hold above 5630 on SPX. And that's exactly what we did.
We could kick off
So
high.
I'll keep sharing these as I can, guys, and keep tuning in on Sunday nights, and we'll go more in depth on this.
We could kick off high with 19,970. You would have taken value point or point of control. That was a nice weekly kickoff high level, John.
974 to be honest.
Yeah, if you want to look at these have all the top step levels on them.
Yep.
Paused on this one, paused on and rotated or pivoted on the 74s. This one, the first one was 930s. Little pause. And then the 970 range. Sold off.
Still like 12s? We still 56.12 in the ES.
56.20 is the base of the late spike, and it's real close to settlement. It drove right to it. It's basically sitting on there right now. If that doesn't hold 56.12 as the weekly kickoff low, that might be that could be another opportunity to look for a long, because we looked above the initial balance. We're looking below the initial balance. There's a high probability, as he said, that this may just kind of turn into a rotational balancing type of day. All depends on, the response from traders and investors from that money, from that release. But right now, that base of the late spike from Monday settlement is holding as support. And if we just kind of come back into the initial balance, I'm expecting it to go back to just kind of range bound or balancing or whatever you want to call it. Like Dee said, we've traded both sides of the initial balance. Probably going to be remain somewhat range bound. So that 56.20 base of the late spike, basically settlement from yesterday, putting in a degree of support here.
56.20.
It's yesterday's VPOC, right?
56.20 MP got check mark there.
Yeah, it's the volume point of control from yesterday. Yes, Eddie, that's correct.
Talking ES.
So we got some confluence there.
And
cool.
To come up with another scenario that speaks to shorts, maybe we have a value acceptance potential as well, special situation play where we fall back into value, because in my charts I actually have value high, value low, a little bit lower than that it was showing than it's showing on the actual Topstep platform. I mean,
crude seller's strong.
Few takes out. So yeah, if we accept value, yes, we could do the neutral day because we extended the initial balance on both sides. But if we accept value, there is scope for further downside to rotate through value. But obviously settlement would have to give way. And if we're going to do that, well, then value high from the inside at 56.28 and a quarter might be a good idea to look for further shorts. If they through them, then it's a possibility of a neutral day, range bound day. So those are just some couple of scenarios for longs and shorts.
In what market was that? I was trying to follow that.
S&P. I'm looking at S&P because NASDAQ just gives me, heart attack moments.
So we bounced right off 600.
Everything just got cooked.
So far, it's the
range.
We have
28s right here is a level. 56.28. 56.28. Sorry, I'm looking at S&Ps. 56.26 to 30s.
You guys want to look at my chart for a second?
Please.
So this is on the 5-minute chart. Let me put this on the 30. So the base pulled the late spike. Well, the base of the late spike is that 56.20.25. It's also settlement from yesterday. It's also really close to the point of control from yesterday. So there's 3 levels of confluence there. I mentioned earlier, I said, I'm still long the S&Ps if we can hold above this 56.20 base of the late spike. It looked below it yesterday. It kind of closed right on it. So it's still in play. So when we got down there, that was a nice opportunity for a cheap long if we were going to look at the overnight low, which would have taken us possibly down to 56.17.5. I mean, we were looking at 5 points of risk on that. And then, the next opportunity would have been down at 56.12 if we were still looking for longs. But this base of the base of the late spike, settlement, point of control, all in that area, confluence. I don't know if it's going to hold forever, but it did provide a pretty decent bounce of 25 or 6, 7 points so far. We don't know what's going to happen, of course, but it's that level I was looking at earlier.
On the, did things change? So, or would we be looking to get short the rips higher? I'll be right back.
Good question.
I mean, D, you might agree with this. I think it really depends on if we just did open the next 30-minute bar back inside the initial balance. More range bound probability for that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The only time I would consider for the shorts is if we are leaving single prints to the downside, and then you have those single prints to kind of guard you against further upside moves. Right now, we don't have that, so
100%.
Seller stepping in here.
It's all market generated information.
Might be sell rips.
But
Go ahead, D.
Yeah, there is a chance of the value acceptance. That's the only danger here. Because this is a strong move. Like, I wouldn't.
Damn.
Yeah, it is.
Necessarily be, yeah.
Or selling. Back to these 20s.
Settlement again.
Yeah. Pushing the bear here in crude around
still got the check mark for
settlement.
We still got check mark for 20s, Hoag?
I would like to see overnight low be pierced first, Andre.
Thank you.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Very nice.
What's that price? 56.19?
17 and change?
17 yeah, 18, okay, cool. 17.75 maybe.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Because then the long makes sense if we fall back into the range.
Nice. Okay, so we got check.
Otherwise, look out below probably.
Yep.
03s was a new low. 07s, 09s was the prior one.
They smoked it again.
19,080.
Overnight low, 56.17.
Crude on yesterday's close, 73.09.
Yeah, I'm looking at crude around the weekly kickoff low and also average session range low at 72.60 for potential euro close reversal. So that's a zone that I've been stalking all day. Don't want to go against the release, so I want to see a good pullback and then some reversal if I'm going to do anything with crude oil today.
Tilt 66% long still here in the crude.
Really?
Tilt 55% long. Tilt 55%
51.
long.
Ouch. Yeah.
Dre, on the second time down.
51. They're not in the money.
Yeah, not so much, Hoag, right?
Dre, on the second time down to 25.33 in gold, that was the opportunity to buy it there.
Yeah, it was. What a level. It's a new floor. What's the new floor? Unbelievable. All right. Overnight lows.
Would be a short around IB high, IB low, around 25.43, because that's where we tried to go back to and then sold off. And yeah, there was a spiky opportunity that would have been, maybe a little bit difficult to catch because I was watching it as it was happening and it was very fast. But yeah, a short, because we have a one-sided auction still in gold. So 25.43.4 was the top for the move that was quite bouncy.
Tilly, let's see. Okay. Who just said that? Tilly?
Buyers are stepping in.
Okay, yeah, no, Benelli Hawk. Tilt was wrong. Look at all the buyers at the top. Man, hindsight capital, of course. Yeah, it's not right or wrong. It's not. There's nothing about it that's an indicator. There's nothing. It's just a data set that's up to you to figure out. Now, I would have said, like I always say, that a majority of people get one direction, fade it. But that's also, I'm a huge contrarian. Now, you also could say that, well, they were long the whole way up, which they were. So did they get paid? We said, remember, I when I was trading the 970s, and I go, they're 100 handle lower on the average. I said that literally 7 to 10 minutes ago. And the market just completely sold off below
Smoke City.
their average price. Something
Smoke City
is there. Something is there. Get Topstep X, watch Tilt, annotate it on your charts, put notes on your chart, and you too can learn if this is something helpful or not. but just because everybody's long does not mean that the indicator, that the tilt was wrong. Just means that it's telling you that information.
I'm leaning with D. This looks like a range bound type of day. It seems like volume's still low at this point, and options are going to rule because we're just ping ponging the two largest strikes on the day. There's nothing else happening. That's what's moving the market today.
Okay, what do we have on the? We have a level right here at the 58s. We have a VWAP at the 58s. We have 67% long. What's the other teams all saying?
FOMC, at 2. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll pull that.
So if it's a range-bound day, if it's truly a range-bound day, VWAP is going to be more a target than any sort of a starting point for trades because it's going to be in the middle of the range on most days. So therefore, if it's a range-bound day, we need to focus at least on the top and bottom quarters of the available range.
Okay.
If not even deeper.
So it's not at VWAP. On my 5 minutes.
Yeah. VWAP 19,861 in the NQ last trade. 853. All right, we'll watch this market play. I'll keep pulling the levels from our teams. In the meantime, I'll throw it to JD. JD, what do we got for stats 1 today here on Topstep TV?
We're gonna start with some low-hanging fruit today. I was in a personal fast market before the markets were in an actual fast market. So we're gonna start with some payouts right now. What do you think the over/under on yesterday's payouts were?
600.
That's what I was gonna say. I'll say 610.
We're quiet right now. People are back in school. Less traders trading at Topstep right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 600.
P&Ls are smaller. I'm seeing all that, and that's the summer trade. Summer trade to me is kind of here right now. But go ahead.
All right. Well, here's the actual number. You guys were close, just a little under. 652.
Okay.
312 total payouts. 312. That's a good area code. Average payout over 2,000 again. So we did not average over 2,000 yesterday. Average payout yesterday was 1,700. So more payouts yesterday, lower average. Less payouts today, higher average. All right. You want to see yesterday's biggest payouts?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I took $7,000 yesterday. It's not me though.
Wow.
43 Adrian topped the list. Adrian pulled money out of 4 XFAs. Adita out of 1 XFA. All these traders will pull money out of XFAs. Julian, 1 account. Matthew, 5 accounts. And Ishimwe, a single XFA. Almost over 14 grand out of a single XFA. Those are yesterday's top payouts.
Adrian.
Nice.
Good one. I got it. I caught it. Anybody else catch it?
Bulldozer.
Adrian.
Bulldozer.
What do the teams have up here? 19,850. It's bounced off the 20s.
Yeah. Well,
bounced off the 20s.
Thank you, Gabe.
862 is VWAP.
Yeah. And then 20s. So 5620. Bounced off that. Good 9 handles. 10 handles. 19,000 in the NASDAQ. 19,865 was that last little pop. Trading 50s. 19,850. I was trading 55. 65% long tilt. Yes. 60% long NASDAQ. What's Cap say? What's the other guys say, guys? Anything?
You got Dakota in the chat saying he's sitting short in the NASDAQ from 855 looking for a breakdown below 800.
So you got the 55, you got Dakota short here. You got the VWAP 60s. 62.
Yep.
What is anybody's team saying?
You got the captain saying current floor in the NQ is at 839, stacking orders around 790. He's going to let it play out and see what happens when we get around that level.
790s?
839 current floor, stacking bids around 790 right now.
839 is 20 handles away. What do you guys like? Do you guys like any shorts on this one?
We're still having trouble kind of getting over
855.
Was it Monday's high right now? 631 and change.
A check mark from Dakota short right here.
Yeah, this could be a reoffer. Maybe right around 31.
Check mark from Dakota, 855.
We're short 5 from 61.
We'll take those. 19,008, 61, check mark Dakota.
We're short 10 from 65.
Let's do this. Short 10. 65.
Yeah, I like that second fill better there, MP, than the first one.
I know.
Please sell this off.
The 70s
We're in the
made
ES
sense.
Team E-Money. Brooksy likes these shorts at 56.32.
Ah, crap. Everybody likes shorts right now.
No good?
I've seen some passive buying stepping in.
Oh, man.
Trent also shorts on the VWAP here in the ES.
Mm-hmm.
It's likely to rotate back to IB high in both of them.
We need this. We need this before. We need this info before we get in these trades. We need to find out reasons why this trade will work. When we get in, we find out reasons why it's not going to work. It's easy. We need to stop.
Well,
we need check marks in real time.
I didn't give a check.
I didn't either.
Ticked out.
Whatever it matters.
Ticked out to the tick. Watch this. 80s. There's your 75. Those would be your 70s. There's your blah, blah, blah.
Neutral day.
Range bound.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. 80s. That was an 80. That was a 86. 86. You're going to do it to us like that, huh? 86.
The Music Man saying he likes, he's long to 900 in the NASDAQ, which kind of gets us relatively close to the IB high. Hopefully that plays out for you, Music Man. And Marie's taking a little break. She killed it this morning. She's taking a mental capital break right now. She's on a 5-minute break.
Counting her money.
Gold. Coach Vince likes gold at the moment. 75% long in the crude, 63% long NQ, 67% long in the ES. Markets are moving. Long, it sold off. Short, it rallied. It's going down 10 grand right now.
Coach Vince, why are you only liking gold right now?
Yeah, what are you seeing
The
gold?
only market I like right now is gold, Coach Vince.
Those 33s.
Okay.
Okay, keep pumping here. What do we got left? What do we have here on the docket? 3 announcements. We got some more stats. Big day. Can I go over the schedule today? Give the guys in production a heads up that we're gonna go over the schedule for today. This is Fast Markets, so pull up that graphic if you guys are ready back there. Fast Markets right now. Then we got power players coming up next. Oh, Jack. My bad, Jack. We'll wait for Jack to get back. Last trade
86 still hasn't ticked past 86. 35. So it's 15 handles off the 20s. 56 20s in the S&P. That was a great call. Good stuff, John. Right back into the range. Played a short. Played a long on the way down, got ripped through. That was just a screaming sell-off. Played a short on a pretty solid bounce. Wrong.
Cool, James. All right, let's go to the schedule for the day today on this Wednesday here at TopstepTV. Fast Markets, we are doing fast. There it is. Yeah, opening call. Already got through that. Fast Markets in bold because that's what we are in. Power Players coming up next. Myself, Adobe Time, and a new guest on Power Players, Carlos P. Then shoulder tap, Jack and Mick. Got to watch that. JD and Hoag in group coaching. Then we got Patience with KV with JD and myself, as well as KV. And, of course, we got Power Hour, Dolby, myself, Hoag, and Coach Dakota. We'll follow up with him. And then at the buzzer, Coach Jay and Coach Paul making his debut on At the Buzzer. Let's not forget about slow markets in the evening. And, of course, the following morning, we got London Open with the lovely D. That's 3:30 a.m. Central Time, 9:30 a.m. London time. Make sure to tune in for that. A full slate ahead of us today here on Top Step TV. Thank you, James.
I'm trying a little gold short.
Okay. What price, D?
What is this? 2542.2. Just a one lot.
All right. Thank you.
So basically trying to look for that bounce from the initial balance low that we rejected 1, 2, 3, 4 times before.
What in the Nasdaq and the S&P? These are pretty big moves off the lows of the day session.
Basically settlement.
Settlement, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So you got the 890s, 19,890. What did we? It was the 08, so we kind of hung around or respected, I should say, this morning. Sold off. That was a big sell-off. Then it rallied like a banshee.
Green banana versus red banana. Did yours your name used to be Stacking Bananas? Where's Stacking Bananas been in the chat? I haven't seen Stacking Bananas in a minute. Green banana versus red banana.
I think he's been working a day job for now. I think I remember him saying that. I could be wrong. But I think I remember him saying he'll be in and out.
Awesome. All right, good to know. Stacking Bananas will still be back. Dow coming right up to VWAP.
It's a great name.
It's 40,978 right here at VWAP. Buyers still stepping in.
Looking into gold, Coach Vince looking short gold, 25.4250. Yeah, right there, right now.
The 19,885. 19,008. What on the daily levels? 883s, low of the gap. 910s, resistance. Yesterday's high is 931.
Interesting stat here for you. This is the first day that gold has not had negative delta almost through the entire day. Right now, delta in gold is positive 400.
19,008. Okay, we got 83s and we got 10s. Anne Marie was just talking about 880s to 876s. Flat VWAP. 901, great test above 901, great test above 901. So 19,900. Anybody have their team saying anything on this bounce?
I think everyone's taking a breather right now. I think we got to recalibrate. We're just creeping up higher
Seems
here.
like sellers are trying to initiate here on NQ, but coin flip. And they're above VWAP, so but they're trying in the 80s. No, maybe they'll get the flush.
Sounds good, JD. Keep me posted. Ooh, keep an eye on the gold right here.
Bulldozers. Dobie, your team.
Dakota still likes shorts here.
Who does?
Dakota.
Dakota likes shorts here. Who? Anybody's team saying anything in the 70s? We're not trading the 70s.
Sellers did step in.
We'll have to get JD if he is. I'm in right now because speaking of day jobs, at some point there's going to be a Series 3 coming up.
Your microphone quality is exceptional.
I hope at some point there's a VIP update. Those need to be happening because there's a lot of good action happening over there. 150 people were invited.
Growing.
Three different teams of 50, 50, 50. Everybody got a coach in each team. Well, I mean, sorry, a team of 50 got a coach in a private Discord. If you got invited to the VIP experience, you got a free 100K for 6 months, no monthly. You got
you get some market information here from Jay. Okay. Jay says 19,881 is the short from the gap from the 23rd. Decision-making area there. Under that gap, it's a short. It's wrong if price gets back above 19,910.
910,
30 point range there to kind of sit in it, but there's a look at something Jay is thinking 19,881 for the short. A lot of
Ian
risk.
was talking about the 901s.
Okay.
As is a great test above. I don't know if I don't know anything because it could go wherever. So never mind.
Cool. All right. It is about that time. 10:21. We got 9 minutes till the Euro close here on Fast Markets, but we got some big announcements to pass on to this amazing audience, amazing viewership. Eddie, what do we have to announce today here on TopStep TV?
Well, my friends and fellow traders, TopStep Discord. All right, like what we're doing, want to interact with a lot of traders. This is where we started, and we built Discord up very nicely. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Click on that. If you are not a member of Discord, please join up. And also, TopStep 6 days a week. Yes, count them. We're looking to fill that 7th day, but we don't know what yet. We've added Sunday night programming, 4:45 p.m. Central Time with the market kickoff with Nick for a tick. 7:30 slow markets, Coach Dakota. And we've recently added, yes, that Coach Jay. You hear the comments coming from, good levels coming from at the buzzer each and every day of the week at 3:15 Central. So once we shut down here, we give you a little time to take a little break and come back on for Coach Jay. So we got some images at the buzzer. There it is, Coach Jay. And that's what I've got right now. Andre, back to you. Right. Sorry about that.
Andre's using the announcement time as a time to step away. If the market's not moving, we can step in real quick and do a little knowledge test, if that works.
That'd work. Let's do it. What do you got for us, Jack?
Series 3 time.
Oh, boy. Here we go. There it is.
All right. Welcome back, Andre. You're just in time to get your knowledge quiz with the Series 3. As we've mentioned, everyone at TopStep is taking the Series 3 in the next 2 months. Hopefully, we all pass with flying colors. Today's question is from the vault, from deep back. Let's see if you remember it. Here we go. The most important economic function of a futures market is to A, reduce price risk, B, competitively establish forward prices, C, attract speculators to give liquidity to the market, or D, assemble, standardize, and grade the commodities traded.
I voted.
Ooh. This is the most important. The most.
I voted.
Important economic function.
Do not vote for the second most important.
Economic.
What? What are these markets here to do?
Yep, this one.
Hey. What's one?
You got A's coming around.
A is the first letter in the alphabet. So when I put up a 1, I mean A.
Oh,
I think a better answer would be transfer price risk, but A, reduce price risk. That I think is the answer.
Both still.
Me.
Oh,
that's what I voted for.
Exam instead of taking it. All right, let's see what the answer is and take down the poll before Hindsight Capital gets in there. It is A. A futures market typically reduces risk for the commodity. Choices B and C are not the most important functions of the futures market. They are characteristics that should make futures markets operate efficiently. Thanks for playing.
It's all because of farmers, right? This whole thing started because of farmers, Hoag, and their crops.
Prices.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's how this whole thing started. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, we're trading back in the night. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
Go ahead, Michael.
Trading back in the 19,868s, Dakota liked the long. We got stopped out of the 19,986s. It traded up to 92s, 3s.
Hey, we got 5 minutes before the London close.
Sim Dakota still likes to short. We were short from 68s, 61s, and 68s. What do we like?
I don't. I think it's no trade. I think it's no trade for a while, Michael. I know. You don't want to hear that, but we're down 11. We're over 2 and down 11 grand. I don't know what to say.
Middle of the range, Euro close on deck. You got to at least wait.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Gotta be patient.
Not here, especially not here. Like, there's no entry here. Back in the 80s, when we were saying sellers were trying to initiate, I mean, you could have taken the stab, but.
All right, JD, if you're ready, jump on in. We got some stats too. We're doing good on time though. 10:26, 4 minutes till London close.
Yeah, for sure. Let's start with yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here they come.
Okay. Let's see this.
Lost them 1 second. Here they come.
Thank you.
Yesterday's best. Yep, got him. King ripped it up, trading the NASDAQ and S&P, $7,241. Our guy Bulk around back. This guy just keeps, he won't go away. He's always on this list. Another big day trading the NASDAQ and S&P, over $6,000. David A. and Rips, our guy Rips, both trading the NASDAQ. 4,600 for David A., 4,003 for Rips. House account, that P&L is just a little off. It should be... There's a bad copy and pasting job, but house account is on the list again, $4,078 from the team. That includes everyone out there that is providing levels and helping us find some confluence in the markets. Nice job to everybody there. All right, while I update the this overlay for XFA P&Ls, we're going to take a look at a win from our VIP challenge. James, you got that image?
What's this? Oh, cool.
So on Coach Vince's team yesterday, Trader Dave, trading in the Topstep VIP challenge. We showed that overlay describing what the VIP challenge is, but this guy has been doing great. He's taken only 2 resets on this account since July 18th when he opened the account. Passed this current reset, this current account that he's in, started on August 5th, passed it in just 14 trading days, less than 14 trading days. So he's doing really great now, moved into that XFA. We've actually got 27 traders that have passed through the trading combine in the 100K account for the VIP package, now trading in XFA accounts. That's a quick update. We're going to have a couple more updates on the VIP guys going throughout the day. So stay tuned for those too.
Put up the visual on VIP so everybody understands what it is. Thank you.
Congrats, Vince, and to Trader Dave.
2 free resets a month. Yep. Trader Dave only used 2. He's been in it for over a month. So he had the opportunity to use 4 resets, only used 2.
So you guys see it right there. That was 2 free resets, 6 months. So this will be something we will be inviting more folks on. Please don't ask. We're just going to drop it in.
They tried to in-hook you. They tried to in-hoke you earlier for some free stuff. I don't know if you saw that in the chat.
Signal win case.
They tried to in-hoke you in the chat. Oh, really?
Sigmachis.
Oh, man.
So we'll be only on TopstepTV. We're going to drop things in here and be like, all right, the first blah, blah, blah. We'll be inviting people here shortly. We're not adding anything to Topstep support team weight, which means you're not seeing any fire drills. You're not seeing any coupons or whatever you call promo code, whatever they're called. And no VIP invites right now. We kind of flooded all that. And we're giving support the opportunity to get their head above water, which they are. They're shortening up their response times. And then in October, we have a completely new tech stack. Our tech stack right now is pushing at the seams, so much so that you will get breaks discrepancies in prices or balances or billing not showing up or accounts not being created. All that world will be fixed. And then guess what? We have 100 support reps that are going to be twiddling their thumbs. No, they won't, but they will be getting to you instantly. Instantly. We beefed it up. We're like, hey, should we slow down? I go, no, get it to 100. Because once we get it to 100 and October 1st happens, we will. You guys ever remember Southwest Airlines pick up the phone? Hey, I want to fly to Dallas. Okay, cool. You want this flight, that flight, or this flight? You know how cool that was to get like a phone instant service? I find a ton of value in it. So directed the team to, we're going to invest in that. Team's big, support team's big, new tech stack. And you'll go from our AI, which will hopefully help you out, deflect or answer or whatever you want to call it, your questions. And if you need more, you can will be instantly transferred to a better support rep, a live support rep at Topstep. So all that's coming.
MP offline. Eventually, I'd love to learn what CX tool, CRM, whatever you guys kind of established or rebuilt or ripped and replaced or built off of a code base. Be interested to learn.
Yeah, the secret sauce. Yeah.
I'm sure I know the secret's there. That's like I said, offline. You get my wheels turning when you start talking.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know that world, so I would probably put you in contact with somebody else because I have no clue. Yeah.
I can give you a Delta update here in the equities.
What is it?
Delta in the S&Ps is now negative 1,300. NASDAQ, negative 1,300. We saw somebody in the chat here that was just talking about kind of seeing like some bids being stacked up underneath here. And that would be congruent with some negative Delta. So we may be starting another divergence, Andre. Might be fun for Power Hour.
Okay, guys, can I get an update from whatever you guys are saying? Dakota, are you short still?
Still in the chat, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are just stuck in the middle of the range. We're literally on the point of control on NQ for the day.
We do have FOMC minutes meeting later on, which may or may not be impactful, but a lot of folks are probably waiting for that.
A 20-year auction too at about 90 minutes as well. London close just happened. We got that in the rearview mirror.
Team E-Money, Brooksy's short here at 56.34 in the ES. Looking for the 56.14, stopping at 56.40. That's where it's stopping.
In the chat saying he is still short. Average 868.
868. Look at those guys.
There you go.
Damn it. That's good. It's good trading. House account got stopped out by 8 ticks. We would have had to hold 8 more ticks. Heat to be in this one still. We'd be short from 65, though. It's not like we're that much in the money if we're still short. Looks like we got some folks on your teams, and I didn't see Dakota. Yeah, I'm short, 68. So we got some people looking for this to rotate over again. That's the bounce thus far. That's what we just saw.
Tilt here 69% long in the crude. D, are you still in that gold trade?
No, I took a hit minus 613, but I am long crude oil, and I actually realized I was using the wrong combine for that because this one's supposed to be just crude. So yeah.
Got a nickname your accounts.
I did.
Oh, you did.
I did. I said naughty crude. Did not.
Naughty. Yes. Yes. There's FOMC minutes. Pip shirt. Thank you. FOMC minutes, not the FOMC rate decision. So the minutes from that meeting.
Nice shorts, guys.
Selling off here. 19,000.
Green banana, red bananas. Short. He says he's got a 20-point stop on it. I'm assuming that's the NASDAQ.
We got last trade 19,008 for a low of the day in the NASDAQ. 19,790. range here. We got who's it? Brooksy short from 34s. Did I hear him, Eddie? Did you say he's targeting 56.14 downside?
Value area low 56.14.75. Yeah, and Brooksy's stop is up above at 56.40. So sitting pretty right now. It looks like a possibility. Thank you, Brooksy.
Yeah. Gold creeping here.
Man, it really wanted nothing to do with those 900s, did it? 19,900. We were talking about Ann saying 01s if it tests.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Coach Jay was saying 910s.
We were so ready to sell those 20,000s. 20,000 would have been nice. We did go to front kickoff high. What's up,
Jay was saying 880s with a 910 stop. So
that's what it was.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what it was. That was a pretty good spot.
Thanks, Gabe. Goobermacher says 19,900 is coming now. We got about
Raul, you guys are trading combines. We're not. We trade the house account live. You will see Nick for Tick on here, Deanna, any of the regulars on here will jump from combine XFA to live. I think Nick, you put up $4,000 in live today. So you're going to see them manage their day in a way that they stay in tune with the markets, but yet are able to keep moving themselves down the field, so to speak, at Topstep. So to each his own, but that's what you're going to see. And they will. We do want them to say what account they're doing it in to help you guys all know how they jump from account to account, so to speak. Sometimes they don't, of course.
So to me, it's a matter of market conditions, right? So we are in August and we are waiting for FOMC. There's like a number of things that I normally would not put live money on. And this will be the time of the year, last couple of weeks in August, you get a lot of whippy price action. And sure, you can find opportunities, but actually for most years, I would actually take the entire August off. And that changed during COVID when we actually started getting really lively summers out of nowhere. Last summer was quieter than this, so this is not normal. And for me, I don't want to risk anything ahead of FOMC, ahead of inventories in August when things are going to be whippy and possibly not playing into the statistical relevance that I want to see. So I'm just using combines right now. And that will, that will change depending on the time of the year, the market conditions, what sort of ranges are we working with, how is the market behaving, and what sort of market state you have. So that's something that plays into my decisions of whether I'm going to trade live or not.
28 iceberg.
So maybe that's helpful.
Hoag, you seen icebergs at 56.28? Someone in the chat here says iceberg sitting at 56.28 in the ES.
There's 300, 200, 200.
Nick,
looks like a small amount someone was trying there. Like I'm talking like less than 200 lots. So nothing crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well.
Thank you.
They didn't get much of a chance down there to get anything done.
That's true. And Brooks, you got a chance to get those 34s again in the ES.
On a short.
I started trading yesterday.
So 34s in the S&P.
Oh, yeah.
We have a lot of guys that are short. The reason why I'm asking is because we have people in positions that are short. So if it retests those areas, house account joining that is gets behind their belief.
Green banana versus red banana. No short, fools. Who the hell calling shorts? Are you guys crazy? Well, I don't know.
Depends on where you're short from.
You looked at the chart recently.
It depends where you're short from.
You look at this 200.
I see a lot of red. I see some big red bars. I mean, Nick for a tick got
Yeah.
Look for a
I mean,
tick
I
on
had to
short
short
the highs.
today. There's always
Yeah.
a place to short in the market. You just have to be strategic with your exits, since the natural bid that exists and just the uptrend that we are currently in. If you do it like me, you can do it safely. If you're trying to short for a limit down day, you're going to get hurt every single time.
Yeah. I mean, it's still off 180 points.
Yeah. I still think it's see profit, take profit on shorts, and it's let your longs ride until the regime really changes. And that's what we've been in since the Bank of Japan day.
Yep. So they ran that number up just to sell it off, or they ran it up off the number just to sell it off. Interesting. All right, JD, if you're ready, finish up those stats. If not, just let me know in Slack if we're ready or not for those.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes. I'm putting the rest of the leaderboard together right now.
Sounds good. Thank you, JD. Let's trade NASDAQ 19,852. VWAP 19,862. S&P stuck in VWAP as well, 56.33. Dow doing the same thing. Everyone's stuck on VWAP. Gold right there as well. Crude did see that sell off, about a $1.40 range, $1.30, $1.20 range there in crude. High today, $74.16. Gold. What's up with gold?
Gold took me out at VWAP.
Nice. Unreal. It happens. It stinks though. And yeah, take a look at gold. Gold got about a $30 range. Trading from 25.28 low end to upper end to 25.58. Last trade 25.46. Like D said, we're right there. VWAP.
Dakota, you still short? Who else was short? You guys recall who else was short?
Brooksy. Right here.
Brooksy short.
Yep.
Dakota, Brooksy.
Still 50-50. Yes, 61% long.
What's Cap saying or doing?
Nothing here now.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going to probably lock up. Oh, now we're moving.
Yeah, Brooksy's still short.
Buck Z, when I say they ran it up, I'm saying the overall market ran it up.
You don't mean the Fed
buyers,
market
the Fed,
makers.
Yeah, they.
The Goldman interns.
Yeah. Yep, still Dakota's still short.
Dakota's
Looking for a
still
break.
short.
Yeah.
He's getting the move.
Looking for 800s.
This is that middle of the day where the market just kind of dies and just gets very difficult to take a trade or to even like hold a trade with conviction. Even if it does move in your favor, it's just slow.
It's the time of day when we all just we should take a deep breath. Be patient.
Hey, Hoag, question.
For the next opportunity.
What two deep breaths? There's a technique to release stress. So if you take a really deep breath and then take another little one and then release. So that is like an immediate stress release. So you fill up your lungs, sip a little bit more, and then exhale.
Or take a big drag off this water pipe.
Man. Hey, question here, Hoag.
Midway.
Hoag.
Here.
Hoag. You might. I know you get to this maybe once a week, but we have some new viewers looking for more information here. Josh Norman in the chat says, "We talk about iceberg." Hoag, would you mind defining iceberg and tell us what iceberg is?
Sure.
Yeah, we talk about iceberg all the time. To get a stack of papers, we'll go to the Hoag one shot here because this is a great example of what iceberg is. So let's go to the one shot of Hoag here.
Okay.
And we'll hold on. Let's get you up here on the camera, and we'll do that. You got you on there yet? Not yet. This is a great. This is a great example of visual as well.
Iceberg is a lettuce.
Iceberg is a lettuce. There we go, Hoag. Thank you. Good job, guys. All right, cool, Hoag. So what's an iceberg? We're talking about iceberg orders. What's iceberg?
Okay, so I am a big player, and I have 20,000 contracts to buy in the S&Ps. If I put an order in, and this is that stack of orders to buy 20,000 contracts, it's going to show on the dome and it's going to scare the heck out of the market. Nobody's going to want to come near it. It's a huge bid. Who is going to sell into that? So what I do is I take a few of them and I leave that bid in there. And as soon as that bid is filled, I put in a few more bids. And as soon as that bid is filled, I put in a few more bids. And as soon as that bid is filled, I put in a few more bids. And as soon as that bid is filled, I put in a few more bids. And as soon as that bid is filled, I put on a few more bids. And as soon as that bid is filled, I put in a few more bids. I put in 20,000 contracts, 15, 17, 23, 57, 8, 19, 47 at a time so that nobody sees that there is this large stack of orders there to buy in the dome. So more get filled, I put in a few more bids. Those get filled, I put in a few more bids. Those get filled, I put in a few more bids. Those get filled, I put in a few more bids. They call it iceberg orders because when you see an iceberg in the water, you see maybe 5% of the entire iceberg. You only see the very tip of the top of it. It's when there's a large order, large trader that is trying to hide their activity basically from all of the shorter time frame traders who are going to be the ones that are going to be selling into that bid. So you just have this large order that is hidden and placed in little bits at a time until the order is finished. Now, let's say the shorter time frame traders get the idea like, hey, we keep selling this thing and it's not going any lower, and they drive price a little higher. If I still have more to buy, I'll just move those bids up and put them in a little bit at a time, 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 until I either finish the orders that I need to execute, or the sellers give up and say, we're not going to making any money here. Let's get out. They bring price higher, and then I can move those levels higher and higher throughout the day. Delta gets increasingly negative. The short time frame traders get shorter and shorter and taking more heat and more heat as price goes higher. And at the end of the day, if they're all short time frame pea shooters like us, I got to go home flat. I'm going to have to turn and buy it. So that's basically the premise of the iceberg order is
I think
it is a large player that has a lot to execute, and they do it a little bit at a time.
I think what my friend is trying to say is you see these orders right about here. And you're only going to see a few.
Perfect.
But there's a shitload of things happening way below the water.
Yeah.
Way to go, John.
It's incredible.
But it also can roll over to the great traders that are out there and what it takes. You may see this. You may see this with Nick for a tick or Dakota when they come on here. Top guys that are on the leaderboards. But you forget about all these things that they're probably doing. Well, this one down here.
Boom.
This one. Boom. All this doubt, criticism, discipline, all these things. Dude, this hangs right by my bathroom. I have to look at it every day.
I know what that is.
It was gold.
That was pretty much the best iceberg explanation I've ever seen. If you don't know what iceberg is now,
Hogan Patak, yes.
Yeah, if you don't know, now you know. That's exactly what it is. So when these guys say, look out, we're running into an iceberg, it's very interesting to see if who's going to win that tug of war. Will the iceberg win, or will the little pea shooters like us win? Typically, it's
for a little more
that
clarity, wins. Jerry Stanton is asking, how do you know it's an iceberg? Well,
how do you get more clear? No, I'm joking.
Well, here, this has to do with Delta and how we can see it. How do we know it's an iceberg? So if I have a lot of orders that I stacking a little bit at a time at one level, market orders are the ones that are going to be hitting those bids. So you'll see Delta get more and more negative without price being able to move lower. You think about market orders selling into bids, that should bring price lower, right? But if it doesn't, and you see a lot of negative delta in a certain area or at a certain price, that's where you might be able to spot iceberg orders.
Excellent. Great stuff, guys. Great stuff. Great explanation. All right, guys, we got 8 minutes left here. It's going to throw it to my man. That was all.
Nobody played a Titanic analogy in here or anything?
Well, there is
we need that like iceberg right ahead sound effect.
Yep.
Although you can, if you miss a long against icebergs and the market's getting away from you, you can go, come back.
Yeah.
Come back.
Big Ben said, if you want more clarity, read up on the Titanic.
Read up on the Titanic. All right, I got to throw it to my man JD. We got a couple sellers in the house. JD, go ahead. Let's finish up the stats.
Plowing through these before I get booted out of Emix by the next guest. Here we go. Here's the bottom half of the top 10. Wuju still hanging around. Wuju made 16 grand yesterday, trading in 5 XFAs. Marco moved up from 9th place yesterday after a nice $10,000 winner. Henry is new to the list. Henry jumped from 17th place up to 8th after making 10 grand across 5 XFAs. Nick for a tick still hanging in there. He took a payout yesterday. A nice job, Nick. Still in 9th place on the leaderboard today. Nicholas A. dropped 13 grand across 5 XFAs and dropped down to 10th place. Eddie, give me a drum roll.
Is that a typo with the XFA? I don't have an XFA.
And roll out.
Was it? You're just on live right now? Okay.
I only have a live.
Here is top.
Wow!
All right, starting at the bottom, Kane made about $1,000 and held on to 5th place for another day. Brian P made 5 grand, moved up from 6th place to 4th place. Drayton also moved up a notch after a $1,000 profit yesterday. Chung had a rough day. He lost about $37,000. Lost a couple of XFAs, but he did have a few XFAs in his pocket, so he will be back again tomorrow. We'll see what his balance is after that happens, after that accounting clears. And Rafa made $1,000 in his live account and is pulling away from the rest of the pack again. Rafa sitting comfortably in 1st place. There is your leaderboard for today.
Man. Thank you, JD.
Nice. Good job, guys, with
You
those
did
shorts.
Yep. All right. Got James. James, we asked for some hashtag fast markets shares from our awesome viewers, our awesome community here at Topstep. Did they deliver today, James?
They did deliver, including our own Jack Pelzer made this one this morning after Eddie was sent to the Phantom Zone.
What happened there? What?
It was a brief moment. Eddie froze during opening call. Very reminiscent of the Superman movie. But from our actual, that is what happened.
That's what happened? Whoa.
From Purdue, this price action is why I locked up the XFAs right when I got up this morning. Every FOMC for me is a no-go. So nice lockout on all of your Express funded accounts. That's how you do it. That's how you preserve capital. Trio Trader. It's time for fast markets on TopstepTV. Why be bored when you trade? It's tradertainment at its finest on TopstepTV. Couldn't agree more.
Cool.
I love that setup.
Yep.
I love the drum set too in the corner. I just noticed that.
Oh yeah, how about that? Very cool. Nice, cool. That's cool office. Nice setup.
There's nothing my parents loved more growing up than my drum set. From Carl Hungus, Johnny Garcia's Grateful Traders. I know it's not pretty, it's not sexy, but it's trading.
Hoag likes that one, yeah.
Oh
Good
man,
job,
I miss Jerry. That's
And
awesome,
then,
Carl.
One last thing, Andre, with help from Lost Trader, who helped set me up for this. Can you? It's an easy layup. Do you know?
I know this one. I know this one. Yes.
You know this one?
I do. Bye. Yes.
Andre, I just want to tell you that
98 degrees.
It might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye.
Baby,
bye.
Michael's favorite song, his favorite boy band in the late 90s, early 2000s.
JT, if I could have dated him, I would have.
This is a good one. That one I got. Well done. Thank you, James. All right. Coming here to the end.
We have two things, Dre. I want to answer some things. Banking at reset. Somebody just asked about that one.
Oh, yeah.
That is coming in October. When I said the new back end is going to do things that are going to make our team's lives a lot easier, your life, your experience a lot better, it's also going to give the ability for everybody on Topstep X, every time you have a rebill, no matter how many accounts you have, it will bank those all into a hopper, wallet, credit, or whatever you want to call it, and you can use them on any account you would like. That is the bee's knees. And nobody does that. That is coming. Good luck to everybody that I gave a head start to, that we're doing it in the competitive world of prop firms, because there's no way you're going to keep up with that or get it done by then. We will have it done in October. The next thing we will have done Monday is something
cool. Monday
that is
wow.
No, that's an October release. When I say we have the support and the new tech stack and all that, that's going to be that. So that's coming in October. So stick around. The next thing is really, really exciting for some folks that are like, why, I want to set my own personal loss limit, things like that. There's going to be an announcement being made next week for Topstep X folks only, that they will be able to do some pretty flexible stuff, aka empowering you to manage your risk however you feel on the downside. Now, I'm going to leave you with that. But tune in next week. That's going to be very cool. And then be here in October and next week for the banking of the resets. That's going to be coming.
Man,
these are like really, really cool updates.
Got it. All right, well, that's going to wrap it up here. We at Fast Markets. We're going to wrap it up with some appreciations. So I'm going to throw it to my man, Michael. Michael, what are you appreciative today?
What am I appreciative of? My mom. What?
Really?
What?
I love you thinking about this.
She just drove in. She's I think they call them. There's snowbirds, but then there's horse birds. I don't know, like people that drive around in horse trailers that have campers that are horse trailers, the long, all dialed in camper trailer horse thing. And she travels all around the country doing this and meets up with Facebook groups that are all at one spot in Montana, and all their horses, they go horseback riding together, all that kind of stuff. She just came in. So this is her driving through town. It's kind of like the circuses in town, but it's my mom. And I don't know. I love her, so I appreciate her.
Very nice, very kind. And I'll throw it to D. D, what are you appreciative for today?
I'm appreciative for the dog perfume that is arriving next week, so looking forward to that.
Excellent.
No, but on a more serious note, I'm appreciative that I can share my experience with everyone. I'm appreciative for having a crew to talk things through and to talk levels, because this is what we all love to do, and it's great to be here. So I'm appreciative for the Topstep community, who always mostly asked pretty good questions. And it's great to be alive and just to be doing what you really enjoy in life.
Thank you, D. And Nick, for a tick, what exactly are you appreciative for today?
Today, I am appreciative for the non-sitting on a rented Lambo part of this community that actually offers their time and energy to educate and teach. If it wasn't for folks like that, I would never learn how to read gamma exposure and options and things like that. That is the only reason I probably had such a good live trade today. So I'm thankful that I'm actually able to then continue to pay that forward to the Topstep community and just traders that have reached out and have been, wanting to continue to grow their learning and their, trading expertise. So I'm glad I have a platform that I can continue to do that the way it was for me when I started in this world.
That's awesome, man. Good stuff. And myself, I'm appreciative for segments like we have upcoming next. We're going to meet a new Topstep trader here named Carlos P. All right, Carlos P is a funny trader from New York State. He's been trading for 8 years, been with Topstep for over 3.5 years. In the last 2 months, earned his first 2 payouts. So I love meeting new Topstep traders here with the community. Really cool. Let's get to know Carlos on the other side of this. We got power players coming up next. Let's go. Ooh, that was a doggy. Yes, making his debut appearance here on Topstep TV on Power Players, the man in the middle, Carlos P. Joined by my partner on the right over there, Dolby Time. Carlos P., welcome to Topstep TV. You are now an official Power Player. Awesome. Thank you. Welcome to the show. Carlos P., tell us, how did Topstep find you, and how did you find Topstep?
Well, guys, I'm glad to be here. Awesome opportunity. This has been a goal of mine since Topstep TV started, and I've been training with Topstep, so it's an honor to be here. So thank you guys for the invite. But as far as how I started, so I started trading when I was around 18 years old. It was a time where I just graduated high school, and I was looking for different ways to make money. And my dad had mentioned, because he was also looking into trading at the time, he had talked about trading stocks and looking at the markets. And so we kind of started at the same time, when I was 18, which was pretty cool. And to this day, he's still my trading buddy. I know you guys,
nice.
stress the importance of a trading buddy. And I can say, for one, it's awesome to be able to say your trading buddy's your dad, right? But he's been a great support for me and helped me in my trading journey. So shout out to Dad. He's awesome. And he started trading with Topstep recently too. So hopefully we also have him on here. I guarantee eventually he'll be on here telling his story as well. So that would be pretty cool. But yeah, so we started trading at the same time, and we were just addicted to it. I mean, we were looking at, trying to find news releases to see what was going to be the next big mover, trying to catch, big moves. And I remember, I put $100 into a Robinhood account, and I was in a college class, and it was market open, and I was just looking at different tickers and trying to see what to get into as my first trade ever. And I don't really remember the ticker, but I remember I got in, and it was, with $100, I think I made like $25 or something like that. So it was a pretty good return on $100, but it was complete luck. I had no strategy, no system to go into this trade, but I just thought it was going to go up.
That's how trading works.
Did. Basically, your first trade.
Your first trade is always insane, yeah.
So, that experience, knowing that I made money sitting in a college classroom, instantly hooked me onto the idea of trading and the potential that was there, right? So, as I started trading stocks, me and my dad, we had several crazy moments. There was a ticker called Dry Ships that we traded that had a crazy run up, and I remember me and him were freaking out in his office because every morning we would meet in his office to trade. And specifically, Elfin was one that I remember was a stock that on one day went from $4 to $20, and then the next day went from $20 to like $120. And I remember this was like the first like really big winner I had for the account size I had, where I was able to make like $300 using like almost $1,000. And I thought, to me, I'm thinking that I'm the man. I'm thinking that, all right, like I'm good. The minute I get more money to this account, I'll be able to make millions. And you quickly find out that that's necessarily not the case, right? You quickly find out that, you actually need to learn how to trade. You actually need to have a system. And these lucky wins aren't going to, keep you afloat in this game, right? So basically, to make a long story short, I kept trading throughout these years, improving, but, I didn't necessarily have a lot of money in my trading account. So, my gains weren't that crazy to begin with. You have the PDT rule in combination with that. So it was just, as much as I loved trading, it just wasn't something at the time that I saw, over time I saw that, it was going to take a while to build up, right? So I started my career as a financial advisor, and then I kind of took a break from trading. I missed that, but I still had a passion for it and still wanted to get back to it eventually. And just I thought of, using my career as a way to then fuel my trading account and hopefully, take off from there.
Why'd you take a break? Was it like personal reasons, or like, was it market related?
It was just, I was starting my career, right? So I had finished college, starting as a financial advisor, also working with my dad. He was a financial advisor. So it was more so just kind of focusing on that transition and trying to make, money there and kind of set myself up, and then be able to get back to the markets and kind of do what I love to do, right? So, and when I say I took a break, it was a few months where I would take maybe one trade and then wouldn't trade again for a little bit. And then, like that, it wasn't like a complete separation from the markets. And I was still keeping up with different things that were happening in the markets. But then COVID hit, and being a financial advisor during COVID, trying to sell insurance was extremely difficult, obviously, because you couldn't see anyone. And because of that fear, right, of what's going to happen, no one really wanted to spend money on insurance products, right? They didn't look at it as, something necessary.
Were you doing life insurance?
Yeah. So I was doing life insurance.
I It makes sense now. Yep.
Listen, I mean,
on Earth.
I personally didn't like it, right? But there is a potential to make a lot of money. You can't knock it too much.
Yeah.
You know, the people that are good at it and, you know, you have the connects, it could definitely work out for you. Me personally, it was just something I was trying to use to get back to doing what I love, right? So I truly didn't love it.
I had a cousin who said selling life insurance is the hardest way to make $50,000 a year, but the easiest way to make $250,000.
Yeah, I mean, you could have one case make your entire year and that be that, right? But yeah, I mean, it definitely is a stressful business, and it's not for everybody, and it definitely I didn't enjoy it as much as, you know, trading or anything like that.
Such a hard job.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. That's why, again, give props to my dad because he's done it for almost 30 years now, and you know he's been doing it well. So, but you know, so at this point, I'm trying to figure out, all right, what am I going to do, right? Because I need money. I need to figure something out, and that's when I ended up finding futures trading on YouTube. I was watching just random YouTube videos on different trading strategies, and then futures came up. You know, something that I actually had never heard of up until this point, and I saw it. I saw the potential. I saw kind of, you know, the idea behind it, right? And just visually, I was hooked, right? I was hooked in the idea of being able to trade the same product, right? Because I used to hate having to look for new stocks every day and not knowing how this individual stock moves and the tendencies it has. So I love the idea of being able to sit in front of the same chart every day, learn its tendencies, learn how it moves, you know, and just really master that product, right? So
what is your product? People want to know.
The NASDAQ. Yeah, I trade the NASDAQ. I've traded ES. I've traded ES here and there, but I mean, the NASDAQ to me is the best. Is the best. It could definitely give you a heart attack, but it's a good heart attack. So you need
a good heart attack.
Die by the keys.
Yep.
Exactly. So yeah, so I put money into a TradeLikeKV account, right? It's sim traded for like a little bit. Doing really well, thought, oh, this is easy. I got this. Let me just put money into account. So I put $3,000 into a TradeLikeKV account and blew it up within a few days, right? It was gone. And I mean, I was trading nervous. I was, you know, once I started seeing the losses and how quickly that can scale, it was just like I completely lost any idea how to trade. And I ended up losing that $3,000 immediately. And that was very disheartening. That was very discouraging, right? But even amongst that, just the feeling of, oh, well, if that was reversed, I would have made that money. That is what then kept me to be like, all right, well, this is something I have to figure out. This is something that I have to try to master, right? So I kept sim trading, but then I fell upon Topstep, right? This is where I fell upon Topstep. It was early 2021.
Yep. How'd you find us? But you might be going into it right now.
Yeah. So I, again, watching YouTube videos, trying to learn how to trade futures and trying to find a strategy that fits me. I ended up seeing a Trades by Matt video where he was talking about his experience with Topstep and how he, how he trades their funded accounts and everything like that. And I'm like, just looking at the model to me was just insane because I'm like, you know, for me, I have to risk my own money. And if I lose it, then who knows when I'll be able to put that type of money back to be able to support trading, right? But here's a program that I can invest, you know, a few $100s at the time. It was, you know, a few $100s. And I can get way more of that in return in funding. And if, let's say, I do blow up, well, I only lost a few hundred compared to me losing 3,000 in my real account.
Yep.
Right. So to me, it was a no-brainer.
Mistakes.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. Right. And to me, it was a no-brainer to say, like, this is something I have to pursue. Right. I have to make this work. So I started trading, you know, with Topstep, and you know, I was very motivated, and I think trading with Topstep definitely increased my passion for trading because it showed me the way to success. Right. With the rules in place that were there and just, you know, the way the program is, you know, set out, you know, from the start, it really showed me, you know, for one, how to be a disciplined trader, but then also the potential that's there once you become that disciplined trader and success you can have, right? So, you know, definitely for one, Topstep definitely shaped, you know, the way I trade and that discipline that's there, which every trader needs. But it was still difficult. Even with those guidelines, even with the resources that were provided, it was still extremely difficult to even pass. I mean, the time I started trading, it was a time where there was 2 steps, right, to get to a funded account. Oh, yeah. And I did the smallest account level. I did the $50,000 account level. And I couldn't even pass the first step. You know, I mean, there were, in the beginning, I mean, I was just blowing up every day, just like, you know, constantly in the red. Then you start to see, all right, well,
for you?
I mean, I just think I didn't have my process set out, right? I think I still needed more screen time. I needed to figure out what worked for me. And that's something that I'll get into later as far as, what traders, struggle with. And I think it's, developing, their own system, right? You look at a lot of influencers and a lot of traders online that show these strategies and be like, yeah, I made, 10 grand, 15 grand today using this basic strategy. It's so easy. All you gotta do is follow these 3 simple steps, but then they try to do it and they lose money, right? So I think that it's important to, yes, you can take these strategies from different influencers and different YouTubers, wherever you may watch. But in the end, you have to form it to how you see the market. You have to form it to what makes sense in your head, and kind of pick apart their strategy and see what works and what doesn't for you. That's very important, right? So I think in the beginning, it was just that struggle, right? Trying to figure out, well, what works for me? How do I see the market? And what is my edge, right? Trying to find your edge. So it was definitely difficult, but what I noticed was, over time, right? A few months, it was like, at first I couldn't pass the first step. I'm struggling to even get $3,000 in profit, right? Then all of a sudden now I passed the first step for the first time. And it's like, wow, like it took me, let's say 3 months to do this, but I'm here. You think you're at the height, now this is gonna, everything's gonna work out. And then you fail a second step. And now it's like, okay, now I gotta do this again. So you bunker down, I bunkered down and tried to, going at it. And it was something that took me a long time. It really took me a long time to do. And it's something that, I want to tell traders is, don't compare where you're at now, right? And how you trade now to people that are, let's say, on TopstepTV, people that you may see online, right? That say, I've been trading for 3 months and, I'm already making money. I'm already profitable. Or whether they've just been trading for a long time, they don't say it and they're profitable, right? That's all you see. You only see the profit. For me, it took me a long time, even just to pass a combine, right? And, was that discouraging? Yes, it was extremely discouraging. But, you have to fall in love with the process. You have to fall in love and have a passion in general just for trading. And for me, that fire for trading, that passion I had is really what kept me going, right? With goals I had in mind, right? I mean, when I set out in trading years ago with my dad, we both had set out goals where we're like, one day we're going to be like those influencers we watch where we're making thousands per trade and making thousands a day. And it's something that, we do as a living, right? We set that out.
Speaking of which, Ivan Ramirez in chat says, hey, Carlos, I found Topstep on YouTube and it was a video in Spanish, but there is not so much Spanish content or education. I believe you can be a good support for the Spanish community. There might be an opportunity for you there. YouTube
there
Spanish
might
influencer.
be. There might be. I mean, I haven't thought about that. I mean, granted, I don't do any trading content, but it's definitely something now, right? I've considered.
Not yet.
Not yet, right? There's a start for everything, but yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that being something that can definitely be cool, even just for Topstep, right? An avenue to pursue Topstep, where that could be something where we have Topstep TV, right? But even if it was, enabling subtitles for other people who may not understand, or having specific programs in place where we can also have those type of traders take that and, run with it. I think that would be great.
That'd be cool.
But yeah, so again, trying to speed up a little bit, I passed my first combine, right? In total, passed it. I was excited, extremely hyped for the new week because I actually passed it on a Friday. So I'm like, Monday is a new trading week. I'm going to start with the funded account. Like, this is going to be great. And I instantly blew up. Instantly 2 days out of my funded account. And I remember this was one of the, bigger blows I had in trading, where I remember I just sat down after the second day after blowing up and just thought, what took me, 3-4 months just to get here, I blew up in 2 days, and now I have to restart what could take me another few months to get back. It was like the thought of having to put that much time, that much energy, emotion into what I'm doing again was difficult. It was extremely difficult to come to terms with. And, even though it was difficult, again, that passion I had for trading, I went through that moment of grief right that day where I was just upset and everything. But what did I do the next day? The next day I woke up, I bought a new combine, and I was back at the markets, right? And that is, the biggest part, I think, in my journey that I can say is that resilience and persistence to keep getting up after, you go through streaks of losing, or after you just, at the beginning, I couldn't win at all. Still pushing through, and a lot of traders, get discouraged when I've been trading for 6 months and I still can't pass a combine, or I passed, but I can't make money in the funded account. This is a long game, right? This is something that's going to take time. It's going to take screen time. It's going to take effort. It's not something that you're going to see success overnight, right? And I feel like the biggest reason why people don't see success in trading is because they stop, right? I truly believe that if people woke up every day and just were intentional with their trading, and woke up with a purpose, right, to try to better themselves as a trader, more people would see success over the long term, right? It may take weeks, it may take months, years, but eventually you will get there, right? If I can get there, anyone else doing the same thing, putting that same effort, will get there, right? So that's something that I also noticed was after I failed, I kept going. Now instead of taking 3 months to pass a combine, it took me 1 month. It's like, okay, now I'm getting better, where now I'm starting to see my own progression, right? And although it was hard to see in the moment, right, because you like to focus on the failure and you see all you think is I still haven't been able to make money. I had to look at the zoom out a little bit, right, and look at the picture as a whole and see, well, when I started, I couldn't even pass, right? I couldn't even pass, wasn't even making money. Now I'm having profitable days. Now I'm able to pass, and it's been a month. Now it's been a few weeks I'm able to pass. Now I'm passing within the same week, right? And it's like, as tough as it may be to say that I still haven't made money, I'm seeing my own progress, right, if I zoom out.
Yep.
And zooming out a lot of times to me is also very important, because you get so focused on the now. You get so focused on, well, it's been a bad week. It's been a bad month. But zoom out and look at your journey as a whole, and understand that even if right now you're not where you want to be and you're not where you should be, see that progress is being made, right? And eventually you will get to that goal that you set out for yourself. It's very important, right? So that was something that not only did I try to remind myself, but my dad as well was a huge proponent in that, where I would go to him and kind of tell him my problems in trading and how discouraged I was. And he always reminded me of the goals we set out when we first started trading. It was, to one day be able to say that this is what we do as a profession, and do what we love, right? And he always reminded me of that and always believed in me to get there. And, with that encouragement and also, having my own just persistence to keep going, I kept going, right? And, each time I got closer, each time it was, now I'm in my funded account, and now I have 2 to 3 profitable days, and then I bomb out. It's like, you were right there. What did you do wrong? You only needed 2 more days, whatever the situation was. But I noticed I was getting closer and closer until this June, where, I got a funded account, and, same thing. And at this point, I'm passing combines in a few days, 2-3 days sometimes. And it's just, I know I have it, right? I know I have what it takes to be a good trader, but now it's the mental side, right? It's the mental that, hinders a lot of traders, where I say, like, trading, as much as it is strategy, and, you need to look at kind of what you're doing as, your edge and all that, and figure that out. A lot of it is mental, man. I mean, I know for me, I would say the last, year or 6 months of my trading was strictly mental. Was I able to make the money? Yes. Was I able to pass combines easily? Yes. But once I got to the funded account, things changed. Why? Right?
Yes. What is it? Why? Yeah, why?
Yeah, trying to figure that out was hard. And, for me, it was definitely, the buildup for myself, right? Passing and knowing I'm in a funded account, you build it up mentally, where it's like, oh, like, I can't mess up. I can't. And you start to trade differently, right? Where, you may hesitate, in executing, right? And for me, that was the case, where sometimes I would see a trade play out and that was working well for my system, but I wouldn't execute because I was afraid that, oh, this is the first trade in my funded account. I don't want to start in the loser. So you psych yourself out, right? I think also controlling emotions for me was a huge deal, where, being too emotional about trading is not good, right? You have to be detached from what's happening, somewhat, right? Where, okay, you may be down a certain amount of money, you may, be down a certain amount, but you trust that your plan, right, and your strategy, if you got in at a good entry, you can say that, this is staying true to my plan. Trust your plan, right? Let the trade play out, right? Whereas before I would set a hard stop. Yeah.
Yeah. What emotions do you feel like were the hardest for you when you started doing trading combines? And how have you kind of improved those emotions, or how have you mitigated some of those distractions that maybe were impacting you earlier?
Yeah. So I would say some of the biggest emotions were, in the beginning, it was more so fear, right? It was also anger, right? If I had a bad few days, going to the market now angry isn't good either, right? Carrying the emotions of the past few days, you can't do that, right? That's not going to then make you successful today. So it's definitely making sure that when I face the charts, I have a fresh mindset. I have a fresh perspective on what's happening. Get the bias out, get the fear out, get that anger out, and just trade, with what's in front of me, right? That was definitely important. And then once I started to see a little bit more success, it was trying to rush it, right? Trying to say, well, if I pass the combine in 3 days, I should be able to do that every time. That's not the case, right? Every trading day is different, right? Every trading week is different. So, what may have taken you 2 days to pass may take 5 the next time, and that's okay, right? Being okay with that. So I would say those are probably the 2 biggest things. I mean, there were days where just trying to rush the process, you reset 4 or 5 times, and it's like, just stop trading for the day. It's over. And it's something that you mitigate, right? But sometimes these things still arise, right? Even now, where it's like, you get frustrated and you try to just hammer the market. And it's like, just relax, It's okay. You have tomorrow, you have the rest of the week, whatever it is. And it's like you guys always say, like, trade for tomorrow, right?
Yep.
That's such a big thing. I mean, there were times where, in a funded account where I had a bad day, right? In the day session, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to trade aftermarket and make it all back. And then I trade aftermarket and lose it all again. And it's like, you hit your DLL twice in one day. Why do that? Just take the break, take the rest of the night off, wake up tomorrow morning with a fresh mindset and attack the market, right?
Yep. All right, Carlos, real quick, let me do a quick market update while you tell us your story. The chat's really loving your story. They can really identify with your story, from the struggles to your to your found success, to have get sent back down to the same. Like, people are really identifying with your story, so we're really appreciative. We'll get right back into it, but really quick, so we'll talk about the Nasdaq. Nasdaq did sell off. We bottomed out at 19,771. We're currently on the move to the upside, popping about more than a balance. We're up, retracing here about 70 points now. Last trade 19,847. We got the ES, similar chart pattern here as the NQ, bottomed out at 56. I call 56.13. Now we're up about 14-point bounce now. Last trade 56.27. Looking at crude, bottomed out at $72.11. Last trade $72.30. And gold been stuck in that range. Again, it's about a $30 range. Last trade, $25.44. Stuck on VWAP at $25.45 here in the gold. All right, Carlos, so get us back. Okay, you're now funded, right? Past the combines became more easy. You're now funded. So take us through your journey now that you are funded. You're starting to taste a little bit of success. You're starting to see some success. What's it like when we become funded here at TopStep?
Yeah. So, becoming funded, for one, I mean, I remember when I first got the funded email, I was ecstatic, right?
Yeah, man.
I mean, getting that recognition of being, told you can put on your LinkedIn, you can, basically advertise yourself as a funded trader. To me, it was something so cool to do. And I think, the little things go a long way, right? Making people feel welcomed and making people feel like a part of the team, which I think TopStep does very well, right? So it was definitely great kind of seeing all that, right? But being in the funded account, right? So, once I got my funded account in June, it was like a situation where I'd been here before. I felt like I was at the top of my trading game. And I'm like, just keep your emotions in check. You can do it. Take it slow, right? Don't aim for the stars, right? It's like, start slow, get your first payout, right? And that's pretty much exactly what I did. I took it slow. The first day, I remember I made about like $2,000. And I stopped myself for the day. I think it was like I made it in the first 20 minutes. And I stopped for the day. I'm like, I know I can keep trading. I know there's more action there. But you know what? First day of my funded account, I'm going to take it slow. I'm getting this first payout. So I'm like, I'm going to take 2,000. I'm going to run, right? Next day was a really good day where then I made $4,000. And I'm like, okay, like that was a really good day. Again, stop myself out. I'm out of the market. I'm not touching it again, right? And I did that, and then I got to the third day, which for me, before this was another mental hurdle, because for some reason, and you go back to my statistics, it's like the third day of the funded account was always the day, like the hardest day for me, where it's like, I don't know, I just reversed and I would have a bad trading day and then, would fall out of bed, whatever it was. So it was a really big day mentally for me. And I remember it was another day where, I started down, right, I think like $1,500. And I'm like, like, great, like it's going to happen again. Like you made it to this point and then you're going to lose your money again. But then it was like, you have to filter that out, get those thoughts out and just focus on what's in front of you. Right. So I remember I took like a 10-minute breather where I'm like, I'm not going to trade. I'm not even looking at the chart right now. I'm like, just kind of, get yourself where you need to be and then reassess the situation. And I remember I came in back to the market and, executed a trade I saw and made like $2,500 in that single trade. And it was like, I made all my losses back and like an extra 1,000. And it was just that feeling of like, you can do this. Like, you know what you're doing. Just keep yourself in check. Keep your emotions in check. And like, you can do it. Right. And I think I made like one other trade there, and ended my day up, and I was happy because I'm like, I got over that hurdle. And then the other following 2 days were pretty much similar, and I ended that week up $12,000.
Man,
I qualified for my payout where I was able to get a $6,000 payout. And for me, that was such a huge moment because, for one, it felt like this is the culmination of everything I've been, working towards, and the culmination of just all my blood, sweat, and tears I put into trading. And I was able to finally get my first payout. And not only my first payout, but for me, it was a sizable payout. I mean, I didn't expect to be able to get that much, right? But to be able to make that type of money was awesome for me. And also, to be able to join the 5K club. I mean, when I first started TopStep, in their emails each week, they used to send the new 5K club members. I don't know if you guys remember that. Where like, on the bottom of the email, it showed like the names of everyone who first joined the 5K club. And for me, I remember, again, that was a goal I had in mind where I'm like, one day my name is going to be on that list, right? And although they ended up taking that off the email, but I still had the goal, right, of being able to make the 5K club and then, get the hat and get the pin, which I'm still waiting on. Hopefully comes soon.
It's coming.
But
it's coming.
It was a great moment for me, and it definitely enabled me to then, propel myself forward and continue trading well.
Yeah. So Carlos, I want to make sure that we have enough time here because I think what chat really, really wants to know is you said that you got there, you're making some money, but how did you make the money? So could you go into maybe your trading strategy a little bit? And
I like this.
Yeah. Cool. So my strategy, I don't want to necessarily say it's simple, right? But I try to keep it simple where I don't have a lot of indicators. I don't have a lot of noise, right? I trade with the same indicators I've been trading with for a while, and mostly rely on also what price action is telling me in the day, and just my time spent in the markets, right? I think chart time is extremely important in being a successful trader, and sometimes your brain will see a trade before you kind of mentally see it, right? And it's like you have that feeling of to get in because mentally it's like I've seen this happen so many times that it's almost like telling me like this is setting up to get in, right? So what I use is the main part of my strategy is volume profile. Now, just also quickly, I usually trade on TradeAvate, but I'm trying TopStep X. So I definitely don't have, I think, all my indicators here. I think I'm just missing one. But basically, volume profile is mostly what I use, and the VWAP, right? So volume profile, you have the point of control here, right, which is basically where the most volume is conducted on the day.
What's the number?
It is 19,847. It looks like.
Cool.
So point of control, right, and then you have volume high and volume low, right? So I'm still trying to get used to this view of the volume profile because usually it's just a straight line. But I like to see. I think this kind of shows a better picture of what is actually happening. It's dynamic, right? Usually in charts, it kind of just snaps up and down. This kind of shows you where it may have went up and then where it may have came down, which I think is
that's
pretty
cool.
Yeah.
How did you set that up? Is that just like a default, or is that something like a special VWAP?
So it's a volume profile. So it's just one of the indicators I was on here, and these are just the settings I use. So I just include the point of control and then the developing, volume lines. So basically, that's where you get these lines here for high and low of day. Yeah. So I use this in several ways, right? So like on a day like today, where you have a lot of, and kind of how price has been moving lately, right? With these crazy spikes up and down. I don't use it so much as for a range, right? In more rangy markets, it can definitely help you establish the highs and lows of the range, right? Where then you can kind of play off of that. On markets like this, it more so shows me that, okay, if if the volume low is down here and point of control is now up here, we're riding above that. We're probably now going to try to hit volume high of the day, right? And if we pass volume high of the day, well, it may still go up and it may still keep running, but eventually it may come back down to kind of get back in range here, right? So I can actually go over a trade I made today based on that, right? Which was over here. I kind of don't remember if it was this candle or this candle. I believe it was this candle. I had the confirmation here. So we ran up, completely blew out of the range, right? And, I'm looking for, okay, obviously, can this keep going up? Yes. But, it does like to come back into the range, right? Into the volume range here. So to me, I'm thinking, even if it's for a quick scalp, right? Because I'm also a scalp trader. I don't sit into trades too long, right? Usually my trades are a minute long. around there. And I trade with 3 contracts. So here I'm looking for a reversal, right? So I'm looking for the first time that, it kind of gives me some type of red, I'm going to try to get in, right? So I didn't get on this move because it struggled a lot and then kind of just broke out the last minute, the 5 minutes. But here's kind of where I saw my confirmation, where it opened green, kind of came up, was struggling to really do anything green, and started to flip red. Once I saw it start to come back into the volume profile, I thought this is going to come back down, even if it was, hopefully just the point of control, right? Which could have been at a different point at this time because it changes throughout the day. But I was looking for at least a point of control, sometimes even just to break below down to this lower end of the volume profile. And that's exactly what happened. So I shorted somewhere up here and rode it pretty much as far as I could until I reached $1,600 in profit for this combine. So I had to stop for the day. But I mean, this potentially could have been an even bigger trade. I mean, I think I got out probably somewhere around here. It was a little over 20 points. So, this thing kept tanking, right? But that's kind of how I use it, right? And the point of control for me serves in the area that is kind of like a no trade zone, right? So if you kind of see where it is, sometimes like in a day like today, the ranges are so big that, it's a little difficult, but you see it either bounces off point of control or it starts to chop, right? Where, we're in a range where you don't want to be entering trades here, right? Sometimes you can play the trade where like this, right? Where it comes down, you see it to start to kind of bounce. And if it has confluence with, the VWAP as well, that can then be a trade idea where you play that bounce. But usually I don't like to take trade entries off the point of control unless it rotates, right? So there are certain times where, let's say, it could have happened up here, let's say, right? Where, we're trading up. The point of control goes from the bottom of the range. Let's say it goes to like the top of the range right here, right? And then I see that we start to come down. That flip in point of control shows me that, okay, a lot of volume is being conducted up here, right? Now, just logically, right? What would you think if it runs this high? Would you really think that buyers are the ones that are going to be entering like at the top? Most likely not, right? Most likely, in most situations.
Didn't today.
Yeah, in most situations, you're going to see that it's actually sellers piling on, right? Where now volume is flipping. And you have the potential to then say, okay, well, if this is the volume profile of the point of control flipped up to the top of the range, that probably means that volume is being conducted up here, then it can come down back to the bottom of the range, right?
What's
so
your
I like
risk
to play
on
those flips.
Yeah, I got a question in chat here from Golfman. What is the risk on 3 contracts in a 50K account?
Yeah, so usually I don't trade 50K accounts. I just did to test out Topstep X and kind of get used to it because I would like to switch over. Usually I trade the 150K account. So it looks a little different, but, for me, I usually can determine whether I'm right or wrong really in the first few seconds of a trade, right? Because I trade with more so momentum and, with what the price action is doing in the moment. If what I believe, to be happening is wrong in the moment, usually I can see that pretty quickly, right? Sometimes. So, me personally, I don't like to risk more than, I would say, again, depending on the entry and what the trade is looking like, sometimes I'll give it more room, but nothing really over 10 points I like to sit in on the red side, right? Especially with how the market is now, that can easily then run in the opposite direction. And what was 10 points can then become 20, 30, and you're stopped out for the day, right? So with just how volatile the markets have been, I usually don't give it too much room to really prove whether I'm right or wrong, right? And depending on the situation, there are certain times where I get in and I'm super convicted that a trade is going to work out the way I needed to. Like, honestly, the trade I got into today, it didn't go my way immediately. I saw a little red, then saw green, saw a little red, saw green, and like it was struggling, but I had, based on my trading plan and what I saw from the market, felt like it was going to come down, so I stuck true to it, and it ended up coming down, right? So sometimes you have to kind of understand what the price action is doing, what it's showing you, and kind of how the market's moving, right?
Exactly.
If you have a very choppy day, well, you may need to stay in trades a little longer, right, to then prove what your plan is, right? But if you have a volatile day like today and kind of how the market was moving, don't give your trades too much room because imagine if, let's just say, I bought up here for some reason. You could that would have been a crazy loss that happened relatively quickly just because.
We did. House account. we took it on the chin. We did. Yes. Yeah. We had. We need you, Carlos. Where were you?
I don't want to bring up the PTSD, man, but
all good. It's all part of it. We had a level. Wow, we committed a level. We managed the risk, though, but yeah, we did try to catch it on the way down. Quick update in here in the markets. NQ and ES have rallied, and the Dow as well have all rallied back to VWAP. ES pushing through VWAP now. Last trade 56.32, 56.33. Call it. VWAP is at 31. We have pushed through. NQ still just kissing VWAP right now. Last trade 19,858, which is VWAP. Dow Mini is doing the same thing, stuck at VWAP. Crude trading around the low, $72.24. Well, the day $72.11. And gold just chop around VWAP as well. Last trade 25.44. All right, Carlos, I got some questions for you. We're talking trading. We're talking about how to work these volatile days. All right.
Yeah.
I am very interested in this father-son dynamic that you guys have. Tell us about how that works. You guys are trading buddies. Did you guys get started at the same time? How does that work? When you guys are trading, is it father-son? Is it buddy-buddy? You guys friends? Or is it just strictly business? What is that dynamic like?
Yeah, so we started trading at the same time, although he didn't start futures with me. He stuck with the stock world, but he recently started with futures now, right? So, when we were trading stocks together, yes, it was a team dynamic. I mean, I remember, I would look for news, he would look for news, and I mean, I remember there were times where, we thought we found the next big mover. We're watching like the press conference and they're showing their product. We're like, oh, that's an amazing product. It's gonna run. Wait till market open. We're buying. Market open and it tanks. And we're like, what happened? So
right.
We had a lot of funny moments like that. But as much as I would say he's my best friend and we are friends, but there was also that business aspect of it, right? Yep. And we also had that from working together as financial advisors, where at some point you also have to separate the relationship between this is my dad and then this is also my business partner, right?
Sure.
And I think we did well in that dynamic. And it's not something I think everyone can do with their family members, but I'm grateful that, my dad is a very understanding person of not only me, but, of what I'm doing right in the markets, and he does it himself. And, to be able to have the relationship is awesome, right? So as far as trading, when we traded stocks, yeah, I mean, I lived at home. So every morning I would go to his office and we'd trade together. We'd call out whatever stocks we see. And sometimes we get into different stocks. Sometimes we get into the same one, right? It didn't really mean that we were trading the same thing. But, it would kind of just depend on the day, right? And once I got into futures, I kept trying to tell him, like, you need to get on futures. You need to get on futures. It's the best product to trade. Like, Don't worry about stocks anymore. Like, get on Topstep. And it took him a little bit because of his job situation and all that, but he's finally on it. And now that he's on futures, and when we talk about it every day, he's telling me how he's doing in the combine. And it's just funny to see the emotions he goes through and the situations he goes through, stuff that I was going through when I started, right? And it's like, it's awesome to be able to help him in that regard.
So are you kind of mentoring him in a way? Are you mentoring, has the son become the father and the father become the son in terms of futures trading?
Well, I'll definitely say in stocks, he mentored me and he kept me in check because I was young. But now in futures, it kind of does feel like that. I think, he talks about, me being able to get the payouts I've gotten, right? A few weeks ago, I had like one of the best trading weeks I've ever had. I was able to make $20,000 in that week.
Wow, nice.
So, I took a 10K payout there. And, being able to tell my dad, like, I took a 10K payout, to him it just blows our mind, right? Because this is stuff that we talked about from so young, where I was like, being able to make $500 in a day would be amazing. Like, wouldn't that be crazy? And now to be able to say, yeah, this week I made 20K and I drew 10 of it, and that's in my pocket, is crazy to say, right? So that, I think, is definitely what brought him over the edge, to come to futures. So, yeah.
Okay, question. Okay, that's, the rose, the rainbow. We love this, man. This is like melting my heart. Like, people are loving this in the chat. Question.
Yeah, they are.
You guys ever butt heads? And if you guys do butt heads, what does that look like? What does it look like at the dinner table? Do you guys just sit there in silence? Or what does it look like when you guys are butting heads?
It's like, oh, you faded me. I hate you.
Yeah, you faded me.
So we definitely got into it a few times. Whether it was
look like? What's that sound like?
Yeah, whether it was missed entries or whatever it was, or like, let's say I'm down on a position, he's telling me just to get out, and I'm like, no, like, I trust my trade. He's telling me to get out, and it's like, if it goes lower, he's telling me, I told you so. And I'm like, bro, I don't need that right now. So we got into it, but it was never anything, over the top. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, he's my number one supporter, right? So in those moments where he could obviously see I'm frustrated, or, maybe we did butt heads a little bit, right, where we kind of argued back and forth, we were always good at kind of reconvening and then just kind of talking it out. And then just, end of the day, it's like, all right, well, you want to go, play a sport? You want to go do something, or go out, let's go get lunch. Let's take a breather. And that definitely helped a lot. You know, at the dinner table, that never, you know, if anything, we more so bothered my mom by all the trading talk.
Oh my God.
Oh, man,
so
being
mom's involved too.
outnumbered.
Oh, I got to hear this.
Yeah.
I want to hear
Yeah,
all about this. So what's mom think? What's mom think about the two boys in the house in business together?
I mean, at first she was skeptical, right? Because to her knowledge of the markets, it was like, you know, you can lose money, right? To the thought of that, she didn't want us exposed to that. But she trusted us. She trusted my dad. And, you know, I remember my dad talked to her about everything that I was doing. And, you know, she was concerned at first, right? I mean, as any good mother would be. You know, and she wanted the best for me. And she also saw the toll it took on me, right? The frustrating days. She saw, you know, the ups, the downs. She saw everything, right? And that, you know, she was concerned, right? But you know, when I was able to tell her the amount of money I made and the success I started to find, that's when she really started to, you know, really see like the potential and power in it, right? And, you know, she was happy for me. And the same thing for my dad. You know, like I'm sure every night talks to her about trading. He's been doing that for years. You know, so
Poor
you know,
mom.
for her to also
Poor
see
mom.
him, you know, have success.
Poor mom. What a saint.
She's happy.
What an absolute. Is your mom watching you right now? Carlos,
Yes,
is your mom
yes.
watching you right now? You want to say hi to your mom real quick?
Yeah, I mean, like I said about my dad, I mean, she's another one of my biggest supporters. She's always believed in me, you know, and been there for me and kept up with me, my dad, talking about trading at all hours of the day. I mean, me and my dad used to stay up till, you know, 2, 3 in the morning, sometimes looking at charts, studying. So it's like, you know,
oh man,
she dealt with a lot of it, you know, she dealt with a lot. So just, you know, I appreciate her and everything, you know, she's done, everything she's put up with, and for believing in me as well. And, you know, being my number one supporter along with my dad. It's been great to say that my family has my back like that.
That's great. Man. I love it. All right. Well, also we can't leave your dad out. Give your shout. Is your dad watching right now?
Yeah, he's watching as well.
Give a shout out to your dad right now.
Yeah, I just, you know, I mean, like I've been saying this whole call, you know, Dad, you were the one that got me into this. You're the one that has kept me through it and believed in me when I've wanted to quit. And, you know, before I got the payouts, you're always telling me about how you knew it was just a matter of time. And, you know, that success was around the corner as long as I just kept going and kept waking up each day and put my face in the charts and, you know, and put that hard work in. So, you know, thank you for being a great dad. Thank you for being a great mentor and being the best trading buddy I can ask for.
Man, this is amazing, amazing stuff. This is a Power Players segment we will never forget, man. I know they really like you. Would you be open to perhaps coming on Power Hour one day with us and maybe chopping it up a little bit, taking some trades with us?
Of course, yeah. I'm open to any opportunity. I mean, this was a goal of mine since TopstepTV started. Once you guys were on air and I saw that first episode, I'm like, one day I have to be on there. One day I have to be on there, taking trades, talking to the people that gave me this awesome opportunity to be able to change my life and, you know, trade in a way that I wouldn't have been able to if it wasn't for Topstep, you know? So definitely open to any opportunity like that. That's awesome.
And I got one more question. Carlos, what was your aha moment in trading? Like, I finally figured it out. I said the combine pastimes got shorter and shorter and shorter. What was your aha moment when the light bulb went off?
I think it was definitely once I saw that I was able to pass combines quickly and it was just failing in the funded, right? It was like once I knew, like, listen, you've made 4,500, you know, in 2 days, both days to pass the combine in 2 days, right? It's like you can make a good amount of money in one day. Why can't you do in the funded, right? And that's when I began to really do a deep dive into myself as a trader and as a person, right? And really discover what is holding me back, right? What mentally, whether it was greed, whether it was fear, what was holding me back. And, you know, I always tell people, I'm like, if you really truly want to get to know yourself and know yourself at a deeper level than just like what you think of yourself, start trading. Like trading has taught me so much about myself. You know, I mean, before trading, I would have never said that, oh, I'm a greedy person or I'm a fearful person or I can't control my emotions, right? I mean, I have been an athlete my whole life. I've won multiple state championships. I've traveled around the world playing music.
Wait. Rewind.
Whoa. State champion. Whoa.
Yeah,
What do you state champion?
Just say state champ and just move on.
On my high school baseball team, we won back-to-back. For my school had never won before that. So it was history for our school. Yeah, it was an awesome time. We got rings for it and everything. It was great. Yeah,
Carlos.
But
where do we find you again, Carlos? How do we find you again? This has been a nice find, man.
So I mean, my socials are Anomaly Music on Instagram and Twitter. Just an X instead of the O in Anomaly. I also make music, so that's why that's like that.
Sweet.
But all that to say that, you know, I've been through a lot, and I would think that I can control my emotions, right? When you're in a high stakes baseball game, it's all about controlling your emotions, right? It's all about, you know, performing when you need to perform, right? So before trading, I would have told anyone, yeah, I can do that. I've done it before. I've won. I know what it takes to win. But then you get to trading, and it's like you start to realize, man, what I thought I wasn't a greedy person, but I mean, I could have taken $1,000 in that trade, but I stood in it because I wanted more, and now I'm down 1,000.
Carlos, is funded account screen time a real thing to you? Do you think there's a big difference between getting into an XFA and just trying to get as much screen time in a funded account as possible?
100%. Yeah. I mean, like I said, you start to develop that, I don't want to say lack of care, but sometimes it can turn into that lack of care for combines, right? Once you've been in and out it a few times, you start to think, all right, well, this is just a test. Let me get this out of the way so I can get to the real deal, right? And, as much as that needs to be addressed, there's nothing that compares to being in the funded level and knowing that this is money that you can take out of the market, right? Every dollar you make, every dollar you lose is money that you can take out of the market and put in your pocket, right? And, sometimes with traders, you can get so desensitized to money, right? So desensitized to that number on the screen where, listen, if someone gave me $1,000 cash right now, I would be ecstatic, right? But to make $1,000 in a trading day, to me, it's like, oh, that was like a slow day for me. I'm going to try to make more money, right? You become so desensitized to that.
It desensitizes you to money. Yes, it does.
Yeah, and it's bad because I've had so many days where I've been up $4,000 or $5,000 and it ended up hitting the DLL. And you feel like, what am I doing? Like, if I had $5,000 cash right now,
yes,
I wouldn't then go to Vegas and say, let me drop $5,000 on black. Right? Like, I would pocket that and save it, right? So it's like, why don't I do that in my trading? And that was also another turning point where it's like realizing, like, take it slow, and these $1,000, $2,000 days, appreciate it. Because that's what builds your account to the levels to then where you can have a $5,000 day, a $10,000 day, and really expand on that.
Carlos,
so, yeah.
It's absolutely amazing segment with you. We are coming towards time to time. I can talk with you for another couple hours, but here on Power Players, if we think the guest here on Power Players is fun, likes to have a good time, I'm gonna bring in my man Eddie. He's gonna come in here. He's gonna ask you to pick a number between 1 and 21. Eddie, go ahead. Carlos, this is Eddie's about the voice. You're gonna hear the voice right here. Eddie, go ahead. Hit Carlos up.
Carlos, man, I enjoyed the session. You're a gamer, right?
Yes.
All right, we got to talk. We'll talk a little later. Pick a number between 1 and 23. I'm going to ask you a question. You give us a short answer. What do you got?
17, my baseball number.
Number 17. Okay, here we go. If you can have dinner and a night out with any person, living or dead, not related, who would you invite?
Okay, so I would say there's two people, right, for the different.
All right, you can have two because you did very well today.
Thank you. For the two separate worlds that I'm in, right? So for trading, to be honest, I would definitely say it's MP. I think his experience, I think he's been in the market.
We can make that happen. Shit, dude.
Wow.
Let's go to Snowmass.
No, honestly, I'm not even saying that just because I'm on TopstepTV, but I mean, like I said, being able to give me this opportunity to trade the way I've been able to trade and change my life and my family situation, I can't thank him enough, right? So to be able to pioneer what now is such a big industry in trading, where you see so many people trying to copy, and he likes to bash them, which is hilarious. But no one does it like Topstep, right? No one does like Topstep, and that's thanks to not only MP but the team, right? John, Eddie, all you guys are awesome. So, but for that world, definitely say MP. And for
just make sure you bring bail money if you're going with MP. Bring some bail money.
I'll bring a little extra cash just in case.
All right.
And your other one. For the music side, I'll definitely say Elenium. He's the person that I kind of styled my music around and inspired me to start making music and all that. So he's also a big influence on me in that end.
Beautiful. Nice. Amazing. Great question. Great answer. Dolby, that was an absolute pleasure. Carlos, everyone, give it up for Carlos in the chat. Say thank you, Carlos. We're going to have you back, man. That was awesome. Please click like. Please click subscribe. Dolby time. We got Marcus still creeping higher here. I'll see you in Power Hour Dolby time. But until then, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next with Mick and Jack. That was incredible, guys. See you on their side of this.
Excellent
Let's go.
Stuff.
Good stuff, man.
Good stuff.
Good afternoon, post 20-year bond auction traders. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. I am Jack in the Chicago area, joined by Mick from his Wisconsin fortress. How's it going, Mick?
It's good. It's good. Happy to be in the fortress, staying out of the thick of things in Chicago. It's a good time to be able to work from home and stay away from the craziness, considering where we live in proximity to the United Center, where all the protesting is taking place and whatnot.
Yeah, for all that, it's been pretty quiet downtown because I think a lot of people got out. I made record time driving to Northwestern from Oak Park the other day, the hospital. So,
Yes.
all good.
So I hear. I know JD's been going into the office. He said it's quiet around there, and I've spoken with a couple other friends who, have said it's mandatory for them to not come into the office and work from home remotely. So certainly a liability thing there, but that's good to hear. And I haven't heard of anything, too crazy going on. So I don't know. I know we don't want to talk about Chicago right now, but happy to be here. Happy to be on. I'm glad Ben covered for me this week, and he'll be covering again Friday. But I'm here right now. Let's talk some trading, and I'll be here tomorrow. Or actually,
do it. Speaking of crazy stuff, basically Ben did a great job while you were out, but a little bit of crazy. That was one of the crazier releases I've seen with the slow roll this morning for those revisions. How have our funded traders been doing today?
We've been doing well. I wouldn't say for the most part. There's a lot of red on the boards on the live accounts today. See that Topstep House prop account is down at the bottom of the totem pole today as far as P&L goes, down 15,000. We got some people that are doing well. Nobody that's up as good as 15 grand, but we've got Faye. She's up 4 grand right now and counting. Samwell up 3,300, up 3,400. Ian up 2,900. What do we got? Nick for a tick. Ooh, nice. He's while I was having lunch, he expanded his profits for today from about 4,700 to 10,000, 99.62 on his account. So really good job there. 19 round turns only. So that's awesome. And then we've got John G, who we featured on this segment before. He's up 4K. Christopher up 3,600. And what else? I know there's some other notables. Ben up 3,900, not to be confused with Ben, our risk manager. But we're actually going to talk about Ben here on the first trading card. So there's some good stuff going on. It's been a decent week as far as P&L goes. But like I said, it's always a mixed sport. We've got a lot of traders. So we've got red, we've got green. People are, we've got red, we've got in the black, we've got in the green and the blue, whatever you want to call it. But things are looking all right today. But I've got some people I definitely want to talk about. If you're ready to dive into it with me, Jack, let's do it. All right, so shout out. We got Ben. Let's pull his card up, please. Want to talk about Ben. So he's only 7 days into his live account. This is a shoulder tap card. Now, we've got a little bit of a mixed bag with shoulder taps and shout outs today, but Ben's only been 7 days in his live account, average daily P&L minus $600. 43% winning days, 43% winning trades. And these are the kind of metrics I want to talk with you about a little bit, Jack, here is average winning day being smaller than the average losing day. Now, granted, very happy for Ben that I can not only, this might be a shoulder tap card, but it's a shout out for him today because, like I said, he's up $3,900 in his live account today. But the metrics here aren't really looking too good. And I wanted to feature him just because, it's 7 days into a live account. When you're looking at your trade report and you're seeing stuff like this is probably where you want to make a quick adjustment to, analyze what it is that you're doing, look at the numbers, look at the stats. And if you see what we're seeing over here, make a bit of a change. That average winning day at $2,600 compared to the average losing day of a little over 3,000, about $3,050, is something to be looking at there. Every losing day he's had, he hits his daily loss limit. And, about 57% of those days are daily loss limit. It's so early on in the account, and he's got, very healthy account balance. With the profits from today, he's right around the, let's see, actually, is he around the, he's just shy of his account balance high, kind of where he started. So he's still down all, but that's okay. This is someone who traded really well in XFA. They just need to make some adjustments, to their trading. Specifically, I would just say stay away from that daily loss limit early on. If you can do that and limit those losses, we're talking about, what's a negative P&L or, negative activity in the account, and it'll, easily be positive if there's small adjustments made. Shaving that daily loss limit from 3,000 down to 2,000 after today would definitely have him at new account balance highs. I don't think he has any business risking $3,000 right out of the gates like he's been doing. I also think that, taking fewer trades per day is probably something that, Ben should be doing. 10 trades per day. He is kind of, holding trades for, a decent amount of time. He's not trading off a 1 minute or anything like that, or even off a 5 minute for that matter. The times held in the trades are pretty good, Jack. 36 minutes in the winners, 21 minutes in the losers. So he's being more patient with the winning trades. Speaking of patience with winners and less patience with losers, anything you want to comment on in regards to the P&L highs for these 7 trading days? Looks like there's, kind of one day only that we could really pick apart there.
It's a small sample, but at any prop firm, they're not going to let you hit your daily loss limit 4 times in 7 trading days. You'd have to reduce. As I look at this, I think I've said before, with the information that I see in front of me for all these cards, the universal thing I look at is just how the day end P&Ls, because that's kind of pure data. They have to get flat at the end of the day. So I can usually just look at the P&Ls by day, how many times they're hitting their loss limit versus what they're making, and tell pretty quickly how consistent they are. Say, sometimes we'll have the people that have 10 daily loss limits, then 50K day or something like that. Okay, that's one type of trading. Or someone that has, smaller comparative winning days. And I think I see the same thing you do right now, that until Ben can put up a few more of those $3,900 days like today, he has no business losing 3,000 again. I don't have this recent day today on the card, but so if we exclude that, just the 7 I'm looking at before, it's not even that his average winning day was less than his average losing day. It's his best day was less than his average losing day. And that, my friends, is not gonna do it.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be leaving. Like you said, small sample size. I will say though, as far as today goes, him being up $3,900, he ended his trading day 2.5 hours ago. So I think, unless he's taking a very, very long lunch and plans on coming in for the close, he's probably done for the day. So happy he's locking that in. The last thing that I would say, he was trading, 4s and 5s today, so it worked out well for him. But going back to, if you see yourself starting out with metrics like we have up on this trading card here, he's trading size, Jack. And, I know a lot of people don't like hearing this, but like if you're not profitable early on in your accounts, or you find yourself, after some, period of time of being profitable, and then, you find yourself hitting a rut or a losing streak, or you're struggling a little bit, it's when it's time to peel back your position sizing. And he has not done that with his trading so far. He's trading, he's not trading his minimum. He's not trading his maximum for the 150K and where his account balance is at per the scaling plan. But I also don't think that this is, the trading activity that should warrant or encourage, someone adding additional leverage. If you find yourself with, the winning days, the winning trade percentages, the net P&L of being a negative $600 mark, it's like, okay, I should go back to 1s. And then when I'm, turn the corner and I start being profitable again, that's when I go 2s, 3s, 5s, and whatever. Obviously, again, today it worked out. He was trading 4s and 5s. But if you see this in your own trade reports, unprofitable trading does not warrant trading more size. It's the profitable trading when things are working, that you've got a strategy that's being proven to work in the current market environment, is when you put the pedal down a little bit. And if you don't have that, you have no business trading any more than one contract.
Yeah, I'll harp it again. 5 contracts is a lot of size. Interesting, solely trading the E-mini S&P, which I got to respect. But this is the last thing I'll say about Ben, because he's back to, 3,900 today will put him, back where he started. He'll be positive. So that average daily P&L will go back to 0 or whatever up there. I've harped on this before. When we started this program, we have not changed the number of contracts in each account. 5, 10, 15. The value of those contracts has substantially increased, even in the last couple of years. You're trading 5 E-mini S&P futures. That's $1.4 million of exposure to the S&P 500 index, doing for the September contract, right? $3,000 is a very, very, very small. You got to be pretty damn precise to get there. You don't have a lot of leeway, so trade smaller. Like, if you think just since COVID, for instance, we were talking about big thing when the NASDAQ broke through 10,000. All right. Well, it's at closer to 20,000. That's double the nominal value. Trading 15 contracts then, if you trade them now, it's like you have the nominal exposure of 30 contracts, right? So just be smart. A few contracts can go a long way. You can lose or make a lot with those. So, Ben, glad you're back to break even. Don't lose $3,000 tomorrow, please.
Yeah, I'm happy you brought up that point. That's not something that I've mentioned before, Jack, but really valuable thing to note as far as the position sizing goes. And I also, alongside that, before we jump onto the next card, I also want to mention, volatility. A lot of us with equity indices, we look at the VIX. I'm not going to go into, how that formula is calculated and stuff like that. But, I'll just say, if you're in a bull market and there's a pullback, the VIX is going to run higher than, it would be if there's, the same average, same move to the upside. It's not going to be, reflected in the VIX as widely as, a pullback in a bull trend. So looking at average true ranges is, very important there as well, which we've seen some pretty good ranges in the equity indices lately. So keeping that in mind too, we have these bigger moves, and when you have, I won't call it volatility, but when you have wider ranges and bigger moves in your markets, it's also another reason for scaling back your position sizing. I remember when I started trading in the around 2009-ish, 2009, 2010, I went to all the people that I used to know from the grain floor that I wanted to get advice from. And I remember one of the guys I used to work for, who was, a very large trader, he said to me, and this was an exaggeration, but he's like, you need 200 grand in your account to trade a one lot. Not at all the case, but he was just going to, make a point there with that. So just keep that in mind. All that being said, let's pull up a card for Felipe. Felipe is an interesting story here when we can get his card up, because he has been in this account for 94 days, 94 trading days in the live account. And Jack, this is a kind of a shoulder tap with his trading here, because it's negative over 94 days. But at the same time, I got to give him a shout out too, because for someone to, and he's been with Topstep since September of 2023, so it's a year. And going back to another story about when I was getting started, everybody told me if you can break even after 1 year or lose very, very little bit of your account after a year, like that would be success. So here he is. He's been with Topstep for a year now. He's down money in the account, yes, but over 94 trading days to only be, have a net P&L of minus $10 per day as it spans across those 94 days. I got to say, he's not exactly treading water, but he's kind of treading water, and down a little bit in the account. But this is not maximum damage. This is kind of minimum damage. So I got to give him credit for that. And, aside from the credit, let's talk about the trading a little bit here. While I give him a shout out, I also have to, this is the shoulder tap portion of it. Someone who has 56% winning days and 69% winning trades should not be negative. They should not be losing money in their account. If you're right more than half of your trading days, and if you're right on 7 out of 10 of your trades, you should not be negative. There should not be an average daily P&L, or not P&L, minus $10. It should be better. Where the issue comes from, and it's listed right there in the second bullet, that average winning day is about $600 shy of the average losing day. So even though he's right more than half the time, he's risking more on those losing days than he's making on the winning days. And then I didn't even want to list the best winning day here or the worst winning day. That doesn't matter over 94 days. It's look at those average winning days and look at the average losing days. And then risk reward. It's backwards here. It's worse than 1 to 2. So on a per contract, per trade basis, he's taken down $490 and he's risking $1,150, almost $1,200. So only looking to make $500 and he's risking $1,200 every time he tries to make it. Granted, 70% winning trades, that's a really good thing, but without the risk reward being properly framed out there, this is the recipe that, we have that shows the negative P&L. So there's a lot of stuff here. And for Felipe, for anybody else watching, you should be really proud of 56% winning days. You should be really proud of 69% winning trades, but you need to be realistic with yourself and ask yourself, what the frick am I doing that's not allowing me to be profitable? And it's, clear as day on the trade report. I don't know. I'd be curious to know how many people actually look at their trade report here. I don't know if we want to do a poll or just ask in the chat for questions. It's like, how often do you look at your trade report? Do you look at it daily? Do you look at it weekly? Do you even look at it? Or do you look at it once a month? I would encourage everybody to look at it on a weekly basis. Looking at it on a per day basis every single day isn't going to, probably help you unless you're, going back and looking at all the trading days prior to that, that day that you're looking at. But we need to be looking at our trade reports. There's a real reason that, Topstep offers these and, puts a lot of time and thought into what is in them.
I feel like only 2 things can be happening to give these, Leap is really ping-ponging here. It's actually sort of almost a statistical anomaly that, he's at basically break even, because he is making thousands of dollars and losing thousands of dollars regularly. So
yeah,
you can do that with a lot less work, a lot less size. My best guess is he's doing one of 2 things. He is either aggressively bringing his stop to just in profit, that's inflating that winning trade number, or is much more eager to cut off a winner, but much more often taking the loser to its logical conclusion, which is the daily loss limit in this case. So, as I said, you can do a lot more work or a lot less work to break even. I think you got to stop this. This really is like watching a ping pong game here of up 3,000, down 3,000, up 2,500, down 3,000, up. That's a lot of variance. That means that tomorrow, so he's just down $950 in the account, right? If he's lost $10 a day and he's traded for 94 days, $940. But tomorrow he could be down $4K.
Yeah, he's been all over the board here. From an account balance high of just shy of $19,000 to an account balance low of $2,100, and brought that back up from $2,100 to where he's at right now. Not too far shy of the where he started in the account, but nobody should see these statistics and think that hey, if I've done this for 94 days, I can go on and do it for another 94 days. Because with the ping pong action and how we got so close to that max loss limit of $0 in the account balance and getting as close as 2,100, it's just not going to, it's not going to work out for another 94 trading days. So adjustments need to be made. Nobody should have 56% winning days and 70% winning trades and have nothing to show for it. There have been 0 payouts taken from this account, which I actually, is something that I like. I always want to see traders taking payouts. So don't mix my words here, but if you're not profitable over a period of time like this, yeah, he's obviously got the 5 winning days of 200 or more to make him eligible for a payout. But I like that he hasn't taken a payout yet because he hasn't really made any money. And if you're not making money over 94 days, it's probably, and you're able to tread water as he has been, it's probably better keeping that risk capital in the account. But there are adjustments that need to be made, and, there's buckling down that needs to be done. And if Felipe can just do that, then I would say, okay, you're at a place where it's time to take a payout. Let's take that payout.
Yeah, it is damn impressive. I didn't even notice it. There's so many days here, I can't tell exactly when it happened. But the fact that, that account low of 2,100 and brought it to 10,000 is impressive. I'd have to look deeper into this card to figure out what happened there. But with that, Mick, I think we said enough on Philippe. I think that we got to save that last card for tomorrow because we are running out of time on Shoulder Tap. And of course, we need to get to group coaching. Just after this is with JD and Hoag. Your questions are in. The master is in the house, so it should be fun. Mick, thanks for joining me today.
No problem. We'll follow up tomorrow with Carlos L. Cleon, who I want to talk about. We didn't get to, but that's an interesting one today. Someone, I think a lot of the viewers here are familiar with him for holding our longest winning streak in an XFA around 42 days. So we're going to talk about his live trading activity tomorrow. And I look forward to it. Thanks for having me on, Jack. Good being with you.
Good being with you too. Carlos, the legend of the XFA hot streak tomorrow. We'll see what happens there. Stick around. We got group coaching with JD and Hoag next, then PAYtience with KV at 1. Lots more trading. I'll do my Andre. Real money, real traders. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It is everyone's favorite time of day. It's definitely my favorite time of day. It's group coaching time. That's right. You're looking at John the Goat Hoagland. I'm JD behind the scenes. I'm going to be feeding Hoag questions. We've got your questions. We've had that group coaching form pinned in the chat for a little while. It's still there right now. We got some good ones. Hoag, how are we feeling today?
I'm doing good, man. Feeling raring and ready to go.
Excellent. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Well, without further ado, we're 2 minutes in already. Want to hammer some of these questions out?
Let's do it. Looking forward to it.
Here is one relevant to today's price. Well, actually, yesterday's price action. Talked about this in the opening call and during fast markets. It's the late spike. We need some clarity. Steven wants a little clarity on the late spike. What is it? What is the base of the late spike? How do we use it? What is the significance of the late spike? I know we talk about it quite a bit. So, yep, just a little bit of clarity on that.
All right. The late spike is a theory that was created in Market Profile largely by Jim Dalton. The late spike, I'm just going to make this chart really big because we had a late spike on Monday that we've been talking about pretty much since Monday, well, into Tuesday. So Monday we had a trend day to the upside that just continued to push higher and higher all day. At the end of the day, we extended the range in the last 30 minutes and we closed above the previous session high. That's what creates the late spike. If you were to look at this on a profile, and we're going to look at this on the profile from Monday, there was a trend day to the upside. The market pushed all the way through the previous session high and closed above that session high. That creates the late spike. What does it mean? Well, what it means is the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. It is seeking new areas to trade facilitation. When we think about a market, the market's job is to facilitate trade. The market is always going to find the area of equilibrium where two-sided trade can occur. It is a context tool for the next morning. So yesterday morning, we said, hey, we've got the late spike, and the base of the late spike is, in essence, the price where the market broke out and continued throughout the rest of the session and then closed above that level. So the base of the late spike, quite simply yesterday, was just where it broke out, 56.20 half. I'm going to make this big so we can see it a little bit better. So there's the place where it broke out, 56.20 half. There's the base of the late spike. The general rules for the late spike are as read here, or as you're going to hear now. The following regular trading hour session, if it opens within the late spike or above, is a higher, well, if it opens in the late spike, it's a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. If it opens flat out above the late spike, that's one of the highest probabilities of acceptance of higher pricing. But it doesn't mean when we open, we can just close our eyes and buy it. I said this on Tuesday morning before we opened. We had the market open inside the late spike, indicating a decent probability of price continuing to push higher, to accept at higher levels. It is a context tool. The opening range, we looked, we couldn't get to the base of the late spike. We put in the high, sellers came in and pushed price back basically to the base of the late spike. Once we took out the initial balance, the market rotated lower. Okay, didn't really truly accept inside value from the previous day. And the way we know that the late spike was proven correct on yesterday was by the end of the day, value and the range were overlapping to higher. So the market succeeded in continuing to bring value higher. Even though technically it closed lower on the day, the range was overlapping to higher and the value was overlapping to higher. So the late spike is, again, a context or nuance tool to say, okay, if we're going to open in or above the base of the late spike, at some point today, I'm going to be looking for opportunities potentially for longs. Well, You know, the market didn't really drive yesterday, but look where it is now. We are continuing to see overlapping to higher range so far today and overlapping to higher value. So we're still continuing to see that the probability of acceptance of higher pricing is being proven correct by looking at value. Now, once in a while, you're going to get an opportunity where the market's going to open. It's going to come right back to the base of the late spike. You're going to say, well, I'm going to buy it here, and it's going to work, and it's going to work wonderfully for you. Nothing happens exactly the same way twice, and that's why I remind everybody, even if we open above a late spike, it doesn't necessarily mean we can just go ahead and buy it. It's all part of the bigger context. This is just a small but sometimes very important nuance. So yesterday, value higher, overlapping to higher range. Today, value higher, overlapping to higher range. The late spike from Monday is continuing to show price accepting at higher pricing. How long that's going to happen, we don't know. If it's going to happen, we don't know. I mean, I've seen the market open above a late spike and completely, go through the entire value area from the previous session. It is, again, just a context tool, something I like to point out to say we have to monitor to see if we're going to see price continuing to push higher, seeking acceptance of higher pricing, which so far, in a kind of a smaller way, we are doing because we see value moving higher and overlapping to higher ranges every day since the base of that late spike. So today, when we had, so this blue line right here on this 30-minute chart is the base of the late spike from Monday. We looked below it. We kind of closed right on it. So that makes it still important. Yesterday's range and volume point of control was very close to this level as well. When the market opened, we looked higher. Okay, we had that big spike to the upside. The market came back, and where did it trade to? The base of the late spike. There were 3 30-minute bars that used the base of the late spike for support. The base of the late spike, again, also lined up with settlement and the TP and the volume point of control from yesterday. When it broke through, it came basically almost to weekly kickoff high here, 56.12, and the market has continued to push higher. So we're still seeing value moving higher over time after a late spike to the upside, indicating that price is continuing to seek acceptance at higher prices. Basically, that's the late spike to the upside in a nutshell. It works the same way to the downside as well. You leave a late spike to the downside, same basic rules apply. Opening in or below a late spike to the downside marks a higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing. That's all that means. It's not jump in and sell it wherever you got it. Although sometimes that may be the right thing to do. Again, that's a bigger context idea, but it just gives you, some sort of reference. If we were to open, let's say Monday, let's say yesterday, we opened below the base of the late spike. That, my good friend, would indicate probable rejection of higher pricing. The base of the late spike may show some resistance, but when we open below a late spike to the upside, that again indicates possible excess high and possible rejection of higher pricing. So it's all where the regular trading hour session opens the following day. Opening in or above a late spike to the upside, higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. Opening below the base of a late spike to the upside on the following regular trading hour session indicates probable rejection of higher pricing. That takes us into a totally different direction. Great question. I hope that was clear. And, hopefully you're going to be able to use that in coming days and weeks to find good opportunities and profit from that. Great question, Stephen.
An excellent answer, Hoag. I think any of you would be hard-pressed to find a more comprehensive answer to what the late spike or the base of the late spike is and its significance for today's trading day. Hoag talks quite a bit about market profile. He actually put a class together on it. I'm going to drop a link in the chat right now. It's a YouTube link. You could go check out John Hoagland's market profile class anytime you want. Go ahead and bookmark that link. Go back and watch it anytime you want. He talks about the late spike and the base of the late spike in there also. Good for reference. I believe we've also previously clipped a segment from group coaching from a couple months ago where Hoag was talking about the late spike. Maybe we'll clip this one too. We'll get a new, a more up-to-date version of it. So hope that helps you guys out. Next up, we've got Alan. Alan B wants to know, hey, Hoag, how do you stay funded long-term? What is the key to longevity as a futures trader? I want to call it a loaded question. It's a very subjective question. We could talk risk management. We can talk account management. We can talk account size. Where do you want to start, Hoag?
Number one, risk management.
Risk management.
Risk
All right.
management. Trade for tomorrow. If you open an account or whatever and you risk thy whole wad that first day, well, you may be out that first day. It's all about risk management. It's about staying in the game for tomorrow. It's all about, managing risk, managing the account, recognizing market states. I mean, yes, this is a very loaded question, but if I had to come up with probably the most important thing, it's risk management. And it reminds me my first day walking on the trading floor with my shiny new badge and all the old guys saying, hey, congratulations. We really hope you're successful. First, learn how to take a loss. Learn how to take a loss. But, well, that's preposterous. I'm not here to take losses. But if you don't learn to recognize when you're wrong, and if you can't get out of those, you're going to create huge losses. And then, you're going to have a lot of pain to deal with. And when you finally get a winning trade on, you're going to cut that winning trade because you're afraid it may turn into a loss. And it's only human nature. AJ, if you're still in the chat, it is human nature to not want to take losses. Nobody likes to take losses. So sometimes we'll default to, well, I'll just wait. Maybe the market will, come back and make me whole again. We become hopeful when we're losing money, and that's not a good thing. And then finally, when you get a good winner on, maybe it's just $50, but you're so happy you've got a winner on, you're going to take it just because, God, I just needed a winner. Or even worse, I'm afraid the market's going to take this from me because I've already had some losses, and all of this spaghetti that goes on in our heads has to be rewired. Professional traders have learned to cut losses and accept them without question and without connecting them to anything personal about them. And they have also learned to recognize when they have something good, and they are hopeful when the market is going their direction. Yes, sometimes the market's going to come back and stop you out. And, that's just part of the game. But when you do get a good one on, recognizing it and staying with it, that is what professional traders do. They cut their losses at levels where the market or price is making that trade invalid. They're cutting that loss. They're not hoping that the market's going to come back and make them whole again. They're saying, I'm wrong, I'm out. And then when when you get something good and you get something that is in line with your strategy and in line with the market state, and you're looking at this going, this is a really good trade location. I have minimal risk on this, and it's reasonable and probable that I could reach 4 times what I'm risking on this trade. Well, try and get it. Try and get it. Be hopeful when the market's paying you. Be fearful when the market is taking from you. And I think it's human nature to be the other way. When it goes against you, I hope it comes back. I hope it comes back, and we just create bigger losses. And when it goes our way, we're like, oh man, I hope this keeps going. I hope the market doesn't take it away from me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What do I do? I can't take it. I'm gonna get out of this trade. So we end up with small wins and big losses. Flip that around. Rewire your brain to be fearful when you're taking losses and hopeful when the market is trading you. You should feel good when the market's trading you, not be like, oh my God, I better get out here because that's going to take it away. And it might sometimes. We don't know. This is an ambiguous environment, and you're in it. The market is not in our environment. We are in its environment. So kind of switch that human nature thing, and I believe for most of us it's human nature. Nobody wants to take losses. We all avoid losses. Learn to take them. Learn to take them and learn how not to attach anything personal about yourself to any losses that you take. And then learn to be able to keep some of those winners a little bit longer and a little bit longer and a little bit longer. It's all like a muscle. And it all takes time to change, but you can do it. Alan, I got a little bit off on a tangent there. Most important is risk management.
Risk management. And avoid that word hope. I know Hoag used it a couple of times. The word hope should not be in a trader's vocabulary. I almost want to put it in the trading glossary just so I could cross it out and tell you that
Just
it
say,
shouldn't.
do not use.
Do not use this word. The second you start hoping, well, you're probably long gone by the time you start hoping. So that's just my personal opinion. We do have a follow-up question from the late spike answer in the chat. Karima wants to know, does the late spike theory work only for longs? Well, Hoag explained that it works for both long and shorts. So go ahead and rewind and listen to that little piece again. Thanks for the question, Karima. All right, next up, we got a question from Noah. Another one that we talked about a little bit in fast market. You particularly talked about in fast market. Why does time and sales show, for example, buy orders coming in, but the level won't be broken? It's almost like absorbing. Iceberg orders, Hoag. We talked about this. We touched on this. We spent quite a bit of time on this morning. Want to do a quick recap for everybody? Let's just real fast, since we already did this. What's an iceberg order? And who puts them in? Yeah.
In this regard, buy orders are coming in, but the level won't be broken. It's almost like absorbing. So I'm trying to say buy orders. Okay, so you're seeing a lot of buy orders coming in, and they're kind of bumping up against a ceiling, right? You're seeing all these buy orders, but the market won't move higher. And you're right to think that the more aggressive traders that are using market orders to lift offers should be moving price higher. But this is probably an iceberg order, and it's a cool thing that you're seeing this because you need to know this. Iceberg orders are if there is an entity or a market participant that has 20,000 contracts to sell, and he's got to get them all done throughout the day. But if he puts an order in for 20,000 on the sell side, he's going to scare the heck out of the market. So what he does is he or she does is he'll put in an offer for 14, and as soon as that is absorbed, as soon as it's filled using market orders to buy it, he puts in another 20, and then as soon as that's filled, he puts in another 14, and as soon as that's filled, he puts in another 6, and as soon as that's filled, he puts in another 10, and puts in another 40, and puts in another 62, and puts in another 20, and puts in another 5, and puts in. So as people are buying, I just messed up my thing here. As people are buying, the offers just keep coming in and replenishing. That is an iceberg order. When you see that in time and sales, when you see that in anything, you should be taking notice of it because you're probably looking at an iceberg order. And I messed up things here a little bit, but that's okay. So when you're noticing that, that's a good thing because you're probably seeing a longer time frame participant trying to get absorbed on a whole bunch of cells at that level. It doesn't always mean the same outcome, but noticing it can certainly kind of give you a clue as to an important level in longer time frames. And we saw yesterday in the S&Ps. Okay, take a look on my screen here. Okay, overlapping to higher range and value, we had negative 40,000 in delta. Were there longer, stronger buyers scooping up opportunities for cheap longs down here? It's what it looks like. And when we see that meant that there were probably some longer, stronger buyers. Price did move lower throughout the day. This is pretty deep negative delta. So we're probably seeing, some degree of longer time frame buyers in this market getting the delta more and more negative. That would be buy iceberg orders with shorter time frame market order sellers hitting into them, but the market just wouldn't break. What's it doing today? Well, look at what we've got today. We're at the high. Well, we're near the high of value. We're near the high of the IB. We've got negative delta again. We could probably piece through this and see that some areas where there were probably some iceberg orders just scooping up everything that the short time frame market order hitters would hit that would sell them, and they just keep moving them up and moving them up. And I did see a question is well, what if somebody's got iceberg buy orders? Is there times when they'll move those orders down? And I would say yes. If they're really getting a lot of participation on those bids, they may pull those bids and move them lower to attract those sellers to hit them at lower pricing. And you might see somebody do that if they really have a lot to do and they're getting a lot of easy fills on those bids. But again, we've got negative delta. The market is continuing to push higher. What are we doing here? We may be seeing a nice opportunity later on in power hour. So we'll keep an eye on that. Great question. I hope that was a good answer. And watch that time of sales. When you notice absorption like that, that's saying something. That's a bigger trader. That's a bigger entity entering or exiting the marketplace.
If you're on the Topstep X platform, you're able to change the size or the what's the word I'm looking for? The contract size, tradable size on your time and sales. So you can only see you can see any size order you want coming in, 5, 10, even single lot. So keep that in mind also. You'll be able to see when the bigger orders are coming in. I see a lot of people in chat talking about the FOMC minutes. Those are due out in about 7 minutes. It's the minutes from the last FOMC meeting. There's not too much change expected in what's going to happen when those minutes come out. It was pretty well absorbed and digested after the meeting. No one's expecting any real big changes. Plus, we have Jerome Powell speaking on Friday at the Jackson Hole Symposium. We will all be in here when the minutes come out, so we're not going to leave you hanging on that. We'll make sure to all be here, but we're not expecting a big market-moving reaction to the FOMC minutes coming out at 1 o'clock this afternoon. All right, final question from Barry Hoag. How do you know when to go full port? When do you know you're in a trade that's so good that you got to put it all on?
Well, Barry, and I don't know how you feel about this, GD, but when I see a trade that I am so confident in that I feel like going full port on it, I take a second look at it. To me, when a trade looks so perfect and good, I know I'm not the only one looking at it. I know I'm not the only one taking it. If I do still want to take it, I'll see if I can get to the stops where all those people that took that trade are going to get stopped out with a good probability. So my suggestion, Barry, is, and I suggest this for everybody, is don't go full port. Just don't trade smaller than you can. Just because we can go full port doesn't mean we should. The best trades that I've had in my entire life were ones I was a little bit leery about. The layups have had a much smaller probability of success. So if I see a layup and I think, man, I should lay into this, I think twice about it, because I've been burned so many times doing that, and it just isn't worth it. Make your money a little bit at a time. Don't go full port and try and make a huge day or anything like that. Yes, we do have traders that are putting up fantastic numbers as traders here, but they've built their way up to that. If you've been trading and you've got a big account, a 5 lot may have been a lot, but you've been at it for a while. You've got the big account. You want to put 15 on, put 15 on. But when you say full port, to me that says risking thy whole wad. And if you're going to risk thy whole wad, that's like all or none in poker. And you see a lot of all or none in poker go the wrong way. So don't do that to yourself. I'm a person that trades smaller than he can. Maybe sometimes even a little too small, but that's where I'm comfortable. I'm 60 years old. I've been at this a long time, and my heart can't take going full port anymore. So, but my suggestion is just take that out of your vocabulary. Trade sizing can be based on distance to invalidation. There's a million ways to peel an onion. Hey, I did it. A million ways to peel an onion, but to me, going full port is not one of them. That's my suggestion. JD, what do you think of that?
You're right on, Hoag. We do got to cut this a little short today. We got KV in the green room right now. We want to be back on before that 1 o'clock number hits the tape.
Yes.
So we're going to take a short break. Give us your, you want to do some dad wisdom real quick, Hoag, and then we're going to get out of here.
Just real quick.
KV's,
he stole this one from Albert Einstein. He used to tell me, the measure of intelligence is the ability to change. And trading is all about change. Market states change, strategies change, people change, markets change people. Be willing to change. Don't be afraid of change. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much, Dad. Thank you very much, JD. I love you, brother. And looking forward to this next segment with Patience with KV.
You know what time it is. 1 o'clock Central on a Wednesday. You know that means it's Patience with KV, the man in the middle. KV, that's a fresh haircut. Looking good, KV.
I appreciate it. You're not looking too bad either.
Did you remember to go to the barber in the morning and not the afternoon, because the barber is at their finest in the morning?
That's the key. That's the key to success.
Yes. You also never get a haircut on the day of an event. You go 3 days before the event, so it doesn't look like you just got a fresh haircut. That's another trick I learned growing up.
That's an interesting point there as well, JD. Yeah, never on the day of the event.
Words of wisdom. Okay, this is Patience with KV. Let's just do a quick rundown of the FOMC minutes real quick. Again, this is just a recap of the meeting from July 30th and 31st. Here we go. Vast majority of participants said it would likely be appropriate to ease policy at the next meeting if data continued to come in as expected. Several participants said recent progress on inflation and increases in the unemployment rate provide a plausible case for a 25 basis point cut at the July meeting, or could have supported such a move. The majority of participants said risk to unemployment goal had increased. Many noticed risk to inflation's goal has decreased. Participants viewed the incoming data as enhancing their confidence that inflation was moving towards 2% objective. And finally, the Fed staff's outlook for economic growth in the second half of 2024 had been marked down largely in response to weaker than expected labor market conditions. So with that being said, KV, it sounds like they're giving us the green light, giving themselves the green light, I should say, for a 25 point basis cut in the September meeting. Is that how you're seeing it as well, KV?
I mean, that's how everyone should be seeing it at this moment. The minutes today, what you just described there, not much of a surprise, right? Even the market right now is not reacting that much because it's known. If you look at the Fed expectation, the probability, 100% expectation right now that we get that rate cut in September. September 18th is the next Fed meeting. So I believe we just go with that sentiment right now. We still have a few numbers until then because, again, it's 4 weeks until that happens. Again, you have to understand, guys, as well, these minutes are not now. They're a little bit delayed because it's the last Fed meeting that we had a few weeks ago, right? So they don't take into effect what has happened recently, and they're not going to take into effect, what was going to happen in the next few weeks with the unemployment rate that we're also going to get for the month of August, right? So we get that in about 2 weeks there. Big surprise as well, the job numbers today. Hopefully everyone saw that. They were a little bit delayed from the 10 a.m. New York time release, but that hasn't taken into effect, again, about what these minutes were about. So again, anything could change until then. Right now, the possibility is 100% we get that rate cut in September. And I think finally it's time because we've been waiting for this. We've been waiting for this since March now, right? So it's about time. And again, I believe it's going to be 25 basis point. 50 would be a little bit too high, but I believe we do get those 3 cuts this year, 25, 25, and 25. Mm-hmm. Let's see. It's going to be interesting.
Indeed. Okay, JD, do you have your account open, or are you looking to trade?
Live account is open, ready to execute. Yeah, I agree with everything KV just said. I think people are waiting to see what Powell has to say on Friday morning. He's going to be talking live from the Jackson Hole Symposium. Probably going to open up a door, maybe crack a window into a possible 50 basis point rate cut in the next meeting. Not likely, but a couple cuts after that. Still more than likely 25% basis point cut in the next Fed meeting, but they're going to hint at a 50 basis point cut and probably not do it. So, yeah. This non-event, we had a small knee-jerk reaction. Traded back up to yesterday's high at 931 in the NQ. Right back to where we started. Seeing a little bit in the market right now. But nothing really to write home about at the moment.
I would agree with that. It's okay, though. At least
it's been this price action literally the whole week where it's very tight. We get a few ups and downs. But if you look at this on a bigger scheme of things, it's a very, very tight price action compared to like the average of what we've seen the past few weeks. This is pretty much what I expected, and probably a lot of people expected August to be like, because August is usually like this, right? I think that first week that we got was a little bit of an outlier, where we had those crazy movements. But yeah, this is much of what we expect in August. Slow. There's definitely opportunity, but you just got to be happy with less, right? You're not going to get those crazy, follow through moves anymore. The candles are very tiny as well, so you got to be a little bit more patient when it comes to holding these types of setups.
I think you said that spot on. Yes, it has slowed down a little bit. Yes, patience with KV. How has the trading week gone so far, KV?
A lot to be patient about. I've only taken one trade yesterday in the afternoon, power hour session. Not much about power yesterday either. We took a good trade though on a nice bounce play, but it's been crazy with the price action. As soon as it looks good to go up, it fakes people out. As soon as it looks good to come down, fakes people out as well. George says they're fun trade. Yeah, it was definitely a tedious hold yesterday. We were holding and holding and holding. It gave us that win, but oh my god, I don't like to be in those type of plays because for me it's very important to get in a good entry, right? And for me, a good entry is something that I get in and it starts moving in my direction. Okay. Now, whether that takes a few minutes or a few hours, it really matters. It really depends on the market, but I really don't like to stay inside this price action because as much as I want to be patient, it just eats you alive, just staying in that position for minutes and maybe half an hour to 1 hour, right? So a little bit of a tedious hold, but hopefully it doesn't happen again. We are into a little bit of a more volatile price action right now with the FOMC minutes. So let's see if we can get any directional play going. We stopped at yesterday's high, guys, right? So yeah, I believe my screen is showing there. So yesterday's high is where we kind of stopped on that 2 p.m. announcement, and we're just staying in this zone right now. I have this blue box. It is a key zone that was in the morning as well during lunch hours, and then it looks like we are just kind of consolidating in between that area. I'd like a move either way. Doesn't matter the direction. But this area right now is, as long as we're stuck inside this area, for me, it's neutral. It is neutral.
Okay, yeah, let's do a market recap real quick. Last trade in the NQ, 19,903, 904s. Market's trying to figure out what to do with this level. I thought we were going to make a run for the 20,000s this morning. We did peak out around 19,981 3/4. Then the sellers did come in very aggressively. Took it all the way down to almost 19,800. So big sell-off there in the morning. Saw the same in the S&Ps. S&Ps last trade, 56.39. High of the day, 56.55. Got about a 40-point range on the day in the S&Ps. Dow stuck on VWAP last trade, 40,976. VWAP 972. Just above there. Crude seeing more sellers, man. Below that $72 mark, we are currently trading $71.54. Low of the day, $71.46. And last but definitely not least is gold. Gold seeing some buyers again. High of the day, 25.57. Last trade, 25.51. KV, are these all-time highs in gold? Or JD, either one? I believe these are pretty much keep making new all-time highs in gold. Is that correct?
Approaching. We're not at all-time highs right now, but it's been ripping higher. All it does is rip higher recently. There's no stopping gold at the moment. There was a call. Let me see if I can find it. You guys talk for a minute.
Okay.
There's some analyst calls looking for gold by the end of the year in the 26 handle, 2600 handle.
I know Dakota's been calling for 2600s as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's just as I say, what is the market going to do at the 19,900 level in the NQ? Sellers did step in. Sold it off about 10 points beneath that last trade, 890 or so. Okay, KV, I'm going to ask you, coming up for Power Hour here, any particular levels, key levels that you're looking for to perhaps take a trade long or short?
Well, again, there's a nice demand area right here at New York session VWAP, right? So we had stayed on this consolidation for about 1 p.m. to almost an hour there, New York time. I'd be looking for the price to retest that. It's a very, very nice area. If we do hold that same area again, probably around 850s, 860s, I'd be looking for another long higher. Again, we got to see buyers first. I usually don't take plays earlier, but as long as we do get that retest, get some buyer pressure, I'd be willing to take some longs there. It is very, very strong of an area. If we don't hold that, yeah, so if we don't hold that, there's not much holding this, to be honest with you.
There's some confluence around that level. We got VIP. I'm showing VIP right around 63, and we've got yesterday's value area high at 58, which was a decent target level early on in the day. Held as resistance overnight. We've been kind of just bouncing around it all day long. But yeah, I'm curious to see how price reacts once we get to that level again. Might be a decent spot for a nice cheap long.
Yep.
19,000.
Again, it's a very, very interesting play because, again, if it doesn't start bouncing on that area, you just accept the loss, and it's a quick loss. You don't have to stay on it for a while.
Okay, we got a new poll up in the chat right now. Will NQ break above 20,000 this week?
It was close in the morning, right? I mean,
you're there. Yeah,
it was right 20 points away in the morning when we were at those areas. I was like, okay, we got that nice pump. Let's wait for a nice pullback, and then we can look for another long. The buyers never came. Buyers never came.
Buyers did not come. They sure did not. Sellers slammed on the brakes there at 981, and again, just like 180-point sell-off in the NQ. Very, very vicious, but there was volume to back it up to the downside. So keep an eye on that. JD, okay, we still got buyers in gold here. Gold's up about $4 in the last 10 minutes or so. Keep an eye. Again, high of the day, 25.57. Last trade, 25.53. $2 to go. We can keep pushing higher here. I guess overnight. But yeah, JD, what you look at ES or NQ for perhaps taking a trade?
I have the NQs up right now. I'm not averse to taking an ES position, but in a market like this, I think there's more bang for your buck trade in the NQ. If we're kind of, I won't say ranging, but if we're in a consolidation mode, you're going to get paid faster in the NQ than you will in the ES, and that's kind of what I'm looking for right now.
Agree. Okay, still seeing some buyers here. S&P is still catching a bit of a bid, 56.40. When Patience KV started, we're trading around the 36s or so. So we'll see if we can keep that upward momentum. Again, volume has tapered off, and we're in a bit of a range. So with that being said, KV, obviously we know the Jackson Hole Symposium, I believe it begins tonight, and then they start speaking starting Thursday and Friday. Anything you're looking for Jerome Powell that just to confirm, I don't know, is he just going to confirm the rate cut in September, essentially? What could he possibly say at this point that isn't really unknown?
I highly doubt it. Yeah, what could he say differently at this point, right? It's just another conference, right? I don't think the markets will react as much, especially after what we've seen this week as well. It's pretty quiet. It is very, very quiet. In my opinion, just because of thinking about it, that we're not going to get anything new, the market could react a little bit negatively to it as well, if there's nothing new on Friday. And again, I just can't think of what could he say that's so much different for the market to react positively, for us to see a rally on Friday. I just can't think of something.
Yeah, I mean, we've been discussing lately. I know that to go to the Fed watch tool, they are pricing perhaps a slight probability that a 50-point basis cut may be on the table. What would your thoughts be on a 50-point basis cut? I think, well, first of all, what would your thoughts be if the Fed did cut by 50 basis points in September?
It's probably going to affect the other meetings, right? It's definitely going to affect the other meetings, right? Because we have 3 more to go this year. I don't think, because right now the calculation is 325 basis points, right? So that's a total of 75. I think we still stay on that 75, and maybe we just skip maybe the November rate cut, and then they just do the last one in December. The markets are definitely going to react if it does a 50 basis point, right? Because that is not in a lot of calculations right now. I haven't checked the probability of it being a 50 basis point. I just know that it's 100% that it's going to be a rate cut. But I would be curious to see what the probability is there that we get a 50 basis point increase, rate cut.
Okay, well, I just pulled up. Well, it's interesting. 61.5% probability of a 25 point basis, 25 basis point cut, and then 38.5% chance probability of a 50 basis point cut. So we've been talking here at Topstep TV. Yeah, me too. We're discussing here at Topstep TV, if they did do 50 points, it could possibly send more panic into the market, do more harm than good in terms of equities. So what are we missing? What aren't we seeing? The Fed is seeing that the economy will need a jumpstart, if you will, a kickstart for a 50-point cut. So that's kind of what we were thinking here at Topstep TV. Like you said, it's not in the calculations giving. Hey, gold's still finding some more buyers. It just topped out at 25.57. Actually, new highs 25.58. So still some buyers in gold. Take a look at the tilt. 61% long in the gold. We got 81% long in crude oil right now as crude trades near the lows, about 10 cents off the lows. Low of the day, $71.46. So, all right, JD. I think you're talking about perhaps taking a long, or you weren't really married to a bias one way or another. We are trading 19,903. What would a cheap trade look like here in the NQ, JD?
Pull it back up again. I was just looking at gold. So cheap trade right here would be around VWAP, which I have at 862, and our value area high from yesterday at 858. So that's your buy zone right in there between, I would say, 860 and 850. And then your stop is below 40. I would say put a stop in below 45. So you're taking about 15 ticks of heat, 15 points of heat, I should say, if you scale into a 2 or 3 lot trade through that buy zone right there. That is my belief of it. Looking for some confluence in Discord right now. It doesn't look like too many people are very active at the moment. Everyone's just kind of sitting on their hands. We're drifting.
There's nothing to be
left to right at the moment. Yeah.
There's nothing to be active here. I mean, the market's not active on its own, so it's more of a guessing game with this price action these last 20 minutes. So you gotta wait on it.
Yep, no guessing.
And the trade I'm looking at is so obvious too. Everybody's probably looking at it, so it's probably going to blow out the second you put it on. No, they're just going to run the stops immediately. And that's another thing. I could talk myself out of anything, especially a cheap trade. But moving my entry lower because I expect stops to get run, and then before you know it, the market takes off without you. That is a thing.
Yes, I know.
It definitely is a thing.
All right, KV. Well, here at Topstep, we always have a tip of the week. And this week, the tip of the week is stay informed, okay? Stay updated on market news and developments. Be aware of economic indicators and earnings reports, and monitor changes in market sentiment. So, KV, we'd like to know here, how do you stay updated on market news and developments? What software do you use? What news services do you use to make sure you don't get blindsided or caught off guard by market-moving events throughout the trading day?
Yeah, so, I mean, just the simple, right? Just have the economic calendar always at the beginning of the week, making sure what's important, what's not important, because there's so many numbers that come in. A lot of the economic calendars will have it as a red or a bold kind of mark on the events that actually move the markets or not. Depending what you're trading as well. If you're trading oil, obviously you have to be more, in tune with what's happening with the oil numbers. If you're trading bonds, then looking at the bond auction and so on. So you got to also understand what type of market you're trading and pay more attention to those events, right? I was asked this question actually this morning, like, could we get a list of when this happens, the market will do this? And I wish there was such a list, but it's with the environment that we are right now, no one really knows, because there's times that you get good numbers and the market reacts negatively, and you get the same numbers, a few months after, the market reacts completely different. So I wish there was a list that, okay, if the market, if this economic number does this, the market will follow through to the upside or the downside. Unfortunately, there isn't. You can try and guess a little bit, do some good guessing, but you just got to react to it. And that's always been, a thing that I push a lot. Don't try to predict, right? Don't try to predict, okay, there's going to be a number happening at 8:30. I'll just go long because I think it could go up, right? You can't. You just can't predict that. So just wait for it, just like we're doing right now as well. You wait for those FOMC minutes to come out. We had that initial pump. Now we're just waiting and reacting to the price action. That's really it.
How do you feel about events that are imminent, but you're just afraid to get in ahead of? So we've got this. We mentioned it this morning during the opening call. There's this shipping strike that's about to happen in Canada. It's going to affect every aspect of the economy in Canada and the United States. Everything from crude oil to grains to lumber. It's going to affect everything. The two largest shipping companies in Canada, railway and trucking, are going on strike. They're not going to be shipping anything in the entire country, which is a huge deal. Now, we know that's going to start happening tomorrow. How does that affect crude oil prices today? This is a matter of personal opinion.
Yeah, I personally don't trade crude oil, but I mean, just an educated guess. If we already know that, hasn't the market already priced that in?
Well,
if it's already
you
out
think
there,
crude oil would be ripping higher once we figure out that we're not going to be getting our Canadian imports, but it's really not doing anything at the moment. We're hanging around the lows for the day, just kind of drifting lower. It almost makes me want to just put one on. Not risking a whole lot, but
no. I mean,
one on and hold it.
You have to, calculate the risk as well. If it's something that you're willing to risk, then go in with a lesser size, right? And just see if it works out. But playing the news is
as soon as Brooksy's in the chat saying as soon as I said that, crude oil took off to the races, and he's not wrong. Look at that; it just spiked.
Did you press the buy button, JD?
I don't know who's listening to us talk right now. How many people are in here? There's 3,000 people. Did everybody just buy crude oil after we talked about that? Shouldn't be taking my word for it. This is not a signal service. Can't say that enough.
We are getting definitely some volume on the NASDAQ here as well, as it's trying to get out of this range once again. Again, we have this red line, again, previous day high, and we also have the trend line from the day high today. So double the resistance there. If we can take that zone, I believe we should see some more follow through to the upside. But so far, it's still in this kind of neutral territory.
Yep. I've got yesterday's high marked on my Topstep X chart also, 19,931. Above that, we've got weekly kickoff high at 970, which held his nice resistance zone earlier this morning during fast markets. Nick for a tick called that one out. He had some great confluence up there. What a trade he made off of that level. He was more watching the options than what the futures were doing.
Yeah.
That's how we got into that trade. But looking in on the chat, everyone's saying buy this NQ dip. Which dip are you talking about? Getting back to that high from yesterday, 19,931 in the NQ. Let's see what the ES is doing. ES is at yesterday's high right now, 56.43. Yeah. Passed right through that level, kind of coming back again just a little bit, just by a couple tickies. But still, I don't see anything that's going to force me into this market.
Again, update the tilt. 90% long in crude oil right now. 90% long.
90%.
90% long crude oil. 90.24%. Yes. 90.24.
Andre, while you stepped away, we started talking about this shipping strike that's about to happen in Canada. And as soon as we started talking about it, oil started spiking. And now,
what's the headline?
90% long.
Remind me.
The two largest shipping companies are going on strike starting tomorrow, and it's going to affect every aspect of the economy in Canada and the United States, from crude oil shipments to grain shipments to everything.
Wow.
Lumber, fertilizer.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, catching a bid here in NQ and ES as well. Catching a pop here. Here we go. Let's go full screen to NASDAQ.
We're going for that resistance zone right now.
What is it?
We're going for the resistance zone right now. Trend line from the day high as well as previous day high. Same area. If we can take that, we should see a follow through to the highs.
Okay. Resistance is what's the price again, KV? 19,000.
3036s.
3036s. Okay. I see the spike there around about 29 minutes ago. We did spike up to that. That was probably off the FOMC minutes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We did top out at 36s, just like you said. So keep an eye on that. Okay. So strike begins tomorrow, JD?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the article that we shared this morning. Hang on a second.
Okay. New highs gold. New highs gold. Yeah, 92% long, folks. 92% long in crude oil right now. Last trade, $71.93. Low of the day, $71.46.
All right, here's the article I was looking at this morning. It's a Reuters article.
Cool.
Go ahead and take a look at that.
All right, we're still pushing higher here in the NQ and ES. And KV is looking for a push through 19,936. He thinks if we can push through that, we are going to target all of the new highs on the day, or high of the day, which is 19,981. And 92% long in crude, only 8% short. Let's see the average price. You're long from average price long. Hold on a second. Do I have the wrong chart up? Crude. Taking a look at the tilt. Average price to what's front month in crude, JD?
Front month in crude is October V.
Okay, that's what I'm seeing. All right. Well, average long price in crude is $72.79. So they're still taking heat on those longs, but they've been building into that. Okay. Yep. I was double checking. Like, man, is that what you're seeing, JD?
Yep, I'm looking at the same thing.
Okay, cool. So I kept double checking. I go, ooh, last trade is
long now.
92% long. That is one of the heaviest numbers we've ever seen here on the tilt. So do with it as you please, but know that 92% long in October contract of crude oil. All right, KV, let's see if we can keep pushing higher through those 36s in. Oh, yeah, we're trading 46. Here we go, 19,946. 40 points from the high of the day of 35 points, 36 points from the high of the day. Again, high of the day, 19,981. Man, when in doubt, just buy. I guess when in doubt, when the coast is clear, just come in and buy. That's what we got going on right here. What would tempt you? Would anything tempt you or incline you to perhaps take a short up here at the 20,000 level, KV? Big fat round number. I know we've been through that before. We almost went to 21,000 about 3 weeks ago. But big fat round number of 20,000. Cheap trade, cheap short, perhaps? What do you think?
I personally wouldn't see that. With the way the market has been bought up today and the way it's holding right now after FOMC, if we do reach 20,000, I think we just push higher.
Yeah. Okay. Your risk is still too deep for a cheap short right now. You're looking at new highs for new highs for a short opportunity that's 80 points away. That's quite a bit. 30 points away. Take that back.
All right. Crude's still pushing higher here, about 50-cent pop. Dow pushing higher too as well. Above 41,000. Last trade in the Dow, 41,042. 19,950. Who says markets don't move in the lunch hour trade? We are rallying here, folks.
Moving.
Yeah, we are.
Hungus, GD is moving markets. That's the headline. Nice, Hungus.
Love it. Love it. Everything's on the move right now.
Yep.
Yeah, what, pushing?
We got a meme of me pushing a freight train. That'll be my John Henry moment. I do not want to die at the end, though.
Everything on the move right now. NQ moving, ES moving, YM moving, crude moving, and gold moving here on Topstep TV. This is PAYtience with KV. You New York, KV? Where are you right now?
In New York, yep. Mm-hmm.
Love it.
I was Chicago. I was in Chicago last week. I love that place.
You were in Chicago? What were you doing in Chicago? What were you doing? Yeah, what were you doing in Chicago? Yeah, what were you doing in Chicago?
Just a quick trip with my wife. That's all.
Where'd you go?
We went to a couple of different places. Just the downtown area mainly. Really, really, really got surprised because I thought it was going to be like New York. So much better.
Wow. Did you hear that, MP? How about that? So much better? It's definitely smaller. It's definitely smaller.
It was, much smaller, much cleaner. I don't know. To me, it felt like a fusion between New York and London.
Wow. That is the
You know why it's cleaner? Does anybody know why Chicago is cleaner than New York City?
Yes. I know. Does KV know why it's cleaner? We'll ask him.
Let's ask the chat. Why is Chicago cleaner than New York City?
There it is.
We'll come back.
Yep.
We'll give the chat we'll give that question a minute to marinate and we'll come back to it.
There they go. They're on to it.
They got it. They're onto it. The alley system. That is correct. We have alleys where we put our garbage, not in the middle of the damn street at the end of the night.
Yeah. In New York, it's in the middle of the street, man.
There is. Well, it's a bit of an older city. They didn't consider the alley system back then. We're also on the grid system here as well. Like, I guess Manhattan's in a grid system as well.
I don't know.
Kind of. All right, seen a bit of a pullback here. So, you guys, everyone said, yeah, I can't get long.
With this pullback that we're seeing now, if we do see some buyers right now, guys, holding the 925s, I'd be looking for some longs there. If not, this comes back down to this chop zone here. But
25 is your floor. We're down at 22 right now.
Yeah, it's moving quickly. Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at a 3-minute candle. It is moving fast.
It is moving pretty fast. This one, look, we just erased all of that pump there in just 1 60-second candle.
Sure did.
Wow.
Look at that. And it was looking good, right? It was looking good for another move higher. And look at what happens. And we've seen these drops. That's why I've been very careful this week, because we've seen these drops today so many times.
They're violent, real fast, real hard.
Wow. Pretty decent volume too. This is all right. Watching oil. Oil's still moving higher here, about up 70 cents off the lows. Crude pulling back, or gold pulling back a little bit, about $3 off the highs there. Last trade 25.54. Markets are moving, folks. Not easy. I don't know if there's home run trades in here, but there's definitely see profit, take profit opportunities in these markets.
Oh, there's definitely opportunity. It's just a little bit more tricky. You got to be a little bit more careful, because again, if you were in longs, for example, if you're not scaling out or taking profits as you go, you get all these sudden drops out of nowhere that just kind of crush you.
Indeed. So KV, when we're to use your word, we're trading tricky markets. How do you adapt in terms of entry, risk management, exiting? How do you adapt when markets are like this?
Just waiting. So everyone should have their A++ setups, right? As long as you just wait for that. That's all you can do, honestly. That's all you can do in this market. And that's why I really, really prefer scaling out, because you never know when you get these drops to just, pick a point. Okay, I'm going to sell here. You never know. That's why it's just scale out gradually. It's going to be much simpler. You're not going to get as much stressed, right? Because if you were in the longs, you had this 60-second drop, all those gains got wiped out in 60 seconds. That messes up with your psychology as well.
Great.
So again, trade smaller, scale out if you can as well.
Yep.
Switching to micros gives you that flexibility as well to scale out longer.
Just going to say micros. Yep. Here we go. Growling puppy.
I want to get micros activated on this account, but I feel like I'd take some heat for that upstairs. So I'm just sticking with the minis.
You could trade 3,000 micro contracts a day, like our boy, your boy JD.
He did it again.
Did he?
Let me pull.
What a savage.
Let me pull up my one of my stat sheets here.
Yeah.
I was looking
KV.
through some XFA accounts.
We got a trader trades micros. Actually puts up numbers, trade micros, but trades 3,000 contracts a day in micros, KV. Oh yeah.
He made another $17,600 across 2 XFAs, trading nothing but micro and Q.
That's amazing.
How many contracts?
I got to pull up his trade report, but I can do that.
We're stepping in here.
Maybe we can get Jack in here too. Jack loves this guy. Jack thinks he's a nuisance. He should be on every billboard in America. Trading action.
Wanted. Okay, sellers definitely stepping in here. Looking at the NQ.
We're back.
That's at 19,000. Yeah, 19,900. Man, that's the tricky part. KV, we're looking for a push above 36. We actually got to push all the way into the 50s. Just to see it come back. That's the tricky part of this trading. Now you got the tiger by the tail, and sure enough.
Yeah, we're literally at the same price we were at 2 p.m. at the opening of this session. So it's...
I got a 100 lot here, 19,906 in the NQ. Got 100 lot on the bid, 906 3/4, and filled. No problem. Last trade 04s.
I like what Coach Hoop said there. You can't get married to trades today, and that's 100% true.
Absolutely not. Yeah, this is a two-way trade today.
And run. Take your money and run.
All right, buyer's going to try to step in here at the NQ. Nope. Seller said nope. All right, KV. So for power hour, do you still like that level of 19,850 for a long in the NQ?
I still do. Yeah, I've been taking more power hour trades lately. Hopefully we can get some power today. So let's see. But yeah, that zone. I still do like that zone at the bottom.
Okay. And coming up on power hour, we got myself, Dolby Time, Coach Dakota, and Hoag in the house. Live experience there. Make sure you tune in. Again, while everyone's watching, please click like, please click subscribe. 115,000 subscribers. Just incredible. Support's been amazing. Just an absolute amazing community. Very supportive in what can be a very, very lonely journey if you're doing this by yourself. You didn't, get lonely.
Ready for some numbers here?
Yeah, hit me. Yeah, sure am.
Yesterday, Anwar H made $8,300 trading nothing but micro NASDAQ, 2,280 contracts traded. That was yesterday. Monday made $13,300.
Yeah.
3,902 contracts traded.
Get it, Anwar. Amazing.
That is over 6,000 micro contracts traded in one account. Over
JD, is that profit after the commission paid?
Let's see what he paid in commissions.
Because that would be interesting.
That's impressive.
Total fees and commissions paid $843 yesterday. Total fees and commissions on Monday, $1,445.
Yeah.
So that is after fees and commissions.
Wow, not bad. Hey, we're goofing on them, but not bad. System sticking to it. Brokers just say thank you. Keep up the good work.
Do what works, right?
Yeah, ain't broke. Nope. All right. All right. So with that pop and everything, guys, Dow, you did take a peak above 41,040. Sellers came in. We are now beneath 41,000. We're going right back to VWAP, 40,976. And Q. Let's trade. We're stuck at this 19,900 level. Right back to it, man. There is a magnet, 19,900 right now. Take a look at that tilt. Let's follow up with that crude oil tilt. Still 84% long.
Back a little.
Yep, pairing back low. Just see it top out at 92%. Average price long from $72. What was it, 22 cents or something like that? It peel off. Make some profits because now average long price is $72.96. So it tells me there's some profit taking there. What a move.
There were some people saying they didn't see anything coming off their news feeds about the rail strike in Canada. So I'm just going to share the link that I read this morning. This is a Reuters article.
What are the companies? Yeah, what are the companies?
Does it even name the companies? Hang on. Just as the two largest companies.
Yeah, talk to my buddies in logistics. Give me the 411 on
that. Canadian National Railway and Canadian Pacific Kansas Cities will lock out workers from Thursday as last-minute talks with the Teamsters Union continue to avert a costly stoppage. So they're talking about it, but it doesn't look like anything good is going to happen before tomorrow.
Okay. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Benjamin Smith, yes. Largest railway in Canada. Thank you very much. Market Den as well. Keep an eye on this oil. Again, oil train, very cheap. All things considered. Oh, here's a question we get a lot. El Toro, this is a very good question. Okay. I'm not sure how to. Yeah. Okay. Question for everyone that's just listening. Question: if KV is waiting to get long at 19,850, why doesn't he take the short here, which is the price is 19,900? Why does he take the short while we get to 19,850? Am I wrong? No, you're not necessarily wrong. It's a good question. KV, how do you answer that?
I get that question. Oh my God, how many times I get that question, especially from people who are just, new to the markets as well. Just because I'm waiting for that zone doesn't mean that zone is going to come into play, right? There's no setup here. There is a setup at 850, but there's no setup here. So me entering a short, I could just get chopped up. Here before we get into that zone. A zone is of interest because there's value there. Either there's sellers, buyers, there's confluence, right? So the way I look at it, the 850 is a much cleaner area for you to take a position just because of how the market looks there. Now, the way up to 850 maybe doesn't even happen right now, right? Maybe it just doesn't happen until tomorrow. I don't know. Or it does happen. It does not fit your trading plan, right? Because let's say I entered the short. I really have no plan here. Where's my stop loss going to be? Where's my targets going to be? There's really no plan. So again, I'm not sure if I'm explaining that correctly or if it makes sense. But just because we're waiting for a zone doesn't mean we're taking a trade and wait. I don't know. It just there's no interest right now. There's no trade interest right now for us to take a position at this area. It's no value.
And, to add to that, there's no guarantee that we actually do get down to 19,850. So if we have to get there first for the trade idea to be valid, so to speak, or for at least to be on alert. So we got to get there first, because if we don't get there, we're getting short. Then we're just losing money trying to get there, hoping we get there. So
that's right.
We got to get there first, and then we execute the trade.
I've seen people do this though. I've seen people do this as well. When we're trading with our team, let's say I'm in a long, I'm scaling out of that long, and as soon as I exit the long, a lot of people look for shorts. Now, is that a good thing, bad thing? I'm not going to be totally against it, but it doesn't really make much sense either. I just because the longs, are weakening down doesn't mean a good short opportunity is there either, right? The market could just stay, a flat. And there's this good saying as well that I do like, right? And I think it's from a famous book, or the markets can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent, right? So the market could just stay in the zone. Yeah. I believe it's Warren Buffett. Like the markets could stay in that range for minutes, hours. No one knows, right? So just because the longs are weakening or the shorts are weakening doesn't necessarily mean clicking the reverse button is the best thing. I know that you guys have the reverse button there, so it doesn't necessarily mean you got to click that button when the longs, are over.
KV, we do the reversal challenge here on Friday afternoons.
I know. It's not Friday yet, guys.
It's not. 48 hours for the reversal challenge. Again, Friday afternoon, power hours are the reversal challenge. Purely sim, purely for entertainment. Purely just demo.
It's a good time.
Just to have a little fun. It's a good time to close us out for another amazing week But, for the time being, we are watching these markets. Yes, 19,900. We are trying to figure out what to do with that. All right, crude oil tilt now 80% long. Last trade $72.09, $72.09. Bit of a pullback there in crude. All right, JD, no trades just yet. Yeah.
It's just we're literally in the same zone for
Isn't that crazy?
Again, about an hour now. The only decent opportunity was that, move outside of the range, right? So that 5-minute play there to the upside. Even that was a little bit too risky, but that was the only actual move.
What would the trade have been? Because I remember we were trying to break through 36s, 19,936, and we're going to, and then, which we did, we got we got into the 50s, and then sellers just came in and slammed the door on that. So
it didn't last that long either, right? So even if you had taken it, you'd had to be out very quickly, or the position would just be on the red. Because right now, after you look at it, everything seems simple. Oh my God, I could have taken it here and then exited here, and it seems simple. But when you're in the moment, that was still rangy up to a point, and then after it looked clean, the move just failed to continue. Like this was when it got clean at that 230 mark. As soon as we popped out of the range, as soon as we popped above everything, it just failed back into the zone. And we're still in this blue box right now. We continued there. We're back here. It's been a very range since the opening session.
All right, JD, I'll ask you, any levels you're looking at for, just levels of interest in ES or NQ, just something we keep an eye on for Power Hour, or anyone on Team Bulldozer?
Team Bulldozer is quiet. I was in Discord during this segment, asking around, poking around, seeing who's up, who's in. Yep. Not much response. Consensus is everyone's kind of holding back, trying to absorb what happened this morning a little bit. I think a lot of people got run over on that rip and dip. But that was a tough trade, real tough trade this morning. But I still like that 50 to 60 zone to the downside.
Yes, 50
below 40.
Where? What
in the
what price?
NQ? 50 to 60 zone in the NQ.
Oh, gotcha.
The buy zone. With the stop below 40.
850s. Gotcha. 850s. Thank you. 850s. There's 2 check marks there.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
850, 60.
Team Bulldozer likes that, so we'll keep an eye on that. 850, 60. 2 checks. Bulldozer and KV. Sweet. All right, buyer's going to try to give it the old college try again.
They're trying again, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, this is tricky indeed, KV. Man.
Just looked at the clock. That hour went by pretty fast.
We're almost here. Yep, that's 6 minutes until Power Hour. Taking a look on the ladder here in the ES. What's up, KV?
Coach Hoop asked if I ever take a look at micro Bitcoin. I do not really. I track the prices a little bit. I'm not heavily invested in crypto. I've got a little bit. By a little bit, I mean I was buying in $25 and $50 increments as it was breaking a couple years ago. It took me over 2.5 years to get back to even. I'm in the money just a little bit, but I watched it dip down to I watched it dip down to 59,000 again yesterday. So I don't know what it's doing today.
Juan Marrero. I feel like this market is pretty predictable right now. I can sense the sarcasm there. I see what you're doing there, Juan. Hey, well, we finally
Good news is it is accumulating right now. So hopefully you guys get some nice moves for Power Hour, because the consolidation that's happening right now is good, right? You're getting some more volatility than we got, maybe during the lunch hour consolidation. The candles were a little bit tighter. So hopefully this consolidation right here with the increased volatility yields some better moves during Power Hour.
Yep, let's give the old college try here. One more time. Gold Pulled back now beneath $72. Tilt pairing back as well. 79% long. We did see as high as 92% long. For those that are just tuning in, I know, Juan. I know you're just playing. This is tricky. It's not easy at all. Oh, we got a little Delta update. Thanks, Hoag. Minus 12,000 in the ES. Again, we tried doing that. Yeah, I tried playing the short squeeze yesterday. Down to negative 40,000. Negative 40,000. Right around these prices. I think we're getting along around 56.20 in the ES. Delta got as large as minus 40,000. Just couldn't squeeze them. All right, follow-up question. El Toro, I like this. Back and forth. Follow-up. If KV wasn't sure about the short, then why not just take the long?
These are interesting. We're getting a lot of tricky questions.
These are good questions. These are good questions that deserve real answers, I think. So why not just take the long?
Again, similar answer, right? There's no setup that I could point right now to the chart being, okay, this is a good long because of this, and this, right? For me, it's more of a consolidation zone that we're in right now. So you just got to let the play out a little bit more above these areas, right? And that's why I like the zone at the bottom, because we just have one zone and there's not much below it, right? So it's much easier for you to determine what your plan is. Because if you're just entering a trade, just because it's looking good, but have no real plan, doesn't really make sense. You got to really be sure of your entries, right? You got to be very sure of what's your invalidation area going to be, right? Where's your stop loss area? You got to be very sure of your targets as well. You could point some targets here, but in terms of like a stop loss area, it's very tricky. You've gotten a lot of wicks, and then you have this crazy consolidation zone here at the bottom, right? The 60 to the 50s. So it's very tricky for you to say, okay, if it drops below this level, I'm going to get stopped out. Okay, that's why it's a little bit more difficult.
Hey, shout out to, where's Zoe? I think I saw Zoe hit me up. There you go, Alonzo, locked up $1,000 in a 50K XFA. Back at it tomorrow. Good on you, man.
Nice job.
Yes, good job, Zoe. All right, well, that's, man, patience with KV flew by. Markets are moving. We do have a delta again, minus 12,000 in the ES, minus 2,700 in the NQ. To conclude, patience with KV. KV, you know what's about to come your way. KV, leave us with some words of wisdom.
I already said what I had to say today. The Warren Buffett quote, just read that 10 times a day, guys. Read that 10 times a day. I promise you're going to take better trades. Because a lot of you guys get stuck in a lot of ranges. You get stuck in a lot of ranges, then when the day is over, you see that you took 2-3 trades in the same area where it was a no interest area to begin with, right? And then after an hour, after 2 hours, probably the setup happened, right? So Dolby, did someone see ranges?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, if you want to play ranges, just follow Dolby. That's the conclusion here.
Absolutely. All right, good stuff today, JD. Great stuff, KV. Again, we got Power Hour coming up next. Myself, Dolby Time, Dakota, and Hoag after this. That was awesome. Love you too, Lonzo. Let's do it. Come on. Yeah, we got the dream team in the house for Power Hours. These are some familiar faces. Lower left, we got Hoag in the house. Upper right, Dolby Time with the sick. Looking into the future shades. In the lower right, with the bear behind him, Mr. Coach Dakota. What is happening? Who I haven't spoken to? Yes, Dakota, what's happening?
We're shorting this market. I'm short from 915. I've been a bear the past few days. I had a great trade on this morning, shorting the little bounce back after that sell off, and here we are back. We rallied up to the 900s. We failed. I got into short. This is just a combine account. I'm done with my funded account for the day. It's Power Hour, but here's a trade. Here's the opportunity, and I took it.
Love it, love it, love it. All right.
That used to be a bull behind you.
Yeah, it used to be. Today I'm bearish.
I did.
Oh boy.
I like it.
Oh, yes, the green.
Yeah,
look out below.
What do we have? We have unemployment claims tomorrow. We have Jackson Hole data coming out Friday, or data, speak conclusion Friday. And I'm looking for this market to pull back or consolidate until then. So until then, I'm most likely going to be a bear.
All right, cool. Awesome. All right, Hoag and Dolby got their accounts open for this Power Hour. You see a run up there around about 36 minutes ago. Thought we are going to target the high of the days. Sellers slammed the brakes on that, said not so fast, and it might be lookout below. So again, last trade in the NQ 19,879, 879 now. So without further ado, before these guys get into the trade, the markets, Dolby Time in the upper left-hand corner, it says the wrong hashtag.
What is this crap on my screen, Dre? Hashtag fast markets? Who's running this ship?
Should be hashtag Power Hour. What is hashtag Power Hour, Dolby Time?
Great question, actually. Dre, great question. So hashtag Power Hour. It's our nice little thing on Twitter or X. We want you, the community, the chat, to share content with us. That includes battle station pictures, winning trades. What else? No, we're not doing feet picks. You can send the feet picks to Dre.
No.
What else? Tick picks. Yep. No, that one's a good one. That one's fine. So yes, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. If you have any cool sunglasses, battle stations, good trades, share it with us. We want to see it, and we will share it today in the next 45 minutes. This is real time.
Sir.
My target here on the NASDAQ is 820s.
Are you short right now, Dakota? Do you have a position on?
Yeah, short from 915.
Oh, short from 915. How many times, Coach Dakota?
5 minis.
5 NQ 915. Very good. Hey, just want to do a quick live trader P&L update. A big one. Very happy to see Mr. Nick for a tick. Open 8 a.m. Central, up only $150. Then at noon, up nice, $4,600. Then as of 8 minutes ago, doubled it, more than doubled it. Now up was $10,000 on the day. We'll give a shout out to Nick for a tick. Hit the DLL earlier this week, one of the days. Came back strong. Well done, Nick, for a tick. Everyone.
That's so impressive.
Nick for a tick. Yep.
Love it.
Good job. And I have been told Nick for a tick has locked it up on the day. But it's hanging out, giving us his insights in the chat. Yep. Absolutely.
Nick trading
insights into something.
Topstep X?
Nick for a tick. I believe so.
Curious.
Oh, Dakota, you're getting your price action. God,
we go.
Short so bad.
Roads.
It's so bad.
Oh, Adobe. FOMO in. You FOMO in short, it'll beat it.
No, not going to FOMO in. I was actually
I think I'm going to take my take profit off. I'm going to just put like maybe 1 or 2 take TPs down there. I'm in 5 minis, so I'm okay with taking a couple contracts off as we start to get down.
Yeah. Because you're in what, 5 at 915?
Yeah. Yep. 5 at 915.
That's such a good entry.
And I'll just trail it down.
That's nice.
Nice.
You only had a runner.
Only. Saw that pop in Crude's kind of settled out. Watching the ES and NQ right now.
Where do we buy it? Buy it at the bottom of the range.
Yep.
Yeah, we buy it. All roads. VWAP.
What's VWAP at?
Right here, essentially, I got a 65, 865.
And that's pretty close to middle of range. So
yeah, it's 62 in the 30-minute chart.
Yeah. I got like some modified fibs where I just took out everything else besides for 0, 50, and 100. So the purple lines, those are like the full extensions from 0 to 100. And then the middle is the teal one. And that's exactly where we bounced. So this is basically the daily low to daily high. And then the middle is 19,862. So we just bounced there.
Mm-hmm.
VWAP.
VWAP. Yes.
Bounced right off of it, huh?
Yeah, about the same place.
VWAP's flat right now, too. So work this time, Hoag. Work this morning in fast markets. It's all right.
Yeah, I see that VWAP right there on your screen, Andre. What's that? Is it
blue?
What do they call it? Pinned to the New York Open, or what?
Yes.
You pin your VWAP?
The reopen. Yes, the reopen. Yeah, 19,865. VWAP into the reopen. Taking a look here. We got 50-50 in the tilt, NQ and ES.
Negative 14.5 in Delta and the S&Ps.
Just
between yesterday and today, that's 55,000 negative.
Man. What were the prices yesterday we were trying to get along from?
Buy it, but it's so early.
56
20s?
56 20s. 20s, yeah.
20s?
I think it was 56.20 is where we were
that was
kind of building our
late
position
spike.
around. Yeah.
Yep.
We were fighting to get 24s for like
I
half
know.
an hour yesterday. That's ridiculous.
We're going to get it. I thought we were going to get it.
Time consuming trade.
Incredible. Yep. We got Jackson Hole going out later this week. Initial jobless tomorrow. I'll speak on Friday. We got some more Fed speakers tomorrow as well. Stay tuned. I guess in those FOMC, those Fed minutes there, Hoag, sounds like 25 point basis cut is all systems go, barring anything derails it based on the data from now until then.
Tiger Woods. Man, now you guys got me thinking of Tiger Woods. I started thinking about golf, and now I'm looking in the chat.
Nothing wrong with that, man.
Thinking about golf right now. It's Wednesday afternoon. Anytime in the afternoon, if you're still trading. What's that, Hoag?
You called me John Daly.
Well, I didn't call you John Daly.
My spirit animal. My spirit animal.
A very nice compliment.
Yes, it was.
I remember.
Go alive. Who would have thunk it?
Tiger Woods had a nice story about John Daly. He said John Daly
was at the bar.
Like, yeah, he was at the bar, went out, and John Daly beat him like drunk, basically.
Yeah, I've heard the story. Also, Tiger just got off the practice range after a round. John Daly's sitting there at the bar having a few. Tiger, why don't you come belly up with me, hang out with me? Tiger goes, JD, if I had as much talent as you, I would be there with you right now, but I don't, so I got to go practice. He was just gassing him up. I think he was just gassing him up a little bit, but that's the story, and they're sticking to it. So here we go. Eduardo, my man, Eduardo. Yeah. Hey, I will say this. Team Bulldozer and KV liked along the 19,850s.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for as a place. And it's still early.
Why 850?
I believe there's a demand zone there. Double the Topstep daily levels as well. Yesterday's volume point of control. Yeah.
Just right smack in the middle of the range.
Yeah. And if you go back to like August 19th, it looks like 850s bounced 1, 2, 3 times, and then acted as resistance a couple times, the 20th, and then a little bit today as well. So it's been like an inflection point for the market. It's just kind of a weird spot because we're in the middle, but you have VWAP, and then you have that support into resistance into support again. Clearly the market is looking at that 850s level or something.
Yeah, I would say 860s, 860, 858 for a long. I mean, we did go down there and touch it, but the way I'm looking at it is if we break below like these 855s, I think we just continue going down to 820s.
Yeah.
Especially being in the middle of the range.
I'm did say if we break the 850s,
is there an opposite of a check mark? Can I say an X on
X,
950s?
X. Here we go.
I would put an X on buying 950.
It's all lower highs too, right? This kind of reminds me of our long in ES yesterday, where it's like we're trying to accumulate a position into lower highs. I don't know if I'm interested in doing that again.
I mean, we have 45 minutes left in the day. We're right in the middle of the range. No reason to really put capital at risk in the middle of the range. Yeah, it's.
I mean, 855 sounds pretty good. That's the easy.
We got 56. I would, 55 to 56 seems like that would be where some buyers can step in. But if we do break below this little pivot, the low is like 54. I think we just continue to fall. So maybe that's a zone if we're talking about 50 to 60 zone.
50 to 60, I like that. Yeah.
But I wouldn't see buying 50. I think if we get to 50, it's now breaking down.
Delta continues to build to the downside here. Negative 15.5 now.
All right, I'll give up on the longs here. Maybe I can try to get short like 73.75 as a way to hop into this trade with Dakota. Seeing if we can kind of stair step down, which is what we're doing. So we'll work.
You know what I never get what never gets old is when you, Hoag, was able to explain icebergs. I love hearing that. It's just so in depth, and it helps give such a great understanding. No matter how many times I hear of it or think of it, it's just an interesting thing to think about.
Hoag is actually doing a children's book about icebergs.
Is that right?
First book, yeah, fully illustrated. About iceberg orders in the marketplace for 5-year-olds. Started young.
Was that one? Yep.
Oh man.
Start them young.
Yep. Well, shout out to Coach. Shout out to Coach Paul. Just passed along an article to me. Remember how it took forever for that number to come out this morning?
Yeah.
Apparently the banks obtained, here's the headline, banks obtained key jobs revision data while report was delayed. At least 3 banks managed to get the advanced word on Wednesday's highly anticipated payroll numbers, while the rest of Wall Street was kept waiting by a quote-unquote unexpected delay.
That seems fair.
Right?
Yeah. Shout out.
That always happens.
Shout out to Paul. Thank you for that. Yeah, that whole thing.
Goldman
at least
interns
a few
got it
times
before we did.
a month.
Yeah, chat is not surprised by that somehow. Apparently, with a bunch of veterans in chat.
Someone with a lot of influence and a lot of money got the news faster than the public.
Goldman interns.
This is revisions for the revisions.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Nick for a tick. One of the revisions of the revisions revision.
Revision. Yep, the triple revision.
You have to wait until February.
Amazing. All right. Look here, view up and NQ, ES, and the Dow all hovering around view up.
It's looking heavy. We're pushing the 60s.
It really is.
Gonna test 50s. And we'll see. We'll see how the 850 plays out if we get there.
I'm gonna try a long below. Try 50. Let's try 50 evens.
Are you going to try along
at the end of the day?
50s, 850 evens.
Lost Trader Max is 4.5 on combines. Yes, this is just my coach's account. I can't get funded with it. It's something I just place trades on, kind of like a practice account, right? You can't get funded in a practice account. You can place trades. So I'm
Makes
trading
sense.
this just like I'm trading a live account or a funded account. Holding into these 50s.
Here we go. Yep.
Negative 16,000.
16
on the Delta. You're looking at the NASDAQ Delta or yes?
ES.
That
What's
was
NQ?
ES. And, NASDAQ is minus 3,700.
Yes, that's grown too.
It's just, oh, here we go.
Oh.
Is this the break? Oh,
Yeah,
there.
Oh,
there
wow.
it is.
Wow, wow, wow.
Mouth
I'm
control
in.
Right. Oh.
I'm in the trade.
Ah.
I don't want to risk all this though. Let's risk 250.
Are you short now, Dolby?
I'm long. 850 evens.
Long.
How many times?
Okay.
Just one.
Okay, long one from 850. 19,850.
Yep.
And that Dakota, you still short? Still short 5?
Yeah, I'm still short. I'm
Okay.
short 5. I'm looking to see take profits in these 20s.
It's a nice push.
This 20 area. Like I said, 50s, a break of 50s is just more of a confirmation. I just don't see very great areas to buy, but I mean, this morning we did just buy the dip right into the 780s and the 70s. Maybe this is one of them. It is. I'm still looking for the lower part of this range. We'll see. We'll see how these 50s play out.
Looks exactly like NASDAQ. They both just gave up VWAP. S&Ps just gave up VWAP.
Yeah, yep. Hoag, do you mind doing a quick Mag 7 update if you have that handy? You just talking about NVIDIA.
I've got 4 of them up here right now. I've got NVIDIA, which just took out the VWAP, trading on 127.82. Apple is really just kind of hitting the skids to the downside here, 225.63. Amazon off a little bit now below VWAP also, and looks like Tesla's about to give up VWAP as well. Amazon's trading 180 even, and Tesla 221.70, and VWAP is 221. So it's just about to take it out. It looks like so. Everything seems to be giving up VWAP to the downside now.
Brave are those
that's not good.
those 850 buyers.
Well, we tried KV's level.
Yeah.
Around one minus 484. Not that bad actually.
Oh, here come the 30s.
Started this right in the middle of the range. There was nothing I could do there.
Yeah.
Oh, shorts for the play all day.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a push to those 20s. We looked at the 30s. 30, 33? 33 was
33. Take a look.
Came into play.
Daily levels. 832. Point of control. 10-year yield update. 3.88. I'm sorry, 3.78% on the 10-year yield. So keeps creeping lower.
It's still, it's a stair stepping straight down. Switching sides.
Now you're short, Dobby?
No, I'm looking for a pullback. So I'll get down to like a small time frame and then see if we can get pullbacks to like 855. Just like the stair step. If we can get back to 853, I'd probably try a short again. And then see if I can play this all the way down to your level of like the 820s or 770s or 750s.
Okay. I see what you're. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that break of the 50 was it. We broke it. We went up. We tested 52, and yeah, we're hovering right below that. Let's see if we do get this bounce back up. I still don't see it as a reversal.
I mean, the range trade is range to range. Then we're looking for 950s, probably all the way down to 780s, 750s. That's the range to range trade. So
range to range.
The short there would have been a continuation short.
820s, 832 held up. 833.
Now I'm looking for 55s and 58 evens.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we get continuation to the downside. There's one.
Mm-hmm.
34 minutes left.
Yep.
Ooh, Dakota, why the 100 tick chart?
Ooh.
Watch my class last night. Near the end of it, I explained really in depth why I use the 100 tick chart. And I'll continue to talk about the 100 tick chart in my slow markets class every night this week. So, good question.
Short 2.
All right, what price you got there, Dolby?
Short 2, 856 3/4.
Okay.
And we'll try to add one more at 868 evens. That'd be our last one.
Yep. Rebar reversal did just happen on a 5 minute.
Okay.
This 5 minute hasn't closed yet.
Might just be in the shop, unfortunately.
And Q buyer stepping in here, man. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, that was this
Alonzo,
right there.
thank you.
3 bar
Tricky.
reversal.
Tricky.
Right there.
Ooh.
You gotta be.
Man. This does not feel good.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Yep, that was a beautiful 3 bar reversal.
Yeah, that was strong. I mean, it really shot down there and shot right back up again.
Yeah, it's almost like they had everyone had the same
Starting
stop.
to peel off some of that delta now.
Everyone had the same stop. What are we at now, Hoag?
Negative 17,000. Was looking to buy value low, which was 24.75 in the S&Ps. Stopped just short of it. Maybe we'll get another shot.
See if we can get back down again. Which level are you looking for, Hoag? What'd you have?
I was looking for a long value low,
nice.
right around 56.25.
Yeah. Nice. Here's the question for everyone who is buying those 850s.
Yeah.
Where was your stop loss?
I know.
Yeah, that's always going to be the key when it comes to situations like this. When you're trying to buy it when it's going against you, it's great, right? Because the issue is you would have had to have a
20-point stop would have done it.
Point stop, yeah, 18, 19-point stop plus.
Yeah.
But yeah,
stop
so far that
in the
looks
way.
good. I mean, it's a beautiful 3-bar reversal. The better trade is like what you did, Dobie, is, if you were waiting for us to break down it and then find some type of a reversal and then enter along on our way back up. But yeah, the trend for Power Hour is down and to the right. I mean, even starting 30 minutes before Power Hour in the middle of segment.
It's like about an hour ago, we popped hard off those FOMC minutes, and the sellers came in. They tried taking it higher, then sellers came back in, and they tried, and sellers where's Juan? Juan made a funny joke. Like, this market's very predictable right now. Very tricky.
Predictable?
He was being joke. He was just being facetious.
Oh, okay. Great.
Yeah, it's so interesting going through reading the chat, seeing how these other traders are trading. I was averaging in micros from 40s, stop at 08. I mean, that's a great trade. Long 838, my stop would be if Apple continued to lower. So using different markets as a stop. That's interesting. Do you guys ever do that? Use like Apple or Tesla or Amazon or the Magnificent Seven to dictate your trades in, say, the NASDAQ?
Yeah, well,
NVIDIA.
Yeah, these guys do.
I don't trade the NASDAQ, so it gives me heart palpitations.
I think I'm just dead. I'm so
well, you kind of traded what it seems like being the NASDAQ 2 weeks ago when the ES was acting like the NASDAQ.
Yeah, kind of.
All right, minus 1649. Just totally destroyed. So choppy.
Yep.
Diddle in the middle, you pay the price.
Keep your head up, Dolby. You've been seeing these markets well.
We'll be fine.
Market.
We'll be fine.
All right. Yeah, these markets markets ain't cool, man. Ain't cool. There's volatility. And there's movement.
Last 30 minutes here.
Last 30 minutes. Thank you. You got to see the countdown clock, lower right hand corner of the screen. We'll have some hashtag power hour. I hate saying content. What's the word for content? Material.
Stuff.
Yeah, stuff, things, objects, cool things. Turn around,
What
you
are we
guys.
looking for different than content? Just is it too generic?
Yeah,
Awesome
it kind of just
artwork.
sounds bland. It sounds sterile. Sounds just like, I don't know.
Awesome artwork.
I like that.
Creative pictures.
I like that. We'll have some cool shit for you guys here in about a couple minutes. How about that?
That's it. Cool shit.
There it is. Yes. Anyways, yep. Back. Yeah, I know. It's tricky.
We got stopped out of everything at 73.50.
Yeah.
It went to 75. So we're pretty close.
Subject matter. Subject substance.
Yeah, yep. My man Eddie will be on the lookout when MOC hits him. We'll get the updates. There it is.
I'm looking. I'm watching.
Morse code. That wasn't SOS in Morse code, was it, Eddie? It sounded like SOS. I don't think we. Hey, Eddie, actually, I have a question.
What do you do
the actual Morse code that you do pipe in, do you know, is it just generic random or is it actually say something?
I tell you.
Is that something we should look up?
Same question I've asked myself. What the hell are they trying to say?
I know what it says.
What?
It's Morse code for y'all suck.
Y'all suck. If anyone out there, quote unquote, speaks Morse code, understands Morse code,
y'all suck.
No,
right there.
We're actually saying
SOS is ... dash dash dash
dot dot dot.
But what's this?
What we're saying?
The taco cart will be out front from Tuesday early morning till Tuesday night. Get your tacos while they're hot. Over.
I'll take a El Pastor, please, and a barbacoa, if you don't mind.
All right, I'm looking to move my stop loss now here in a moment. We've just made another pivot that I like. So I'm going to move my stop loss to 84.
Yeah.
And if we do break down below these 62s, then I'll move my stop loss to 877, which let's go ahead and do that. 878 for my stop loss.
Nice.
That was a pivot I was looking for, just waiting for the market to just show me another reason to move my stop loss. And that was it.
Journal entry, very important stuff.
I was just gonna say, Dolby, I saw your head down as if you were writing something. You mind sharing your journal entry with us?
Just didn't wait for ranges. Those are kind of like my bread and butter, and I don't think any of my trades particularly lined up with a good range. Like, for example, this range on the 1 minute in the NASDAQ is like my bread and butter. But I didn't wait for that. Like, you can tell that that kind of market structure didn't exist in the last 10, 15, 20 minutes. So writing that down. You will write it down and move on.
You're talking about the range that we're in right now?
On the 1 minute in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
Like, that sort of like very blocky sort of range is what I prefer to have my entries kind of based around, but that formation didn't take place. So it's kind of just grasping at straws for the most part. I mean, the other thing too is that like trading middle of the range, not great. Like, I would much rather have had your short anything above like 900s because that's way closer to the 1 hour range high versus trying to get short at like 860, which is basically just in the middle of everything. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, not great. Not great.
And so for this example on the 1 minute range, what are you looking for? Are you looking just to sell the top of the range and then buy the bottom?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, basically. So let's say the range is like 863 to 876. I'd want to like try to play with some longs around like 865, or play with shorts 875, and then you just set like a 10 point or 15 point stop on the outside. So if the range breaks, then you probably get stopped out and you lose. But otherwise, you probably have a really, really good entry if this range does break out in your favor. It's very much so like a feast or famine situation. But if you're not
that makes sense.
set up at all, then you're just at the whim of the market.
So for this example, you'd be short in in the 72, 73, you'd have a 15-point stop, and then you'll take profit when it gets down to 65s?
No, you would let it run, honestly.
Okay.
So you can, if we're like on a longer time frame, let's say this formation is actually on like a 1 hour chart, then you could take like 3 contracts and then take them off in the middle at the very end, leave a runner. But this is looking. Oh my God.
There's a breakup to the long side.
Unreal.
So that's to the long side. Yep.
We have 24 minutes.
Very tough.
Yeah, Hoag, you got the ES you got ES ladder up. Any paper you seeing upside or downside?
The usual
those bros
bookends.
Yeah.
Not seeing anything above. Just the usual bookends above and below. Nothing for size down below either. Nothing really to speak of. We haven't seen any of that in a while, have we, Andre?
I was just thinking about, it was about 2 weeks ago. Remember we seen like 2,000 lots sitting on the bid, 4,600 lots sitting on the bid.
Yeah.
Those worked out very, very nicely. They held on.
I will not chase. I will not chase.
I will not.
I will not chase.
Here we go. August 7th, 2,800 on the bid at the price of 52.40. Are those good? 1,000 lot on the bid, 52.45. Are those good?
Andre, you're taking very good notes.
1,100 lot bid on the 52.35. All on the same day. Are those good? Well done.
All those notes over there.
Those notes are there, yes.
Yeah, that just jumped up, hit my stop loss at 78, and now we're pushing right back down below 70.
Sounds about right.
Now, just a nice, relaxing end of Power Hour. I mean, how many times do we say it, right? Is real trading is boring. You don't have to trade. Trading's optional. And when we're here in front of everybody, if I'm going to try and put a trade on, I don't mind doing it in a combine.
So we're kind of getting that structure, Dakota. See what I'm saying? Like, you can short tops at like 875 or stops on the outside. If it pushes through, you get totally smoked. But if it doesn't, you have an insanely good entry relative to structure.
Yeah, I still see this going to the 820s.
Yeah.
I think I was just way too aggressive with the short. And then here's the thing: like, if you're a range trader, like the range will eventually always form. And that's something I have to like remind myself of. You could probably apply that to pretty much any setup. Like if you wait long enough, eventually you will see your setup. So there's no reason to rush into like a trade. Just wait. Like the setup itself is so much more valuable than, any perceived momentum you may or may not have. Because once you're taking trades outside of your system, you're kind of in a weird place. But if I take a trade within my system and within a range, then I feel very, very comfortable with how it's supposed to behave and how it's supposed to act. But if you're out of system, then there's a lot less to draw from personal experience.
Yeah. Interesting perspective. There's 23 hours a day in a trading day, right? How much of that time are you spent in a trade? Like 10 minutes?
Pull up your stats, yeah, you can see.
And yeah, that's an interesting comment. Check M8 said 99% of trading is waiting. 1% is basically the trading part.
Pretty much. You're going to miss
That'd
moves.
be boring TV. That's boring TV, Andre, if we just sit here watching the markets waiting for us.
It is. Trading is not as exciting as the movies make it look. It would be boring TV, but markets are moving. Someone's always obviously in a trade, but the best traders are very, very patient. You said, like the quote just said, 99% is waiting, 1% in the markets.
Yogi Berra. Baseball is 70% mental. The other half is physical.
Other half is physical. That's right.
The other
Hands up,
half, yeah.
daughter. Yep.
Trader math.
Yogi
Yeah, so
Bear.
even this range too, right? So buying 864 looks totally insane, but you know, you can anticipate the range playing out, then buy your step in, and now you're long 864, and now your trade looks insane. Or if
Yeah, it's
you're
kind of
short,
like a ranged,
yeah,
like you said, ranging.
it's ranging.
Today may be our short squeeze day.
Yeah, what are we looking at? I know 17,000 about 14 minutes ago in the ES. Where are we at now?
16.5. 16.5. Negative 3,700 in the NASDAQ.
Still haven't puked either.
But that's why I keep telling myself I'm not chasing. I am not chasing. Wanted to buy low value. It didn't give it to me. I'm not going to worry about it.
I mean, Hoag and Dolby, man, we took that long. It was minus 40,000 delta in the ES, and nothing. Well, it was minus 30,000. We got long, and it just grew to minus 40,000. They won. Obviously, paper wins.
Yep. Yeah. It was a patience thing for this trade. It's just a little bit more patience. I would have had exactly the setup that I wanted. I could play around with shorting the tops off of anything between like 74 and 80, but because I was too aggressive, the formation didn't set up, and then because it didn't consolidate, I was no man's land, yada yada.
I just got smushed.
Patience, that's the lesson. Patience goes a super long way in trading. Eventually, your setup will set up if you wait long enough. No need to rush into trades. No need.
I'm going to get into this short again.
Yeah.
Let's see if we could get a break back down. I'm short.
What price you get?
70. 870.
3 times?
2.
Okay, short 2. And Q, 19,870. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There begins view up. And we got that negative delta and ES and NQ.
In chat,
What's Nick
I
for
would say the upside's capped based on the options activity, but that could change in our MOC. So that's coming up here in a little bit.
What do we got? Oh, yeah, this is just flying right through.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Fast session. I think like the other setup I was trying to follow you on, Dakota, and maybe you can kind of follow with the. It's like basically stair stepping, right? So it's just like, where's your original short? 915s.
Yeah, up there.
Yeah, so like I would have tried to find pullbacks at say like 900 even. What is this level here? Like 889. I'm just like trying to like look left and be like, oh, what was support that turns into resistance, right? So what 886, we kind of pulled back, right? So that's what I call like stair stepping down. You could stair step up or down. But if I'm like trying to add to a position or like trying to get into a trade that's already mid trend, that's what I'm looking to do is like try to find a pullback, look left for support or resistance, see if something lines up, and then try the trade again.
Well, that makes sense.
I just didn't get the pullback, and now we have.
So I added
Nice,
to this
dude.
position. I'm now in 4 short from 67 3/4.
Yeah, and this is where shooting all your shots early really stings because then you hit your DLL or lock yourself out. You wait 5 minutes, and it's like, oh, there's a setup that I've been waiting for, but I can't take it.
Yeah. Somebody somewhere is wishing they were down $1,600.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone is.
Looks like the house account is wishing they were down 1,600.
House account is wishing.
Yeah, 1,600 is cheap.
Yes, it is. All right. See if these sellers keep coming in. Again, Dakota Short 2 and Q from 19,870. Last trade, 19,861.
Yep.
Jump around.
Then I added to it,
well.
Andre. I added 2 more to it.
Average price?
67 3/4.
67. Oh, 60. So yes. Okay. 67
Yep.
3/4. Okay. Short 4 from 19,867 and 3/4. All right. In the meantime, there's some work. Got some hashtag power hour stuff coming your way, but throw it to my man, Eddie. Eddie's got an announcement. What's happening, Eddie?
Well, you know what, Andre? I enjoyed today again. And lots of good information, lots of good advice. And we did see real trades here with real accounts. If you like what we're doing here at TopstepTV, if you like what we're doing here at TopstepTV, we can ask, please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. I'm going to drop the link here in chat. Remember, no pressure. TopstepTV, if you like what we're doing, let us know. So here is the link. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Man, Eddie. And I guess, yeah, again, 4 minutes. We got the MOC announcements coming out. And those will change, as we've seen lately.
And look at how boring these markets are. The Dow is just so range bound. It is like perfect barcode. Same with the ES. Market's just waiting for new info. Seems very sluggish.
You're right.
Very choppy.
Consolidation. We've moved so far so fast in both directions. It's just a very, very rapid move down, followed by another huge move, like spanning over a week, right? A week or two. And we do need a few, like 3 or 4 days of just consolidation, pullback, choppiness.
Yeah, most definitely.
Did get above Hoag above that level in the NQ. 5% off all times high. That level was 19,935. We are beneath it right now, but we did top at 19,000. I thought we were gonna hit 20,000 today, Hoag. Thought we were gonna make a run for 20K. Did not. Weekly kickoff high.
Got the weekly kickoff high, and that was it.
That's all she wrote.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
heck of a
I might get
heck of a shadow or a wick off that high there too on that 30-minute chart.
Yep, minus 400.
Yeah, YM looks like it's doing a nice little bounce. This is tough. It's honestly, it's hard to play. When you see like a consolidation like the one we just had and then it shoots down 10, 15 points and then just shoots back up again, like it's so hard to trade.
They keep crushing every little pop here.
Yeah, now we're rejecting 875s.
2.5 minutes.
All right, sounds good, Eddie. And he's gonna go the S&Ps first, then the Nasdaq, and then the Dow, and then the Mag 7 in that order.
Yes, sir.
So get ready. Let's take a look at yesterday's MOC. It initially come out, yes, plus 1.8 billion, NQ plus 800 million, YM plus 520 million. So around, quick some math, about 2.5 billion buy side. That does change as we approach the closing bell. Big numbers. Anything over 2 bill will really make you sit up straight, so to speak.
You know, we had that Monday. Once again, Monday with some big MOC.
What was that number? Yeah, what was that number,
Does
Eddie?
it seem like every little pop is getting crushed?
Today, yes. There was a very drawn out stretch right around noon. That was just a slow drag to the long side. Other than that, every big bounce is just, like you said, Hoag, immediately sold off.
Yeah,
It's a real short time frame here is what is what I'm seeing. Are all those?
I'm gonna get in long now. I'm switching my bias.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if we could break long. I was looking for a failure down. We haven't got it. So let's see if we can take a.
I'm gonna join you.
Straight to the long side.
I'm short
chasing,
paper.
But I'm in.
I'm short paper.
Holy shnikes! I got 15 on.
Whoa, there we go. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I'm down to 5. I'm down to 5. I hit my clip size on 15.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Update us, Hoag. What do you got?
I'm down to 5 now. Realized P&L minus 37.50. So I scratched 10 of them, but I'm long 5 right now, up 250.
From what price?
56.35. I really feel like I'm chasing, but we'll see what happens.
Awesome, Hoag.
Is there a lockout button for the practice account?
All right.
Ooh, long 5
we
from
got
56.35. Will the squeeze happen? Will the squeeze happen?
Oh, it is.
Minus 16,000.
Jesus.
Minus
Look at this.
16,000.
Coming in
MOC.
here.
Eddie's coming with MOC. Eddie, let's
Oh
go.
my goodness. 2 billion. 273 million buy side for the S&P. 2 billion with a B. Over in the NASDAQ, 843 million buy side. Dow, 605 million buy side. Mag 7, 469 million buy side. Buy side across the board. Once again, 2 billion in the S&P buy side. Watching it right now, it does fluctuate.
I got 3 left.
3 left. Again, keep us updated. Oh, that's about 3.4 billion buy side. And we are pushing. Is the short squeeze on? It have minus 16,000. Go.
15.8 negative in the S&Ps.
8.
We're starting to peel them off.
Yeah.
I'm added to
Longs
my
at
long.
8.
I ended.
We're gonna squeeze them.
Nice. And those longs at 850 look pretty good now. You could have survived the 20-point pullback through that.
Will the shorts feel the squeeze?
Like honestly, where are we going to squeeze to? Like we're still dead center in the middle of the range. Are we honestly going to push like 1 hour range high or 4 hour range high and go all the way back up to like 960s?
I'd like maybe a
that
test
would
in
be
900.
That would be impressive.
S&P down to 1,500 million buy side.
1.5 bill. Cool. Thank you, Eddie.
1.5 bill.
Bill with a B. Yeah.
B. 1,556 million right now.
Excellent.
I mean, we're
Dakota, how many are you long?
Left on.
I'm long 11 at 84.
I'm selling into this so they think we're short, Dakota.
It's an old school play. That's a old school play right there.
Feed the rally.
Yep.
Feed the rally.
It looks like it's going to stop me out here for plus like $300.
We are in the Dorito.
It's looking like a
Dorito of
bullish
doom.
flag though.
Push.
Okay, long 12.
Push.
I'm at break even now. I hate doing that, but
pop these 40s. Pop these 40s.
Let's go. Everybody
Pop
get out
these
and push.
40s.
You want me to try shorting some? That typically works. The market can go up.
Oh, gave one to the
I
market.
just fed the rally.
He gave one
Oh,
of the
did you?
market gods. Yeah.
Does paper count? Here, I'll do a paper one for you. They paying attention to the sim.
Pop the 40s.
15.8 negative still in the S&Ps.
Let's go.
15.8.
Get that rally.
Here we
I
go.
would love to see like
40s. Pop the
950
40s.
test. That'd be
Squeeze
so
it.
good.
Squeeze it like a zit.
All right. Hey, come on. Ooh, get plus 2. Long 2. Dakota long 11 and Q.
Ooh, full question.
Your stop's already in profit, right, Dakota?
Yeah, I just
What
got
was
stopped
that?
out. It was plus
You stopped out.
1500 on that one.
Nice trade.
Yep.
Question up here. Over under
Waiting for the
19,900.
squeeze, and I feel like I was chasing, but Dakota, you got me in this. I'm like, he's turned the other way. I'm going now. I just got to do it.
Oh, you're in live account, right?
Oh yeah, this is live.
Oh,
Oh,
great
yeah.
work, Hoag.
Hoag pulled porked it. He went a full 15. He was feeling real confident.
That was amazing.
I did.
You started this rally.
Yeah. We'd be, as my dad used to say, farting through silk sheets right now.
That's a good one.
Yes. Can we push? We got 5 minutes, 30 seconds left here in session on Power Hour, TopstepTV. Definitely was not easy. Volatility was there. Here we go. 41s, 42s trade now. Can we get 43s?
There you go.
343. Squeeze on.
Just
feeling
squeeze
it.
on.
We're back at high value. I'm taking one off, and we're going to see what happens with the last.
Holding the runner.
Here we go.
For 5 minutes.
What's Delta, Hoag? Did they puke at all? It was minus 15,000.
Look at this.
NASDAQ's pushing
Still
920.
minus 15.5.
Man, they have not puked yet. Okay.
Look at this go. The 1 hour range high I have at 920s, which we're at right now.
You know, could we see 20,000 in the last 5 minutes? I've seen it before.
Anything's possible. Yeah, it's
Anything's
about 90
possible.
points.
Thank you.
Here's the squeeze. This is what we were looking for yesterday.
I know. Go figure.
Oh, I know. That's what's so
Minus-
frustrating, Hoag. Yesterday we
40,000.
looked like geniuses with that
Minus
trade.
40,000. Yup. I like it though.
But if we had this today,
And we'll see
Giving up
much
in the
unchanged
Delta. It's
here.
still negative 15.5.
Hold it all short. They got to cover. And Hoag long
The only
from
cover I
30.
see here, Mag 7, 100% buy, 357 million buy side.
Okay.
No sells.
Everybody get out and push.
872 million.
Stay strong.
Buy side.
Hoag. Stay strong. Okay.
Just under 4
So
minutes
it's
left.
Went off a little bit.
We're holding the 900s in NASDAQ. That's good. Break
your
above
entry
22.
is
922
sweet.
is going to just have continuous momentum.
Looks like ES is pushing harder than NQ is right now.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Yep.
I agree.
It's been stronger.
We're gonna tilt 67% long in the ES average price. In the ES 56.32. Okay. Who's got one on? Dakota, you're long as well, correct? From
No, I'm
894?
flat now. I'm flat.
Flat.
I am flat.
Okay, we have update. What's your P&L update?
4,100 on this combine.
Nice.
Oh, and for keeping paper score, I'm short 3 at 19,902.50. But it's paper, so who cares? I was just trying to help the longs. That's all.
Watching this Hoag holding on to a runner. Here we go. Let's see if we
Yeah.
can get some momentum back up. Let's see.
Yep, there we go.
NASDAQ pushing back up into the teens. The 912, 913.
Oh, do you have a target, or is just 3 o'clock's the target?
I'm right now doing the reversal challenge with this.
You're spicy today. 15 lots and a reversal challenge?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Hoag's delivering the goods.
We'll get out. We'll get out at 3 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
1 minute, 45 seconds left in
here we
power
go.
hour. Look at power hour. One more push.
Yeah, we're continuing to slowly gain. What does MP call it?
Legs.
Gain teeth. Legs.
Yep.
Legs.
In legs.
Starting to get a little
We're
range.
still
built
adding
up
negative
here.
delta up here, Andre.
Wow,
Crazy.
really?
We're back down to 16.4.
Huh.
Sellers are just relentless.
Man.
Let's run them over.
I mean, we could. We very well could. Like, there's been plenty of times I've watched it, like the last 20 seconds, and then even 5 minutes after the bell, we're just running, 50 points.
Yep. So coming in here, 19,900. Poll question was above or below?
Negative
Pretty
700.
close.
Almost
That's a
negative
great question.
18,000 again now.
18,000.
Yes.
40 seconds, Hoag.
They keep
Oh,
selling.
here we go, pushing on NASDAQ. Back up into the 910. Last 30 seconds. Oh, man, this might be a
Target up
big
at-
short squeeze
Yep.
after the bell.
6.5,
Yep.
just in case.
20 seconds.
Here we go. Wow. Good stuff. Patience.
If I don't hit the bell, we don't close, right? You need more time, John. John, you need more time.
4 seconds. 3. Wow, shout out to all the bellers. Shout out to Hoag, Dakota, Dolby time. Here we go.
A little jump.
What are you doing?
Come on, honey,
all right,
you
quick,
can do it.
before I throw it to Eddie, Hoag, what's the P&L? Realize P&L.
All right, we're out. 792.
Oh, nice job, Hoag.
Right.
Well done. Awesome stuff today. Amazing job. Shout out to all the bellers. It's Power Hour, man. Take a walk, take a breath. Anyways, I throw it to my man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here.
All right. Tomorrow we start our Jackson Hole synopsis. The symposium. That's what it is. Jackson Hole's going to start tomorrow around 7 a.m. Maybe we should call and see what they're having for breakfast. I know we did it one time. We called and found out what they had for lunch. Maybe we do that for some fun. 7:30 Chicago Fed national activity for July. 7:30 also the bigger and then bigger numbers. We got continuing jobless claims. Also the initial jobless claims coming up 7:30 Central. So be ready, my friends. 8:45 we do have our S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI, another big number. Scrolling down a little bit here, we've got the Global Service PMI for August. We also have existing home sales at 9 o'clock. So we've got a big day tomorrow, boys and girls. So heads up, 10:30 4-week, 8-week bill auction. 12 o'clock high noon, we got a 30-year tips auction. And later in the afternoon, the Fed balance sheet. Don't forget about Nat Gas at 9:30 also for you Nat Gas traders. But we will be there for you. Taking a look at what we've got here for tomorrow on the schedule. The menu, the all-star menu. I can pull it up. Here it is. It's already going to be the 22nd of August. I mean, like what? Christmas is in like 2 weeks, right? Thursday, the 22nd, double deuce. Be here early, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Hoag and myself will fire up the machine. We'll get the party started. Coming into Fast Mark, got Andre, MP, Hoag, and Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie had a great day today, and we'll see if she can continue that great day into tomorrow, find out what her secret recipe is. Also, coming in power players, Andre, Dolby, and Coach Paul. Coach Paul had some great levels today he shared with us. Props to you, Coach Paul. It'd be good to see you here. Shoulder tap, Jack and Ben. We've got group coaching, JD Robert. Rotating segment, we got market stalking with D. We'll have Coach J, Deanna, JD, and myself. We'll be having that segment, and we had a great time last time. So join us here. Don't make sure you don't forget that one. Power Hour, end the day here. Andre, Jack, Francis, Green, and Hoag. And don't forget here, coming up at 3:15 at the buzzer with Coach J, right here on YouTube. A little later on this evening, we got Coach Ray in our Discord channel. That's going to be at 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Central. Coach Vince and Coach Vince, thank you for sharing a lot of that, your levels here with us today. Had also some great levels. So if you're missing a fast market, we are definitely putting in a lot of good information, a lot of good sharing of levels and so forth. But hope that you had a good time today. I had a great time today. Once again, let's keep it that way. Remember, here in the community, please be respectful. Okay, I know that I don't need to remind everybody about that all the time, but be respectful for those that are here. Watch the language. We've been pretty good with that, and keep participating. Guys and girls are participating so very well here today. Great stuff coming from the community. So time to get some rest. Time to be near the ones that love you the most. So get some rest, re-energize, stay safe, and I want you to be healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, which hopefully will be about 8 o'clock tomorrow Central Time, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV.
Bye, boys. Have fun storming the castle. Think it'll work? Bye.
Bye.